This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we are going to be beginning the weekend just listening to a complete and total stranger talking about the news, culture, politics, maybe tobacco, maybe alcohol, culture, things of that sort. History, of course. And I'm just going to wait for more people to show up. Let me know if the audio is good, if the music is too loud or too whatever. Let's see here. Live chat. Hello, Gypsy Bird. Hello, Ortho Christos. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Hello, Alexis Corral. Looks like we got the regulars in, the OG audience members, who are always great. What's up, folks? Ready for some theology? Yes, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween to you. I actually recorded a Halloween video for the YouTube, my YouTube channel. And the problem is I recorded the video basically, I want to say in the first week of October, around that time. And then I was going to upload it, and it was my thoughts on the movie The Exorcist, which is a masterpiece of horror. And I was going to upload it. The problem is that I got suspended not too long after recording the video, so I kind of forgot about it. And then today I thought, you know, it's Halloween, I should upload that video. So it's uploading right now. Hopefully it'll finish uploading by today. And I'll just upload it probably during the stream, God willing. But it's just my commentary on The Exorcist. Believe it or not, my plan for October, and this is going to sound kind of strange, but it's true, but my plan for October was to actually do multiple videos on various horror movies that I love. And I wanted to do one on The Exorcist, and I did. I think I wanted to do one, well, I don't think, I know. I wanted to do one on The Haunting, starring Liam Neeson, Owen Wilson, and Catherine Zeta, whatever her name is, Catherine Zeta-Jones or whatever her name is. And then that woman from The Conjuring, I forgot her name. And let me see. Yeah, I just wanted to do a number of really simple videos, just me talking in front of a camera, nothing special. I wanted to do those types of videos on my favorite horror movies, and I managed to do just one. So I recorded the video on The Exorcist, gave my thoughts on it. I just sort of rambled for 20 or so minutes, 30 minutes or so, however long the video is. And I thought, you know, I should do more videos like this. And I thought that before recording, but I thought more about it later, and I said, I should do one on The Haunting, or maybe I should do one on Hereditary, and just my favorite horror movies. And maybe I should do that every year. The problem is, after the video got recorded, not too long after recording that video, I get suspended for a week. And that really made me feel a little, not a little, it really made me feel off balance. Just made me out of whack, made me feel out of whack, and I kind of forgot about the whole endeavor. And I just kept thinking about the prospect of being suspended and ultimately terminated again. And so I just sort of forgot about the whole project, which sucks. But, you know, November still has that October feeling because it's fall. November is a fall month. So maybe I should just continue the series anyway and just do more videos on horror movies. I don't think it really matters if October is over. I still love horror movies. Horror films are really my favorite genre. Horror is my favorite genre of film. I love horror movies. After horror, it's drama, especially historical dramas like Gladiator, Braveheart. Braveheart is actually my favorite film. But overall, when it comes to picking the greatest movie ever, Braveheart. When it comes to just what is my, generally speaking, favorite genre of horror movie to watch, it's horror. There's no other movie like Braveheart. So, I mean, Gladiator, you could say Gladiator, but Gladiator is very different from Braveheart. But I don't watch Braveheart very often. I watch Braveheart maybe once every few years or so. But then when it comes to just general movie watching, or when it comes to watching new films, I tend to go down the lane of horror. I am looking forward to watching this Predator movie, which looks really good. I don't know the name of it, but I saw the trailer and it looks amazing. Let me read your guys' comments. We're going to be talking about today. What I have planned for this stream is Sudan. We're talking about Jewish settlers. We're talking about Turkey being involved in Gaza. We're talking about the rise of the Turco-German alliance. We're going to be talking about... Let me see here. What do I have in the agenda? Israel's involvement in Sudan. That's interesting. So we're going to be talking about different things. We're going to be talking about American hypocrisy when it comes to foreign policy. I think that's an interesting topic. So we're going to be getting into all that jazz, into all that good stuff. Let me see here. I'm play my music here. I'll read your guys' comments. Happy Friday to you, Sweet Body Fit. What's up, Alexis Corral? Happy Halloween, Daniel Barris Sports Highlights. Hello, Zdravo Zdravo, Vehicle Simic. Let's see here. The Alexis Corral says, the live chat yesterday with Sam Shamoon was insane. A bunch of weirdos. You know, I wanted to address this whole thing, and I knew someone was going to bring this up. But last night, my dad and I got interviewed by Sam Shamoon. His YouTube channel is Shamoonian. Check it out. It's a really good channel on Christian apologetics. Sam Shamoon is a very seasoned debater, a very good debater, and he has done some pretty epic debates with Jews, Muslims, etc. And he is very knowledgeable when it comes to the nuances of the Old Testament and the New Testament, very knowledgeable on the topic. So we used to have a beef, Sam and I. We used to be sort of enemies, and then we reconciled a number of years ago. So we're no longer enemies, we're friends. And we decided to unite our channels, so to speak, during the interview through his streaming software that he uses. He uses Streamlab or something like that. I forgot the name of his streaming software. But through his streaming software, we were able to basically unite our audiences. So I thought, okay, I'm going to live stream our interview. He's going to live stream the interview at the same time. And so we decided that we were just going to unite our audiences. And you can do that through various streaming softwares, streaming programs. So we did that. So my audience became one with his audience. And you had, I mean, immediately after the interview begins, you get people who just hate Sam Shamoon. They're coming in, just throwing accusations. He's a Zionist agent. Like, what? Sam Shamoon literally debates Jewish people all the time. Go look up his debates with Jewish people on who the Messiah is and on whether or not Jesus is the Messiah, etc. Sam Shamoon has done many debates with Jewish people. Most people don't do debates. Most people are too intimidated to do debates. Sam Shamoon is not one of those people. And you had people, some of these people that came on were people who do listen to this stream, and I was familiar with their profiles. And you had people who I had never seen before. Maybe there were people who Sam Shamoon had blocked and they were using my chat to attack him. But some of these people I had never seen before. Some of these people I have seen before. And they were just, right from the get-go, just saying Sam Shamoon is a Zionist, and they were making fun of him, and they were making fun of how he looked, and they were making fun of they were saying things about his marriage or whatever, and it's just like, okay, this is just way too much. And they were just inundating the whole chat. And Sam Shamoon told me, listen, you got to end this or I'm going to disconnect the chat. So I just shut the chat down. I just shut it down. And I told everyone in the beginning, once I saw the insults coming in, I told everyone, dude, calm down. Just calm down. Stop with the insults. And they just didn't stop. And the thing is that you had these people coming on, and some of them follow my stream, some of them follow my channel. They see me being interviewed by Sam Shamoon. Regardless of whatever their opinions were about Sam Shamoon, them being fans of this channel should know Theodore's doing an interview with this guy. It is a cordial conversation. They are not enemies. This is not the time to impose my antagonism towards Sam Shamoon in the chat. Maybe I should make comments that pertain to what the guests on the show are saying. But no, you had people who came on wanting to make the whole conversation about them and their hatred towards Sam and their own biases, and they just, instead of just calming down when I told everyone to calm down, they became worse, and they intensified their expressions of antagonism towards Sam Shamoon, and it just didn't end. So I said, okay, I'm shutting down the chat. And the next time I do an interview with Mr. Shamoon, God willing, I will just not unite our chats. I'm just going to live stream it from this channel, and that's that, just to prevent any sort of issues. So there's that. So that's it. That's my thoughts on what happened last night. Everyone needs to calm down, and the problem is you have people who come on this channel, and it is just, you guys do this with me and my dad too. Not all of you, but some of you guys do this with me, with my dad and I, where my dad will be talking for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours on the subject matter that he has been inquiring into for years and writing on for years. And instead of just actually commenting about what my dad has said, or instead of asking questions that actually pertain to what my dad is talking about, people will just say a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with what my dad has said. Or they'll ask questions that have nothing to do with what my dad has said. Or, worse than that, you have people who will just argue amongst each other in the chat, and they will spam the whole chat with their debate. And my dad has told me numerous times, this is bullshit. Like, people need to be commenting on what is being said. And if you guys want to have little conversations with each other, friendly conversations with each other, I can understand that. Because this is this is sort of like a hangout, an online hangout. That's what this is. But if you guys are going to start debating and just spamming the chat with debates, I'm just going to ban you. Like, that's the rules. That is the rule. Any sort of debates, and you guys did this the last time I streamed. You had some Muslim guy come in. I don't know what religion he is, but some sort of a Judaizer came in, and he was bitching about the kosher laws and how we need to follow the laws and how Christians aren't following the rules. And then what happens is some of you guys fall right into the trap. So you have people who come in and they express a disagreement. And the disagreement is usually not connected with what I'm saying. And then some of you guys fall for the trap, the rage bait trap. And you guys start arguing with this person. And before you know it, there's like 200 comments. And the entirety of those comments is a giant bullshit argument. And you guys are trying to reason with someone who doesn't come on here to reason. You guys try to reason with people who don't want to reason with you, who don't want to have any sort of amicable or cordial discourse. But rather, they want to come in and derail the whole chat. They want to dominate the whole chat. They want to sabotage the whole thing. And you guys keep falling for it. Maybe you guys do it on purpose. I don't know. But I'm just letting you guys know that any sort of debates that's spamming the chat will lead to an automatic block. I'm just going to block it, you guys. No debating. That's it. No debating. That's it. No debating. I don't want to hear anyone coming in to debate the Old Testament, those kosher, we have no eat pork, that's satanic, Halloween is satanic, any sort of bullshit like that, or it's a ban. That's it. It's just no debating. It's just annoying. And my dad has made this complaint to me many times. He's like, Ted, this chat is bullshit. And that is the main reason why my dad doesn't like to live stream a lot. Because he tells me, he's like, I don't like the chat. Chat's annoying. So, everyone needs to just relax. This is a hangout. But any weird debates over hair-splitting issues that's spamming the chat is going to be purged out. My soundboard almost fell off the table. Bop, bop. Yeah. So that's the rule. This is a hangout, so if you guys want to, ask each other how your weekends are or what your plans are for the weekend, that's fine. But just no annoying hair-splitting debates, please, for the love of God. What do you think of the horror film The Descent? I've actually never seen The Descent. I've heard it's really good. I've just never seen it. It's like a monster movie, isn't it? St. Luca in Serbia? Awesome. Goose Hunter, there's a face I haven't seen in a long time. Hello, Theo. Hello, everyone. It's time for some Theology, a live stream by Theodore Schubat about geopolitics, history, religion, food, movies, everyday life, and music. No recommendations, unfortunately. Well, you know what happened to me recently? I haven't said this. I have not announced this, but in the last few days, I've been getting flooded with emails from YouTube letting me know that my past live streams are getting blocked. I'm talking about live streams that I did years ago. I have live streams that I did years ago getting blocked right now, or that have just been blocked because of the music recommendation stuff. So I wish I could do music recommendations more, but it usually leads to the stream getting blocked, and it is complete bullshit. I think the copyright rules and just the whole TOS system in regards to copyrights is bullshit, and they'll say no because you're like robbing people's property and all this stuff. That's a bullshit argument. I don't really buy into this argument because music is not the same as somebody's house. It's not. Music is a part of culture. Music is embedded in the culture. When you make a song that is really, really good, people are going to want to listen to it. People are going to be playing it in their cars. People are going to want to play it in videos. It just becomes an embedded part of it becomes an embedded, integrated part of the culture. And so you should expect people to want to play music on live streams. Streaming without music, it's like eating food without spice or without hot sauce. Like, what is food without spice or flavor? It just doesn't really fit. It doesn't hit correctly. And music with a stream or streaming with music in the background, it's the icing on the cake. It just makes the stream feel comforting, comfortable, and complete. It conveys the vibe of the stream, is what I would say. Let's see here. That was some adventure yesterday. Who was that weirdo dude insulting everyone? I have no idea. There were people on there that I had never seen before. And I think they were just people who got banned by Shamoon in the past, and then they were using my chat to attack Shamoon. But there were people there that I did know, at least online, and they were just acting very out of pocket. And I told them to calm down. They didn't listen. Well, some of them did, but not all of them did. And eventually I just shut the whole chat down, and that's it. Hello, Jack. Happy Friday. Hello, Johan MUFC. Evening, Theo. Appreciate that, sir. Evening to you. I like British dramas, stuff like the Poirier series. I have not seen any British dramas. I like the vibe of British horror movies. There have been some British horror movies out there that are really good. Kill List was a really good horror movie that came from the United Kingdom. It was really well done. It was a creepy, eerie, gory movie, but the pacing and the intensity of the film was very well executed, and I do like that cloudy, gray, gloomy UK vibe. What about 1408? That's my favorite horror movie. I don't know. Is that some 1990s movie about vampires or something? 1408. Have I seen this movie? Man, when did this film come out? 2007. And let me guess, it's a vampire movie, right? Is it a vampire film? Oh, it's a paranormal horror movie. Trapped in a room where he experiences bizarre and frightful events. I'll have to check this one out. I've never seen this one. Let me see here. I'm baking pizzas for a bunch of my daughter's girly friends. Help me. Well, I'm sure you're having a lot of fun. I am holding your Byzantium tobacco that you sent me, Mr. Sweet. Very good stuff. This has been my favorite tobacco. I don't like to smoke every day. Smoking every day, just, you lose the excitement of smoking if you smoke every day, so I like to smoke occasionally. But I think today I'll be smoking. I love the movie Aliens. I have not seen it, but I heard it's really good. Theo Fearless of the Scariest of Halloween. I don't know. Can't beat The Exorcist. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you would be hard-pressed to find a horror movie that wasn't somehow inspired or influenced by The Exorcist. Like, The Exorcist was the foundation of all horror, right? Or for a lot of horror. It's definitely the foundation for all supernatural horror movies, I would say. All supernatural horror films that came after The Exorcist have their foundation in The Exorcist somehow. But when you watch, like, The Conjuring, or when you watch Insidious, or when you watch The Conjuring 2, or when you watch, like, the Annabelle movies, the Ouija board movies, when you watch, let me think, like Hereditary, The Witch, 2015 horror film, which is a great movie. All these movies are influenced by The Exorcist in some way or another. John Cusack. Oh, okay, I see. I don't like horror movies. I do not have the fortitude. I mean, they're just sort of enjoyable to watch. I don't know what it is, but they're just a comfortable. There's something consoling about horror movies. And I remember watching years ago. I remember watching Sinister. And if you haven't seen Sinister, I mean, if you like horror films and if you have not seen Sinister, I highly recommend Sinister. Sinister is one of my favorite horror movies. And it's just a great movie. It has that Ethan Hawke guy is in it. I think he does a really good job, and it's just a great movie. I think it's one of those horror films that are. I think it's one of those horror films that are just foundational in the whole genre of horror cinema, and it's one of those. I guess you could call them watershed horror movies. But if I had a list of my top 10 horror movies, Sinister would definitely be in the list. I'm not sure in which order, but it would definitely be in my top 10 list of favorite horror movies. Let's see here. You have no costume? No costume. Sam Shamoon is a no-nonsense debater. Yeah, he's no-nonsense. That's true. You should finally watch The Last of the Mohicans. I have not watched it. It's not an aversion to the movie. It's just, I don't know. It just doesn't look like Braveheart, if that makes any sense. Bought myself a pizza specifically for this stream. Damn, that's awesome. I'm truly touched, man. I shake your hand for that. Gonna wash it down with a Dr. Pepper. Awesome. I really appreciate that, Mr. Scoob. I like Sam, but I was disturbed to see the filthy people that stream brought over. Well, my guess is that a lot of those people were people that Sam banned. And so they thought, oh, Sam banned me. This guy's going to be with Sam on his live stream. I'm just going to bash Sam on Ted's chat. They were using my chat as a platform from which to express their antagonism towards Mr. Shamoon. So I banned a number of people. And then I ended up just cursing the whole thing down. Let's see here. Let's see here. It was a good collaboration. Yeah, it was. It was fun. Sam wanted moderators to deal with the weirdos. Yep. Sam is great. Yeah, I mean, I think Sam's really good at debating and really good at interviewing. I think he is knowledgeable on the nuances of scripture. I just didn't like how right when the stream began, people were automatically just accusing him and making fun of him. It was uncalled for. I've never seen that on your chat before. Neither have I. I've never seen that level of hatred in my chat either. The chat was vulgar. Yep. Yeah, I know we're 4 years watching your streams. Yeah, same here. I've never seen that sort of thing before. Even from people that follow the stream, I've never seen that sort of thing. Let's see here. I want to ask questions because I feel like your dad has important content that needs to be engaged, especially in light of Pope Damasus and Gelasius' writings on distinction between church and state. Interesting. Sorry, my chat just skipped all the way to the bottom, so I gotta scroll back up. Let me see here. Schubot Sr., let's see, is one smart man. I never knew how wrong I was taught about prophecy. I appreciate that, sir. Yeah, my dad is really good at finding the nuances in Scripture. He's really good at that. So, there's nuances. So the way I look at the Bible, and this is a topic that I find very fascinating, but the way that I look at the Bible, and I think this is the way we should look at the Bible, and I think this is how the Church Fathers and St. Paul saw the Bible, is that there is the verse, there is the chapter that appears to be saying what it appears to be saying, and then there's what it's really saying. So there are a lot of parts of the Bible that when you read it, you think, okay, this is what this means because it's blatantly obvious. And it may seem very correct for you because you're looking at the obvious, right? You're looking at what is in front of you. But you're not looking at the detail that people usually overlook. And by not focusing on that detail that is usually overlooked, you miss the nuance, and thereby you miss the true meaning of that verse. So, for example, you have a lot of people, especially in the United States, who got into Judaizing, or they got into some sort of messianic heresy, Judaizing heresy, where they start thinking, okay, well, we have to get the third temple. Why do you have to get the third temple? Well, because if you look at, the prophet Ezekiel is saying, well, we have to measure the temple. So that's definitely talking about the third temple. So it's blatantly exhorting us to actually advocate for the construction of a third temple. But then there's this one verse in Ezekiel that says, where God says, justice is my measurement. Justice is my metric. Wait, how can justice be an actual metric? Oh, you have missed the nuance. And instead, you have this schizophrenic way of looking at the Bible where you're just trying to find the most obvious thing. So you'll see a chapter that's talking about a temple being constructed, and you think, okay, you're looking at the whole chapter, you're looking at the forest, and you're missing the designs on the individual leaves, and you're saying, this is a forest. But you're ignoring maybe some of the unique designs on the leaves, or you're ignoring maybe some of the unique structures on the barks of these trees. Or you may be ignoring some of the unique animals that are living in this forest. Or maybe you're ignoring the uniqueness of the birds that are inhabiting this forest. And you're just saying, here's a forest. So you see this chapter in Ezekiel and you're saying, third temple. It talks about a temple. But then there's this one line that you're missing where it says, justice is my metric. So it's not really talking about a temple, because if it was talking about the advocation for a physical, actual third temple, then it wouldn't be saying something so abstract and something so figurative as justice is my metric. So what is this temple exactly? It's not a real physical edifice. It's a spiritual temple. It's a temple that is metaphysical. It's a temple that encompasses spiritual Israel, spiritual Jerusalem, where justice and mercy are upheld, where the spirit of the law is upheld, rather than the worship of the letter of the law. And so this is what I mean by the nuances. So, for example, you can read the Old Testament and you can find all these verses on the Levitical priesthood. And there's a lot of verses on the Levitical priesthood, right? So this verse and that verse and this verse, and the Levites have to do this, and we have to sacrifice animals, and we kill animals and goats and sheep and lambs and this, and the blood must be put here, and the ritual and this and that, and all these trappings of of ritualism are observed in so many different parts of the Old Testament. And so if you're this Christian, or if you're this type of Messianic Judaizing Christian who wants to go back to the Levitical priesthood, and you want to revive the Levitical priesthood, and you want to rebuild the temple, it's quite easy for you to make an argument that sounds very convincing, because there is a plethora of verses in the Old Testament talking about the Levitical priesthood and temples and sacrifices and priestly garbs and all these hair-splitting rules. And so you could say, well, it says here that we have a Levitical priesthood. It says here that the priest must do this. It says here and there and here and here. And Ezekiel talks about a temple. And then there's this one verse that everyone just overlooks. There's this one little detail that seems so insignificant, yet what appears to be a minor difference makes all of the difference. And it's this one verse in the book of Psalms where it says, "And you are of the priesthood of Melchizedek forever." One line. You are of the priesthood of Melchizedek forever. And St. Paul comes along, and he looks at all the verses about Levi and the Levitical priesthood and temples and animal sacrifices and priestly garbs. He looks at all these verses, and he observes all of them. He's very knowledgeable about all of them, no doubt. But he looks at this one line in the book of Psalms, and he says, you see this line here that says, you are of the priesthood of Melchizedek forever? That's Christ. What? That's the Messiah. No, the Messiah has to be a priest, a real priest, not of the priesthood of some obscure order that existed in Canaan back in the day of Abraham. But if we are to be sons of Abraham, we are to follow the priesthood that Abraham was a member of, the priesthood that Abraham honored and followed. And that is not the Levitical priesthood. That is the priesthood of Melchizedek. And St. Paul did not just focus on one line in the book of Psalms, but he also focused on one word in that one line. And that is the word forever. You are of the priesthood of Melchizedek forever. Forever is forever. And so St. Paul says that the Levitical priesthood is finite. It ended. It ended with Christ, with the advent of Christ. And the old priesthood of Abraham, the priesthood that Abraham was a member of, the order of Melchizedek, the priesthood of Melchizedek, is here. And Paul says that the Levitical priesthood died, but the priesthood of Melchizedek is one that lasts forever, because it says, you are of the priesthood of Melchizedek forever. And therefore, it is an eternal priesthood. It is one that lasts forever. And that is the priesthood of Christ. We don't follow Levi. We follow Melchizedek. And by being followers of Melchizedek, we are sons of Abraham. And Paul says, no, and Paul focuses also on another nuance that I'm sure people didn't really see in his day. And that is when he says, notice that it speaks of the seed of Abraham and not seeds. Paul was focusing on the singularity of the word seed as opposed to a plurality of seeds. And he says, notice, it doesn't say seeds. It's not plural. It's singular, seed. That seed is Christ. And therefore, all who are sons of Abraham are those who are of his seed. And that is Christ, all those who follow the seed of Abraham. And that is Jesus Christ. And therefore, if we are of the seed of Abraham, we are followers of the very priesthood that Abraham followed, and that is the priesthood of Melchizedek, which lasts forever. Unlike the Levitical priesthood, which is finite and which has come to an end. And so that word forever, that one line in the book of Psalms that says, you are of the priesthood of Melchizedek, these are the nuances that people overlook. People overlooked this nuance in the time of Paul, and people are still overlooking these lines. And they're not focusing on them. But really, if you read Paul's letter to the Hebrews, much of what he says is astounded. Much of what he says is based on one line, one nuance. Why? Because St. Paul was not like these people who have a schizophrenic view of the Bible, looking at the entirety of one chapter and saying, well, it just seems so obvious that it's saying this. But rather, Paul was a man who looked at the whole chapter, but he looked at the details to see the nuances in order to fully comprehend the totality of what he was reading, and in order to fully understand the true, deeper spiritual significance of what he was reading. And so that's how I see the Bible. Based on my reading of Hebrews and Romans, based on my reading of various church fathers, I came to the realization that this is how we should read the Bible. Everyone wants to have this schizo view, and I used to have that schizo view for years, especially when I was in high school. And after I got out of high school, I had that view of looking at the Bible. For years, I had that view of looking at the Bible, of just looking at something and saying, well, it says this, dang it, that's it. And it's like, well, hold on a second, you're ignoring this one line. And I knew this one guy, and I've talked about him before. He was a former Navy SEAL, and he ended up becoming basically a Judaizing heretic. And he ended up telling me that St. Paul was a false prophet and all this stuff. And I remember one time having a conversation with him because I sort of saw his journey. Journey is not a good word, because journey sort of denotes and bespeaks something good and wholesome and deeply spiritual. But I saw his spiraling downwards from being your sort of typical evangelical to becoming a fanatical heretic. And I saw it in my phone conversations with him. You know, one day he's telling me, I remember talking to him in person. We were in Virginia, and I remember talking to him in person, and he told me, his name was David, and he told me, he said, oh, well, I don't deny Paul. And I asked him, I told him, I said, I noticed a lot of these Messianics like to deny Paul. And he said, well, I'm not one of them. And then a year or so later, he calls me up. Oh, I think Paul's a false prophet. Oh, I think polygamy is great. And I remember before that conversation where he told me that he believed that Paul was a false prophet, he told me, Ted, we're going to rebuild the third temple. And he said, look at what Ezekiel says. Look at what the prophet Ezekiel says. He says, measure the temple, measure the temple. That's the rebuilding of the temple. But then years later, which was, I want to say last year, my father told me, he said, Ted, look at this one line on Ezekiel. Justice is my metric. See, we look at the whole chapter. We look at the general chunk of a chapter, and we think we got it figured out because it seems obvious that the chapter is saying what we think it's saying. We look at a chapter, or we look at a verse that appears to obviously say something. But then there's this one line that we ignore. Justice is my metric. That's a great example. It's not a real temple. Justice is my metric. It's not a real edifice. It's a spiritual temple. So then you go back to the Old Testament, Zechariah. Oh, Jerusalem will be surrounded. Jerusalem. Wait, what does it mean by Jerusalem? What does it mean by Jerusalem? And then you go to Numbers, and you look at the prophet Balaam. He's a wizard from Mesopotamia. And he is told by a king to curse the Hebrews, to curse the Israelites. And the wizard Balaam says a prophecy. He declares a prophecy. And he says, Eber shall be destroyed, and Israel shall prevail. Wait, hold on a second. There seems to be a contradiction here. Well, a lot of people like to look at that verse, and they love to fixate on the second part that says Israel will prevail, right? Israel will prevail. Oh, Israel will prevail. That means Netanyahu's going to win. That means Israel's going to defeat Iran. That means Israel will never be defeated, right? Because it says Israel will prevail. And we have a modern day state called Israel, so the verse must be talking about the same thing. But then you look at the other line in the same chapter, in the same prophecy. Eber will be destroyed. Well, who's Eber? Eber was the patriarch for the Hebrews and the Arabs. The Arabs and the Hebrews both come from the line of Eber, and Eber was one of the descendants of Shem, and Shem was the patriarch of the entire Semitic race. And so the prophecy is saying, Eber shall be destroyed, and Israel will prevail. Well, hold on a second. How can Eber, which is the Hebrews and the Arabs be destroyed, but Israel prevail. Because Israel, if we look at Israel as the land of the Hebrews, Israel is Eber. Physically speaking, Israel is Eber, but it's not talking about physical Israel. See, that's the nuances that I'm talking about. It's not talking about physical Israel. Spiritual Israel. Spiritual Israel will prevail. Eber, which is physical Jerusalem, physical Israel, Tel Aviv, all that. That is Eber. That is what the prophecy is speaking of when it comes to perdition. So we look at that line, and I remember debating this pro-Israel fanatic a number of weeks ago. It's on my channel if you want to see. It's pretty funny. And in the beginning of our discussion, he was telling me about how, well, prophecy says that Israel will prevail and Israel will be victorious and all this stuff. And I said, but what do you do with the book of Numbers where it says that Eber will be destroyed? And he says, you are believing in the prophecy of a pagan wizard. And I said to him, but hold on, but the prophecy also says Israel will prevail. He says, well, I agree with that part. I said, oh, so you're cherry picking. So you don't like it when it says Eber will be destroyed, but you love it when it says Israel will prevail. Well, you can't have both and believe that Israel is the same as Eber. They're not. They're not the same thing. When it says Eber, it's talking about the physical descendants. When it speaks of Israel, it's talking about spiritual Israel in this context. So it's just these little nuances that people meet. It's these little nuances that people ignore that leads people, and because they ignore those nuances, they end up spiraling downhill into Zionism, into Unitarianism, into Judaizing, into just some crazy stuff. Maybe even Islam. And it gets people. Judaizing is, people don't understand, Judaizing, Messianic heresy, whatever you want to call it, is the foundation of all heresy. It is the gateway to all heresies. The first heresy that the church dealt with was not Arianism. It wasn't Manichaeanism or anything like that. The first heresy was Judaizing. That was the very first heresy. The church had to deal with a bunch of people, especially in Galatia and Anatolia, saying things like, well, we have to follow the rules. We have to follow kosher. We have to follow circumcision. We have to, circumcision is obligatory, etc., etc. And the New Testament calls these people the party of circumcision. This was the first heretical group that the church dealt with. And the church dealt with it through the Council of Jerusalem. That was the first heresy. The very first heresy was Judaizing. And if you look at all of the major heresies, be it Islam, be it Mormonism, be it Arianism, be it whatever, if you look at all the Jehovah's Witnesses, if you look at all of these heresies, one thing that you will notice is that they all have some sort of link to Judaizing. So Muslims will come along and say, no pork, no, you can't have pork. And Muslims love to quote the verse in the New Testament where it says, well, he came to the Jew first. Well, Jesus was a prophet for the Jews. Therefore, we don't have to follow him, etc., etc. And they will try to emphasize certain things in the Old Testament, and they will sabotage those things in order to try to undermine Christianity. Then you go to Mormonism, and the Mormons got hung up on polygamy. I mean, they got obsessed with it, and they kept quoting the Old Testament. The Jehovah's Witnesses, they got really into this whole thing about worshiping Michael the Archangel. And they keep quoting verses from the Old Testament about the angel of the Lord, and well, that's actually Michael, so Michael's actually Jesus, and they deny the Trinity also. And then you go into, what's the name of that group called? Seventh-day Adventists, right? They're into the whole thing about the Sabbath. That's their whole thing, is the Sabbath. So when you look at if you look at the biggest heresies, they are linked in some way or another to some kind of Judaizing. Judaizing is the gateway to all heresy. So you get really into like kosher stuff, and you get really into like Sabbath laws and rules and feasts and all this stuff, and you will find yourself eventually in a dilemma where you're going to look at St. Paul, and St. Paul's talking about, hey, don't let anyone judge you about a feast day. And St. Paul will talk about how we don't follow Levi, we follow Melchizedek. And you're going to see that as a problem. And you're going to have two options. Either you're going to try to rationalize your heresy by saying, well, Paul actually agrees with me, and you're going to try to force the writings of Paul to agree with you through really the manipulation of Scripture. Or you're just going to flat out say that Paul's your enemy. And a lot of people go down this road, and they end up converting to rabbinic Judaism. They get into the Talmud. Maybe some of them will get into Islam, but they just fall down. They spiral into the realm of Antichrist. And that's what happens. A lot of and all this goes back to what I call a schizophrenic view of the Bible, where they read a chapter and they say, oh my God, I read this chapter and it says that the Sabbath must be followed. God does not change. Doesn't matter if Jesus came and fulfilled the Sabbath. God does not change, and we have to go back to the Sabbath. And that is a gateway. Pretty soon you start following kosher. Pretty soon you're doing a Jewish feast. Pretty soon you want to kill goats in your backyard. Pretty soon you want to build a temple in your backyard. I have seen this sort of thing before. I knew a lady in Virginia who built her own tabernacle in her backyard because that's what God told us to do. And amazingly, Jesus is talking to Moses and Elijah in the Transfiguration. And Peter says, Lord, should we build a tabernacle? And Jesus says, shut up, Peter. No, we're not doing this. It's just amazing how people read the New Testament and they just ignore it. They just completely ignore it. They want to go to some weird heresy that they think is really cool and that they heard in some YouTube video somewhere. Some dude in Africa on YouTube told them about how, or some dude in Nicaragua somewhere told them that they need to follow kosher, and here's the verse. And if you look at it superficially, it makes a lot of sense, right? I understand how people get convinced of these sorts of things because they talk to some bamboozler, and this bamboozler says, hey, it says right here to follow the Sabbath. In the book of et cetera, in the Old Testament, Sabbath, guys. And so it's like, yeah, it makes perfect sense, right? There's a Sabbath. And then what happens? They get convinced and they fall right into it. And that's what happens when you ignore the tree for the forest. That's what happens when you want to just say there's a forest here, as opposed to actually taking the time to observe the trees individually, to take the time to look at the individual designs on individual leaves, to take the time to observe individual birds in the forest, to take the time to actually look at the details of the forest, as opposed to just saying there is a forest. And that's what people do with the Bible all the time. And it leads them astray. It leads them into heresy 100%. It leads them into heresy. And they start following people like Jonathan Cahn. I call him John the Cahn. They start following people like Pastor Jack Hibbs or Hicks or whatever the hell his name is. They start following people like Mark Discroll, who says we have to support the state of Israel. They start following all sorts of charlatans, all sorts of bullshit artists. So, they start reading the Red Moons or some bullshit like that. John Hagee, Red Moon, Blood Moon, some horse shit. It's all horse shit. And it all comes from this schizo view of looking at the Bible. You have to look at individual leaves. Yes, understand there is a forest, but look at individual leaves. There's a plan. The Bible isn't just some book that you have to look at and say, well, it says this. No, you have to look at everything in totality of the whole. And you have to look at everything you have to look at everything in light of details that seem obscure. Like that one line in the book of Psalms, you are of the priesthood of Melchizedek forever. Well, when you look at that one verse, it doesn't blatantly say, well, this is the priesthood of the Messiah, etc. You really have to think about it. Like Paul had to have had to think about these things in order to deduce what he wrote in the Hebrew, in his letter to the Hebrews. That requires thinking, that requires concentration, that requires focus, that requires a real in-depth inquiry into what the Bible is saying. And that's not easy. And so when you read the letter to the Hebrews, you can see how Paul had this understanding of the nuances of the Bible. That's what I mean by nuances. So it's like that one line from the book of Luke, or from the Gospel of Luke, Luke chapter 9, where it talks about Jesus having this conversation with Elijah and Moses. And there's this one line in the Gospel of Luke where it says, and Jesus spoke with Elijah and Moses about his departure from Jerusalem. Well, it's just one line, right? Or his departure at Jerusalem. But what does that mean, his departure at Jerusalem? It's talking about his death, right? So Jesus was speaking about his future martyrdom at Jerusalem. His departure at Jerusalem. And what word does Luke use for departure? Well, it's actually Exodus. If you look at the Greek manuscripts, Luke doesn't use the word. Luke doesn't say departure. He's talking about Exodus. He uses the Greek word exodos. Exodus from where? Exodus from this earth. His exodus at Jerusalem. Well, when we speak about Exodus, we're usually talking about the Israelites' exodus from Egypt. Israel had an exodus from Egypt. They departed out of Egypt, which meant that they were supposed to turn away from the things and the ways of Egypt. The idolatry, the paganism, the savagery, all that stuff. Pharaoh worship, all that evil stuff, that whole evil ideology of Egypt. Israel had to turn away from it. Because they were worshiping the idols of Egypt. They were worshiping the idols of Canaan. They were heathens. I don't know about Canaan, but they were definitely pagans while they were slaves over there in Egypt. And so Moses is saying, okay, time to have a complete departure, an exodus from Egypt. That means not just physically leaving Egypt, but spiritually leaving Egypt as well. So what happens during the Exodus, though? Some of the Israelites, some of the Hebrews decide that they spiritually want to return back to Egypt. So what do? They build a golden calf. Now, I wrote an essay about this some years ago. It's a really fascinating essay, but it's about what the golden calf represented. And I spent a lot of time researching what the golden calf represented in the context of Egyptian religion, because we have to look at the historical context as well in these stories and understand what was happening and what the significance of certain things were. And so when you look at what the golden calf was, the Hebrews didn't just make this idea up. This was something that they had learned when they were slaves in Egypt. The golden calf, if you look at Egyptian religion, represented the pharaoh. Pharaohs were called bulls. They were addressed as golden calves. The bull was a sign of power in African mythology, not just Egyptian, but even if you look at Kushite mythology, the bull was a symbol of power. I think even if you look at Zulu culture, the bull is a symbol of power. I think various African chieftains were addressed as bulls. So the pharaoh, being an African chieftain on a major scale, was addressed as a bull, or even as a golden calf, or as a golden bull. And the mother of the pharaoh would be addressed as the golden cow. She would be addressed as a cow. And there was a god in Egypt called Apis, which was a bull god. And so the pharaoh was addressed as Apis, or as being associated with Apis. So when the Hebrews made this golden calf, they were literally saying, we want to go back to Pharaoh. We want to spiritually go back to Egypt. And there's various parts of the Bible that actually say this. I think St. Stephen in the book of Acts, in his speech before being stoned to death, says that when the Hebrews had made a golden calf, they had spiritually returned back to Egypt. Their hearts went back to Egypt. And so they were completely going contrary to what the Exodus was about, which was a complete turnaround from the ways of Egypt. Not just physical Egypt, but spiritual Egypt as well. And so they were really, really going contrary to what God wanted, which was a complete turnaround, a complete departure from Egypt. So then you fast forward to the New Testament, And St. John is telling us, hey, Jerusalem? That's Egypt. What? Yeah, Egypt. That's spiritual Egypt. And then you go back to Luke, and it says, and Jesus was talking with Moses and Elijah about his departure at Jerusalem. Well, what does St. John call Jerusalem? Egypt. And what was Jesus and Moses and Elijah talking about? Jesus's exodus from Jerusalem. And what is Jerusalem called? Egypt. Which means that Christ made a departure from Jerusalem, just as the Hebrews had made a departure or an exodus from Egypt. Jesus was making a full exodus away from spiritual Egypt. Well, how do you know that? Because St. John literally calls Jerusalem Egypt. So what does the devil want? The devil wants us to return back to Israel, just as the devil wanted the Hebrews to return back to Egypt spiritually. The devil wants us to go back to Israel. Go back to Jerusalem, physical Jerusalem. Go back to earthly Israel. Go back to fleshy Jerusalem. Go back to the ways of Levi. And Paul is saying, no, we're not with Levi. We're not of the priesthood of Levi. The priesthood of Levi was designed to end. And even if you read the book of Genesis, it says when Jacob was on his deathbed, he looks at his son Levi and he says, Levi, your descendants will be scattered amongst Israel. And Jesus comes to earth and he brings up the parable of the vineyard, and he says there's a vineyard and there's a guy who owns the vineyard, and he sends his servant to go to the vineyard, and the tenants at the vineyard beat him up. And so the Lord of the vineyard sends another servant, and the wicked tenants in the vineyard beat that servant up. So the landlord says, the Lord of the vineyard, the owner of the vineyard, he says, okay, this time I'm going to send my son. Surely they will not attack my son. And then what happens? They not only attack his son, they murder his son. And what does Jesus say? He says that the ownership of the vineyard will be given over to other people. And if you read the Gospel of Luke, it says that the priests, the chief priests heard Jesus saying this parable, and they wanted to kill him. Why? Because they knew that he was talking about the priesthood. They knew that Jesus was referring to the Levitical priesthood. Jesus was declaring, Levites, your time is nigh. Your end is nigh. Your end is very near. So the devil wants us to go back. The devil wants us to say, no, Jesus was wrong. The vineyard should be given over to the Levites, not to the priesthood of Melchizedek. So this is the cosmic satanic war that is being launched against us. And it's been being launched against us all the way going back to the time of the crucifixion. And so the devil wants us to go back to physical Jerusalem. The devil wants us to go back to spiritual Egypt. And he wants us to depart from that spiritual Jerusalem that St. Paul speaks about in his letter to the Hebrews. In his letter to the Hebrews, he says, we are of the Jerusalem that is up on high. And we are surrounded by the souls of the saints. And he mentions who these saints are: Moses and Elijah and all these holy people who lived in ancient Israel. He says, we are surrounded by the souls of these people. We are in the midst of spiritual Jerusalem. Not earthly Jerusalem, but the devil wants us to go back to earthly Jerusalem. And it's very easy to convince people to do this. All you have to do is tell people, well, here's this verse, and it says this, and it seems very obvious. And ignore the nuances. Just look at a forest and say, here lies a forest. But never look at the individual unique designs on the leaves, on the barks. Never look at the unique birds and various creatures that live in the forest. Never look at the nuances of the forest. Only look at the generality of the forest and say, here lies a forest. And you will never see the true significance of what it actually says. Anyway. I'll read your guys' comments, and I know that I just got into Judaizing, and I know that I just got into the Old Testament, which means I'm going to have to be banning people, because I know that anytime you bring up this subject, the Judaizers flood the chat, because I know that YouTube is riddled with Judaizers. It's chock full of Judaizers. I don't know why that is, but it just is. And you have a lot of people who got influenced and hoodwinked by some charlatans, probably from South America, Guatemala, somewhere. And they heard some Guatemalan or some Nicaraguan or El Salvadoran guy tell them that they have to follow kosher because it says it says somewhere that you have to follow kosher in the Old Testament, so we have to follow it. And you guys have a mentally ill, schizophrenic view of the Bible because more than likely you are mentally ill. And that's why you follow mentally ill heresies. So I'm going to have to be banning people. I know that for certain. That's just I'm going to try to read your comments here. Hold on. Yes, I hate to say this, but yes, do drop a like on the stream because it does help the stream and it does get the algorithm to push the stream to more people. That is a good thing, but it also can be a very bad thing because when we get more people listening to the stream, we also attract very nasty and bad faith actors. So let's read your comments here. Hold up. Let's see here. Let's see here. May God bless your dad. Back in the day, he really influenced my spiritual life. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Fred Chajina. Let's see. Mr. Shubat is great. I bought his book about Islamic prophecy. He said to apply prophecy from the perspective of the Holy Land and not Europe. Interesting. Yeah, my dad has changed a lot of his views, though. Not a lot, but he has corrected himself on various things that he used to believe in the past. That's why my dad is updating himself, and he is articulating those updates to people. And Montenegro is banning Turkish citizens. Oh, damn. So Montenegro is going to be on Turkey's crosshairs. I've heard that the worst things done was closing the asylums and not providing an alternative. Let's see, these people are dumb because it opens people up to more music. Yeah, I agree. I was wondering what you were talking about, but I figured it out. You're talking about copyright rules. Yes, I agree. What was the documentary that you guys mentioned in Sam's stream that the, let's see. I'll have to ask my dad what the name of the documentary is. During a break, I'll walk over to my dad and ask him, but I doubt he remembers. Watch the movie Until Dawn. You mean Until Dawn? The music industry is the worst when it comes to copyright. I completely agree. What would you tell me if I tell you that? Okay, we have someone to. Let's see. I found it easy to follow your dad when the Bible verses he was referring to was displayed on the screen. All right, that's good. I appreciate that. Maybe we can do that next time. We'll have to use StreamYard or some kind of platform. Stick to classic music. They tend not to copyright. Yes, true. Yeah, classic or video game OSTs really don't have copyright issues. Let me see here. RT had a good article on Russian horror stories. Oh yeah, I saw the headline for that, but I didn't read it. I wonder if you could play the AI versions of various music. I have no idea. I doubt it though. It's good to hear that you're still progressing. I'm currently in Poland and I'm preparing for tomorrow's All Saints Day. Interesting. Scary movie, too vulgar. Let's see here. I'm going to fully smoke some Byzantium too. Yeah, it's good stuff. Watch The Thing by John Carpenter. I heard that's a good movie. I've never seen it. It's one of the old school films. As I was cleaning out my old truck to be traded in, I found one of my cigars in the glove box, and it was one of my Ave Maria Argentums. I wanted to cry because it's one of my favorite. Man, that is sad. You know, it's always very melancholic when you see something that you haven't seen in years, and that something meant something. That something had an emotional impact on you in some way or another, and then you sort of forget about it, and then you find it years later. I always have those types of feelings when I hear a song that I haven't heard in so many years. Like, I'll be at the grocery store and all of a sudden I'll hear a song that I haven't heard in many years. And I'm like, I think to myself, oh man, I remember this song and it had an emotional impact on me. It had a psychological impact on me. And I haven't felt this feeling in so many years. And that feeling that you had when you first heard it comes back, but it comes back with something else. And that something else is nostalgia. And it just, it just brings about a very special feeling, a very unique feeling. I can't really fully describe it other than nostalgia mixed with a bittersweet feeling of comfort and remembering a song that meant something to you, and all of a sudden having this urge to want to listen to it again. Yeah, this is kind of sound kind of strange, but I remember many years ago hearing this song by Neo, and it was like, I just can't stop. I just do it. I haven't heard that song. I had not heard that song in so many years, and then I remember being in the grocery store last week and hearing that song. I'm thinking, I've heard this song before. Oh my goodness, it's been years. And I remember going home and looking up that song on YouTube and listening to it again. And I know lyrically the song's not great, but just to hear something that I haven't heard in so many years just brings about this bitter sweet feeling that's hard to put into words. I'm gonna play some more music. Hold on. Let's see here. A tabernacle in the garden. Yeah, I don't know what you were talking about. Let's see. Three gods that are one is not hearsay. Three gods that are one is not okay. We have. I mean, this is like it never ends, man. Let me try to find all the. Hold on. Let me try to find all the. Get your guys' comments here. Let's see. I think the reason why some horror movies are comfortable to watch is that it reaffirms our sense of moral order in the universe. I think there's something to be said about that. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about the psychological reason as to why people enjoy horror movies. And I think the best explanation that I've heard came from the director of the film Sinister. He said that horror movies comfort us because they let us know that our lives are not as bad as we think they are. We tend to catastrophize too much, especially nowadays with the internet. We tend to catastrophize little things that aren't really that big of a deal. And when we see a horror movie that scares us, after the horror film, we can sort of look at our lives and say, you know, our lives aren't really that bad. And this director just said that horror movies are just a way to remind us that our lives are not as bad as we think they may be. So yeah, there's an old Roman saying, we suffer more in our brains than we do in reality, and that's a term that I try to remember because I tend to catastrophize too much. Let's see here. The movie The Name of the Rose is the most horror I will do, and the movie is 2% horror. The Name of the Rose. I'll have to look that up. I agree with your dad on a lot of conclusions. He comes to interpretation aside from the North representing Russia. The North has application to heaven on many verses he quoted. So, Christian Michael, I just want to point out your comment here as a great example of how to disagree. Because you have people who come on here and they want to disagree with me or they want to disagree with my dad, and the way they come across is just so nasty. Like, you're whatever, you know, you're this moron or whatever, and you don't know this, and don't you know that, and blah blah blah. Instead of just disagreeing, like, people think, oh, Ted doesn't like it when people disagree with him. No, I don't mind people disagreeing with me. I just don't want people to disagree with me in a psychopathic way in my chat. This is a great example of disagreement. This is a great example of just disagreeing without all the cheap shots. But I'll run your question over to my dad, and I'll ask him what he thinks. And then we'll do another stream eventually in the future, and we can address this. Theo, have you seen the horror movie The Fourth Kind with Mila Jovovich? I have not. The Fourth Kind. I'll have to look that up. I don't know if this is related, but I watched a documentary on the Discovery Channel talking about secret societies where some members of this one group performed a ceremony. You'll have to tell me which documentary and which secret society that was. I don't know. Is this ESO? This is Elder Scrolls, yeah. Alien Abduction is a really good alien horror movie. Or Lord of the Rings. I've seen the Lord of the Rings films. They're pretty good, actually, but I really love the Lord of the Rings soundtracks. I think they're some of the best. I think the Lord of the Rings soundtracks are some of the best soundtrack music ever made, especially the stuff from The Shire. But yeah, the Lord of the Rings films aren't bad. I'll just put it that way. Hey Ted, can you make a video pointing some of the errors in previous works? Can you point a video pointing out some of the errors? I've pointed out numerous of my errors, especially when it comes to Catholicism and the Crusades. So I mean, I've pointed out my errors numerous times, and I will continue to do so. in my streams and videos. Also, my pro-Israel stance. I've corrected myself on that many times. Let's see here. Few people are qualified. It's not just a matter of qualification. I think people are just... I think people have a certain worldview, and they want that worldview to be true. And so they look at the Bible and they say, you see, it says it right here. It justifies my worldview. Judaizers, despite Gentiles not being commanded to keep kosher. Yep. See, every now and again, I understand the Bible in this way, not very often, though. Yeah, it's very difficult. I don't understand it this way often either. It's very rare, but it's just, it happens when you look at the verses that seem to be obscure. Let's see. Protestants are not good at abstract thinking. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. They're not. We do not need a third temple, 100%. The Jewish state together with the temple was abolished, the West reestablished, an ancient cursed state. What's next? Yep, absolutely. Let's see here. Language is tricky when it comes to interpreting the Bible, etc. Afternoon, blessed ones. Ted, I felt so bad for you yesterday when the chat kept trolling. It makes it so challenging for people with real questions. Yep, I know. Let's see, you're translating but I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Translating the different books of the Bible from Hebrew, etc. Let's see here. Nomals, I believe you believe, blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. Have you ever read Divine Poetry by Dominic Cagesso? Explains the Old Testament in prefiguration of historical church events. I have not, but that sounds extremely fascinating. I'm going to have to look into that one. Divine Poetry by Dominic Cagesso. That sounds very fascinating. Right now, I'm reading this book over here. I don't know if you guys can see. It's called Provoked. It's a really good book on the history of the Russian-NATO war that's currently taking place in Ukraine. Let's see here. Afternoon, blessed ones. Let's see. I would appreciate that. Yes, there are some who think that the Bible, with its multiple texts and genres, was written as a modern Enlightenment era and beyond science textbook for English speakers. Let's see here. Much love from East Oakland. Appreciate that, sir. I was born in Oakland, just letting you know. I wonder if Melchizedek was Christ. No, I don't think he was. I think he was a priest. And Christ is a member of that priesthood. Literally just finished reading the Bible and remember this. The Reformation told everyone to take their Bible and interpret it. Yep, that's right. People still want to live in a Levitical priesthood, living under religious legalism. Yep. Melchizedek had no known heritage. Well, we really don't know what his exact lineage was. We don't know who his parents were. But Josephus tells us that he was a Canaanite chief, and he was the king of Jerusalem, which at that time was a Canaanite city. Let's see here. Jerusalem. That's what the Jews thought during the Roman-Jewish War, that they will prevail. Today is, yup, same damn thing. That's correct. Same damn thing. And that's why they fell for so many false messiahs. It's amazing that the great majority, the overwhelming majority of Judeans rejected Christ. And if you talk to Jewish apologists today, they will say, well, the reason why they rejected him is because, Jesus didn't really fit the criteria. Oh, but Bar Kokhba did. So why did you get Bar Kokhba wrong? If your scribes, if your intellectuals at that time were so proficient in understanding the scriptures. Apparently they weren't. Apparently they were full of shit. Apparently, they missed the train. Yeah, it's bullshit. Let's see here. Those Haredi Jews are like Jedi. They are great. They are great, and they will survive. We are all spiritual Semites. Pope Pius XII. There you go. Pope Pius XII is great. I mean, I'm very critical of the Vatican, but Pius XII I think he was a great guy. If Israel is gone from the map, it will mean the end of evangelicals. Yup, 100%. It's taking you back to legalism. Yup, must observe the Sabbath. Absolutely. The Jews rebelled versus Rome like 5 times in 600 years. It's another Zionistic doctrine. Leaven of the Pharisees, 100%. Let's see here. When the latter abandons the former over the former, wanting all-out war against Syria, Lebanon, and Iran. When I read the Old Testament, I kept thinking about this. Sounds like a lot like Islam. You can see how they both got on before Zionism. Well, Islam was very influenced by the Old Testament. Very much so influenced by the Old Testament scriptures. The Quran is clear plagiarism. You have to be blind not to see it. Yeah. Christianity is over. Islam is the last stand. Here we go, guys. I knew it. As soon as I brought up Judaizing, I knew I'm going to start getting these comments. The first persecutors of the Christians were not even Muslims. They were fanatic Jews. That's true. Well, Islam didn't exist in those days, but yeah, that's true. The saddest part is the Hebrew calendar doesn't even align with modern Roman Gregorian calendar. A Gregorian Saturday does not sync with every 7th day. I never really got into any of that stuff. That's my objection to the absolute comparison between the church and the temple. Loving the Skirim OST. Yeah, me too, man. It's awesome. I love this music. I can't be a Seventh-day Adventist. I like meat. John Hagee has got a holy bone in his... yeah, John Hagee is a heretic. The scriptures are to be seen through the hands of the Holy Spirit. Ted Cruz looked deflated at the Jewish Republic conference yesterday, again blaming Gen Z for wrong Christian theology on dispensation. Ted Cruz is on his way out in politics. He is literally on his way out. He is being supported by only one demographic for the most part, and that is the boomer voting demographic, and that's it. His whole political career is resting on one hair, and he's got already 1 foot out the door, and it's not like he voluntarily put that foot out the door. He's got 1 foot that's been pushed out of the door. It's not going to take very long for him to be pushed into political obscurity. I think in the next 10, 20 years, maybe even less, the overwhelming majority of Americans are going to be anti-Israel. And we are already seeing the beginning of the end of Israel. We are already seeing it. 53% of Americans, as of March of this year, the number has probably increased, but 53% as of March of this year of Americans are critical of Israel and do not support Israel. So the critics of Israel are already the majority in the United States. And it's only going to grow. And so eventually that is going to be reflected in the political sphere, in the political landscape, and it's going to be reflected in how politicians dialogue and talk about Israel, and eventually the whole thing's just going to go down. You'll see. The whole Israeli project, the whole Zionist project of Israel is a failure. It is a ginormous failure of moral significance. It is a huge moral failure. It is a massive, massive nightmare. And it's a massive mess up, to say the least. Because they thought, well, we'll create this Jewish state and everything will be great. And then you look at all the different factors. The Arab population that was living there, that's still living there. Then you have the Haradim Jews who hate the secular Jews. You have the Orthodox Jews who hate the Reform Jews. You have the religious Zionist Jews who hate the Reform Jews, and they also hate some of the Orthodox Jews because a lot of the Orthodox Jews don't want to be in the military. The Haradim are hated because the Haradim refuse to be in the army. And just, a couple days ago, some days ago, hundreds of thousands of Haradim gathered together in a massive demonstration against the government because they don't want to be drafted into the military. And for that reason, they receive the animosity, the hatred, the enmity of the general Israeli public. And so if you just look at the whole situation, I mean, you have you have this Israeli government that is bent on war. They want war with their neighbors all the time, war with Iran. They're trying to drag America down with it. And people hate Israel for that reason. The main reason why people hate Israel is because the main reason why people in America, that is, are hating on Israel is because they see that Israel is trying to pull America into a war with Iran that could lead to a direct war with Russia. And people don't want to go to war. And so they see these psychopath people in Israel wanting to pull the world into destruction. And a lot of these people that want to pull us into perdition are people who want a third temple, and they're mentally ill evangelicals, and people are just sick of it. People have had enough. They have absolutely have had enough. And so the whole thing is dying, and the whole thing is a failure. The entire thing is a failure. And right now you have American diplomats, American officials in the Trump administration, that is, in the American government, that are saying that, well, we want Turkish troops to be in Gaza. We want Turkish troops to be in this Gaza plan. We want the Turkish military to be involved in the rebuilding of Gaza. And you have people in the American government that want the Turkish military to be right on the southern border of Israel. Turkey is the biggest existential threat to Israel. It's not Iran, it's Turkey. And I've said this many times, but Turkey is the second biggest military in NATO. It has a very capable air force. It has a very capable and a very large military. It has a very vibrant and a very large youth population. It has a much bigger army than Israel has. It has a much bigger navy than Israel has. Turkey can defeat Israel in a war, in a conventional war. I'm not talking about a war where they just exchange missiles. I mean a real serious war like with Russia versus Ukraine. Israel can be defeated. And so you have people in the U.S. government saying, yeah, let's just put Turkey in Gaza. And Israel's saying, you want to put our biggest existential threat right on our southern border? What are you talking about? This could be the end of Israel. And you have Americans that are saying, yeah, we want Turkey to be on Israel's south. So it's almost like you have people in the U.S. government that want to just throw Israel under the bus and push Israel to its own demise. And you look at this whole situation, and you can't help but think, wow, this whole thing is a failure. This whole thing is a failure. Israel got bombed this year by Iran, tried to pull America into a war. It failed to do so. America did not get dragged into a war with Iran. It did drop some bombs on Iran. No civilians died, thank goodness. It was a very figurative bombing. And so Israel failed in that regard. Iran's nuclear project has not been destroyed, contrary to what Donald Trump keeps saying. So Israel failed to bring America into a war. Israel failed and lost in its war with Iran. Israel has failed so far in its project with Gaza, although that might change. Hamas is still there. And now you have the United States saying, yeah, Israel, let's put your biggest threat in Gaza. That's a great idea. And Israel's saying, are you guys trying to destroy us? What's going on here? Because the whole Israeli project, the whole Zionist project, is a complete failure. And the intelligent people in Israel know this. The fanatic people who want a third temple, and they want to bring back the Levitical priesthood, and they want to kill all the Arabs, they don't see this because they're blinded by fanaticism and they're blinded by their own schizophrenic view of looking at the Bible. But the people with intelligence see this whole thing's going down. Listen, the people of Zion were in Europe for at least 1,000 years. They were in Europe for at least 1,000 years. And that didn't work out for them. It didn't. It didn't work out in Russia. It didn't work out in Poland. It didn't work out in Ukraine. It didn't work out in Hungary, in Romania. It didn't work out anywhere in Europe. It didn't work out in England. Go read about what Longshanks did. It didn't work out in France. It didn't work out in Spain. Go read about the Inquisition. It failed in Europe. So what makes us think that it could succeed in the Middle East? It's not succeeding in the Middle East, and it will not succeed in the Middle East. It's going to be a failure. It's already a failure, but it's going to be even more of a failure in the future. And why is that? It's because... Why is it going to fail in the Middle East? It's because of the sheer unquenchable thirst for empire that lies within the soul of modern-day earthly Zion. They want greater Israel. They want to control a chunk of Syria and a chunk of Egypt, and they want to control Lebanon and Jordan, and they can't help themselves. And so they want to take over the whole West Bank. They want to annex the West Bank. And Trump says, don't do it, Israel. And Trump warned Israel, saying, Israel, if you annex the West Bank, I'm going to have to cut off ties with Israel. The United States will have to end its relationship with Israel if you take over the West Bank, if you annex the West Bank. But that is not going to stop. Trump's words are not going to stop Israel. Israel will continue on doing what it wants to do. And Israel will eventually try to take over the whole West Bank. And they are going to try to completely purge the Arabs out of the Holy Land. So-called Holy Land. It's really the unholy land. But they're going to try to purge out all the Arabs. And that is going to lead to its demise, because Turkey, Iran, they're going to see all this happening, and they're going to say, okay, well, the whole Muslim world is counting on us. The whole Muslim world is expecting us to do something about this. We have to do something about this. And a bloodbath is going to ensue, and the whole Zionist project will completely be reduced to utter tatters. It will be reduced to devastation. And that's it. That's it. That is it. Let's see here. Carnal interpretation. That's good. That's a good way to put it, Mr. Apuro. The church then and the Orthodox now will use the Julian calendar. Okay. Ted Cruz looked. I already read that. Let's see here. What do you think about Fatima? I just never really got into Fatima. I mean, I did sort of get into it in my early days of Catholicism, and I did believe in it. I think that the whole... I've talked about this before. If you look at my YouTube channel, look up the word Fatima, you'll see my video on this. I really don't believe in the Fatima vision, because it says that the errors of Russia will take over the world or something like that. The errors of Russia will spread. Well, what does it mean by the errors of Russia? It's talking about Marxism. And the problem with this way of thinking is that Marxism didn't come from Russia. It didn't. Marxism came from Germany. Karl Marx was a German Jew. The German government during World War I put Vladimir Lenin in a train, and they shipped him off to Russia, and they gave him tons of money to fund a revolution against the Russian government at the time. And Lenin took over Russia with the financial backing of the Germans. And Marxism took over Russia. Bolshevism took over Russia as a proxy of the German government. So you could say, well, Marxism is an error of Germany. Yeah, you'd be correct, because it came from Germany. But Marxism did not come from Russia. So that's why I question the Fatima vision. I think it's a way to get us to hate Russia, and it's a way to get us to support NATO policies against Russia. And it's a way to get us to really support Nazism, because you have these trad Catholics who love Adolf Hitler, and they'll say, well, you know, the Fatima prophecy says that we have to be wary of the errors of Russia, and Hitler was trying to fight the errors of Russia, so Hitler was a great guy, and I follow the Fatima prophecy. And so people start getting into this nonsense. You see, they start getting into Hitler fanboyism. They start liking Hitler, and a lot of this stems from the sort of trad way of thinking, where it's all about, you know, fighting the errors of Russia. And so I think that the Fatimists, a lot of them fall into this trap of Hitlerism. I've seen it myself personally. I've seen it online. They fall into the trap of Hitlerism. They spiral downwards into Hitlerism because they think, well, we have to go against the errors of Russia. Hitler fought against the errors of Russia. Therefore, Hitler was a great guy. We have to support Germany today because Germany wants to make its military more powerful, and they want to counter Russia, and so we have to go against Russia. And the Fatima prophecy is a very convenient tool that could be used by NATO and Cold War or Cold Warriors to get the Catholics to support NATO's policy against the Russians in the name of fighting the errors of Russia. So those are my thoughts on it. I think Fatima has I think Fatima has more geopolitical significance than it does spiritual significance. But I guess you could conjoin the two together. Let's see here. Theo is so great, man. Appreciate that, Mr. Crutchme. Sabbaths are not okay, here we go with the calculation stuff. What do you think about... Okay, I already answered that question. Let's see here. That debate with the Eastern Orthodox and Michael Brown, the EO said the Jews killed their religion when they killed Jesus. That's a very good way to put it. And that was an epic debate. I really loved that debate, and I think Mr. Finocchio did a great job in going against Michael Brown. I noticed that a lot of the Brown fanboys, I guess you could call them the Brown nosers, went onto the comment section to say that, oh, Mr. Finocchio lost. He lost his cool. He totally lost his cool, man. Michael Brown owned it. He owned it. He stayed calm, cool, and collective. He won. You know, a lot of these sycophants and douchebags, they have this way of thinking that says, well, the one who remains calm the whole debate is the one that wins. And I think that's a very cheap way to look at debate, and I think that's a way to cope sometimes. Now, yes, there are many cases where the person who loses their cool, so to speak, loses their cool because they are losing the debate. That is very true. I think that if you raise your voice and become passionate while you're winning a debate, I think that's great. And I think that if someone is winning the debate and they're passionate, they still win the debate. And they have just made the debate so much more rich because of their passion. Then you have people who come along and they say, well, that person lost the debate because he lost his cool. He didn't lose the debate because he lost his cool. He was expressing his passion and interest in the subject matter, and he was winning the debate. People like to conflate intensity and passion with losing, and that's just a big coping mechanism. Now, you do have cases where people are losing their cool while losing, and that's very obvious. You will know that that's the case just by looking at the debate, and there's no denying that sort of thing happens and still continues to happen in debates. But just because someone is passionate during a debate does not mean he has lost. And I think Mr. Finocchio is an example of that. He did get passionate in the debate, but he did not lose that debate at all. I think Michael Brown utterly lost that debate. And I think that the real devastating blow that Mr. Finocchio inflicted upon Michael Brown's position was when Mr. Finocchio said that Judaism is antichrist, and Michael Brown said, for you to call Judaism antichrist tells me that you know nothing of Judaism, which was really a self-report. It was really a self-exposition on the part of Michael Brown. Michael Brown really exposed himself by saying that, because Michael Brown is supposed to be a man who was trying to bring Israel to the true Messiah. And so he's been doing this for years, and I will say that he has done, to his credit, and this is something that I cannot take away from Mr. Brown, as much as I disagree with him, to his credit, Michael Brown has done an excellent job in demonstrating that Jesus Christ is the Messiah foretold in the Old Testament. And I think he has done a great job in his debates with rabbis and Jewish apologists. And I think that those debates are actually very helpful. And I've actually watched his debates to glean from his knowledge and from his comprehension of the scriptures when it comes to that issue. But and again, we have to give credit where credit is deserved, and we have to give criticism where criticism is deserved. When Mr. Finocchio stated that Judaism is antichrist, Mr. Brown, knowing what he knows and having the knowledge that he has, should not have disagreed with him. But he did disagree with him, and that was a self-report. That was Michael Brown exposing himself. Because he knows a lot about the Bible. He knows more about the scripture than the average person does, surely. And he surely knows about that verse from St. John, where St. John is saying, whoever denies that Jesus is the Christ is Antichrist. And Judaism definitely denies that Jesus is the Christ, which means that Judaism is Antichrist. So for Michael Brown to deny that fact, it tells me that is not a mistake on his part, given his knowledge on the subject. And it tells me that he is actually insidious and nefarious. And Mr. Finocchio said, hey, Mr. Brown, does not St. John say that whoever denies that Jesus is the Christ is Antichrist? And Michael Brown did not want to really address that issue, which means that Michael Brown exposed himself, and thereby he lost the debate. He truly lost the debate. And Mr. Finocchio, by arming himself with that line from St. John, I think defeated Mr. Brown in that debate. So that's my opinion on that. Let's see here. They found it difficult leaving Egypt. The Bible says everything that happened in the past was a shadow of the future, correct? Yes, and then also remember that when the disciples were with Jesus after the resurrection, Jesus spent all night showing the disciples the scriptures and showing the disciples how he is in the Old Testament, that he is throughout the scriptures. And that's super fascinating. When you look at that verse, then it makes you think, okay, now we have to re-look at the Old Testament, because we can read the whole Old Testament, and if we're not trying to find Christ in the Old Testament, we end up just becoming Jewish. We end up falling into the trap and the heresy of Judaizing. And so when we realize, wait a second, Christ is in the Old Testament, that makes us want to re-look at the Old Testament again, and it makes us want to read the Old Testament again and say, okay, where is Christ? Let's go to Genesis. Where is Christ in Genesis? Where is Christ in Exodus? Where is Christ in Numbers, Deuteronomy? Where is Christ in Joshua? Where is Christ in the prophets? Where is Christ in the totality of the Old Testament? And that's the nuances that I'm talking about. And if you want to find Christ in the Old Testament, you have to find the obscure details. You have to find the details that people overlook and that people just sort of brush away and don't pay any serious attention to. You have to look at that if you want to understand where Christ is in the Bible. You have to look at the unique individual designs on the trunks of the trees, as opposed to just looking at a forest and say that you're looking at a forest. Shout out to Mark Dice for talking about Mark Levine's scorned comments on being called a neocon. Interesting. I have to look into that. To be fair, I prefer to stay in Egypt knowing that what Israel was going to be like. Okay. The golden calf is symbolic of the image of the beast. True. But in that historical setting, it was the Pharaoh. Hello, Rusty Shackleford. Moses going up to receive the commandments is symbolic of Jesus' ascension. True. Today's red heifer is the new golden calf. That is correct. Indian Brahma. Yeah, there is definitely a historical link, I believe, between Hinduism and Egyptian religion. When Moses came back, everyone was worshiping the false idol. When Jesus returns, will you be worshiping the false Christ? Today is Reformation Day. So sad. Interesting. I didn't know that. I don't really pay attention to Protestant historical events. Sons of God is our creator, but the Son of God being God himself is only Jesus. He was letting the Pharisees know that he knew they were aware of who he was. I actually got this bit when I read too. Interesting. What's up with the Aryan Mohammedan stuff today? What's up? The Trinity has no... Oh God, hold on. Do we have... Hold on. Did you say yesterday that Dr. Brown debated an Eastern Orthodox? Yes, I did. Go if you type in Michael Brown Israel debate, you'll see it. It's with a guy named Finocchio. Turn up your voice volume. Is my voice too low? Let me know. Let me know if it's too low. Let's see here. I missed a couple of sessions and Theo is now at 17.5. Yeah, it's crazy, right? How is your allotment, Theo? Good question. Garden is growing. It's all small seedlings, but they are growing. Definitely 100%. 1400-year-old war started at 1622. Here we go. We don't hear you. My audio is working just fine. Should I increase my my gain more or something? Volume is low. You can't hear me? Really? Hold on a second. 1 second, guys. Okay, I think my music is a little bit too high. So I'm going to lower my music down. My audio's fine. Hold on a second. Or how about that? Is it better? We got them here in Honduras, of course. Yeah, Honduras, Nicaragua, El Salvador is a hodge. It's a cesspool of messianic heresy. What is up with Aryan Mohammedan stuff? I also got this bit when I read too. Let me know if the sound is better. Is the sound better? Is that better? Yeah, I think the... All good? Okay. Okay, music... Okay. It's lower than usual. Dr. Brown never debated Eastern Orthodox? Yes, he did. Finocchio is Eastern Orthodox, unless I'm mistaken. Finocchio is a Catholic? Really? I thought he was Eastern Orthodox. My mistake. Michael Jones also beat Michael Brown in a debate. Yeah, I saw that. Do you think this they would exercise the Samson option if the American... maybe, I don't know. Everyone talks about the Samson option all the time. Just wanted to say, Theo, that I enjoyed this stream with your father and Sam Shamoon, but I'm sad and disappointed at the amount of immature comments. Yeah, I know. I had to shut it down. Let me see here. I think Sabbatai Levi influenced Rebbe Schmierson in his founding of Chabad Lubavitch. I did not know that. Your voice is good and the music is just right. Awesome. I can hear you fine. Appreciate that. Spot on. Appreciate that. All right, so let's get into... Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to check my audio settings real quick. Your voice... Hold on. This is good and the music is just right. Awesome. I can hear you fine. Appreciate that. I don't want my gain to be too loud. Give me 1 second, guys. I just want to check my audio settings. Let me know if you know what. Hold on. I'm gonna put my mic here. Hold on. This is good and the music is just right. Awesome. Is my voice too loud or too low? Would the Jews of the first century have used the Samson option? Okay, I'm here because I really enjoyed Sam live yesterday. Appreciate that, sir. Is my voice too loud or is it... Just let me know. Hold on. I'm here because... Okay. Your voice is okay. All right, but is it... Okay, never mind. Is it too low or is it too loud? I don't know what okay means. All right. All right, we're just gonna go. All right, we're just gonna do this. So I want to talk to you guys about certain news topics. I want to get right into this. Let's talk about, let's see, I got a bunch of news stories here. I'm trying to think of which one I should talk about first. Good to see you on Sam's channel. Appreciate that. Not, it's perfect. Okay, good. All right. Let's see here. Too low? No, I think it's fine, my dude. I think there's something wrong with your audio. Because it's pretty good on my end. Like, I'm talking directly to the microphone right now, and it's just loud enough. Like, I hear Late's not sure. He spoke about Israel making strikes. No, I haven't. And anyone notice Sam gaslighting on the live stream right after some people accuse him of being paid? Oh my god, dude. Got some psychopaths here in the chat. It's just whatever. This is why I had to shut down my chat last night. Let's talk about, you know, let's talk about something that not a lot of people are talking about. Let's talk about Sudan. Let's talk about Sudan, everyone. So earlier before the stream started, I was reading this article by The Atlantic, and it's talking about the Civil War, if you want to call it that. It's really a giant slaughterhouse, but the Civil War that's been going on in Sudan since 2023. Can you guys guess what else happened in 2023? Can you guys guess what happened in 2023? Right. Yeah, there was another slaughterhouse that commenced in 2023. But in Sudan, you have this slaughterhouse that's been going on. Hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. Millions of people have been displaced. Half of the population of Sudan is facing potential starvation. And the civil war in Sudan is between the Sudanese the Sudanese armed forces, the Sudanese military, which is the official military of the Sudanese government, and the RSF, which is the Rapid Support Forces, which is a very large paramilitary organization that is armed by the United Arab Emirates. And the RSF is butchering people everywhere they go. Everywhere these people go. Everywhere they go. The RSF forces rape, pillage, and murder. They murder people based on their ethnic group. They say, you're part of this ethnic group, okay, you're going to die. Now, the RSF are a bunch of racist, rapist, murderers. That's what they are. They are Arab supremacists, even though they themselves are not fully Arab. That's the crazy thing about this whole thing. The RSF fighters are mixed with Arab. And so because they're mixed with Arab, because they have a little bit of Arab blood in them, they think that they are something special. They think that they are superior to the other Africans. And so they'll find people who maybe are not as Arab as them, or maybe they're not Arab at all, and they kill them. They rape, they butcher, they pillage everywhere these people go. These demons, these monsters, everywhere they go. And they are countless videos that you can find on Twitter/X showing RSF forces mercilessly butchering people, mocking them, scoffing them, making fun of them, forcing them to do humiliating things like make animal noises, scream like a goat, stuff like that, and then they murder them. In a clear demonstration of the worst form of cruelty, they murder these people. They don't just shoot them. No, they first have to humiliate them. Then they murder them. They whip them. Then they murder them. They rape the women and they murder the men. They rape the women and they murder the women also. And it's sheer horror. And it's all being backed by external powers. The UAE is arming the RSF, which is the Rapid Support Forces. The United Arab Emirates, or the UAE as it's better known, is arming the RSF because the RSF owns a lot of the gold mines in Sudan. And so they're shipping tons of gold into the UAE. And in exchange, the UAE is giving these demons guns, lots of guns. And the United Arab Emirates also has an interest, a geopolitical interest, and this really ties into American interest, and it also ties into Israeli interest against Iran. This is not just a civil war between the Sudanese government and this paramilitary organization. This is also a proxy war between Israel and the UAE on one side and Iran and Turkey on the other side. Turkey, Iran, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia are backing the Sudanese government. The UAE and Israel, albeit Israel's involvement is not 100% clear, but there are signs that Israel is involved in this. But the UAE, explicitly the UAE, is siding with the RSF. Israel, in some degree to another, is also backing the RSF, the worst of the worst. And we'll get more into this whole thing. So it's a proxy war. The Iranians are backing the Sudanese government. The UAE is backing the RSF. Now, this is very interesting. Geopolitically speaking, it's as bloody and as depressing and as horrific as this whole situation in Sudan is. There is a geopolitical occurrence that is transpiring. If you look at a map, and I've done this before, but we'll do this again. Let's look at a map of the UAE and Iran, because the UAE and Iran are neighbors. They're neighbors. And people wonder, why is America not doing anything to stop the UAE? Why is America not doing anything to stop the United Arab Emirates from arming the rapists and murderers over there in Sudan? Well, it's actually quite simple as to why this is. Just look at a map. Let's look at a map. Here it is. Here's the reason why. Now, here's a map showing Saudi Arabia, the Arab Peninsula, and Iran. I don't know why I keep getting this Firefox thing. Go away. So let's look at this map here. So here is the Arab Peninsula. Here is the UAE, United Arab Emirates. And then right across from the Gulf of Oman, or really the Arab Gulf, you have here Iran. So UAE is here. Iran is over here. And right in between the United Arab Emirates and Iran is a maritime transit point called the Strait of Hormuz. That's this right here. Here lies the Strait of Hormuz. It's partially controlled by Iran, but it's also partially controlled by the United Arab Emirates. The Strait of Hormuz is where the world gets a lot of its oil exported to their own. I'll re-say this again. I'll rephrase this again. The Strait of Hormuz is where we get a lot of our oil from. A lot of the oil that is exported to us goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So the Strait of Hormuz is one of the most important, if not the most important, transit point for the transportation of oil. So this is why the United States doesn't do a damn thing about the UAE, because the United States needs the United Arab Emirates to be a check against Iran's presence on the Strait of Hormuz. If the UAE is no longer an ally of the United States, then it would more than likely get closer to the Iranians because it doesn't want to get on Iran's bad side, because Iran could easily destroy the United Arab Emirates in a war. So America doesn't want to lose the UAE. It also wants to use the UAE against the Iranians. It doesn't want the Iranians to be dominating the Strait of Hormuz. So the UAE is basically America's way of having American presence in the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why America doesn't do a damn thing about what the UAE is doing in Sudan. Well, why doesn't America stop the UAE? The UAE is backing a genocide in Sudan. Yeah, that's true. But America won't do a damn thing about it because of the geopolitical importance that the UAE holds for the American empire. That is it. So let's look at another map. Let's look at a map of the Arab Peninsula next to Africa. So this is also very interesting, and I've talked about this before, but we'll do this again because it is something that I am interested in nonetheless. So let's see here. UAE, Iran. Let's see here. Africa. Man, Google sucks when it comes to maps. Let's look at a map here. All right. So here is a map of Africa and the Arab Peninsula together. They're actually, Africa and the Arab Peninsula are very, very close. They're neighbors. They are neighbors. I believe a flight from Sudan to Saudi Arabia is just one flight away. It's just one flight, really. There's no extra flights that you have to take. It's very easy. So just to get, let's say, from the port of Sudan, which is right here, to Saudi Arabia, it's just one flight. And so here's the United Arab Emirates. That's the UAE. And here is Saudi Arabia. Here is Sudan. So Sudan is right next to Saudi Arabia. The UAE, being a part of the Arab Peninsula, is also not too far away from Africa. Now, the RSF also plays another important role for the UAE and for Saudi Arabia, actually, in regards to the Arab Peninsula. And that is that RSF fighters have been used by the Arabs to fight against the Houthis. So the Houthis are in Yemen. Saudi Arabia has been at a war in Yemen against the Houthis going all the way back to the Obama administration. So it's been going on for over 10 years. And RSF forces have gone to Saudi Arabia. They've gone to Yemen to back the Saudis against the Houthis. So that's another role that the RSF plays for the Gulf Arabs. Here is another thing to keep in mind, and that is that Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, they want to dominate Sudan. They want to dominate Sudan because Sudan is a neighbor. And if they don't dominate Sudan, then it could be dominated by an enemy. So Iran is backing the Sudanese government. Turkey is backing the Sudanese government. The UAE is backing the RSF. The UAE is backing the RSF. Why? Because the UAE does not want Iran to be dominating Sudan. Now, I will say that Saudi Arabia, from what I understand, has been backing the Sudanese government, and I have to look more into that. I'm not sure exactly what the interest of Saudi Arabia is in doing that. But I know for a fact that the UAE backs the RSF against the Sudanese government. Turkey is also backing the Sudanese government against the RSF. Why? Because Turkey used to be very close to the Omar al-Bashir regime. That's when it existed. Sudan used to be under the Omar al-Bashir regime, which was very close to the Turkish government. Turkey had a lot of ties in Sudan when it was controlled by the Bashir regime. The Bashir regime was dismantled by the Sudanese military. I want to say in 2019 or so, it was dismantled. What happened then was you had this temporary government that was installed in Sudan, and it was overthrown by the Sudanese military and the RSF. The RSF and the Sudanese military were allies. They go way back. Their alliance went way back to the time of Bashir, when the RSF was known as the Janjaweed. Janjaweed literally means devils who ride on horses. So that gives you an idea of what kind of people this is, what kind of people the RSF consist of. And then Bashir was overthrown eventually, and the RSF and the military installed this sort of secular government, but it didn't last very long. I don't think it even lasted a year. It was toppled. It was really dismantled by the military and the RSF. After that happened, the Sudanese military told the RSF, okay, it's time for you to join forces with us and become a part of the official Sudanese armed forces. The RSF said, no, we're going to call the shots in Sudan. We're going to control Sudan. And then the civil war commenced in 2023. Turkey is backing the Sudanese government because for one thing, it has historical ties to Sudan. Sudan was once under the Ottoman Empire. So Turkey wants to revive its empire, which means it wants to control Sudan. So it wants to crush through the Sudanese armed forces the UAE proxy that's in Sudan. By crushing the UAE's proxy, the Sudanese military would dominate all of Sudan, and then Turkey could then use the Sudanese government as its proxy and thus continue the revival of Turkish control in Sudan. Now, the UAE doesn't want this. Why? Because Turkey and the UAE are enemies. The Arab Peninsula used to be controlled by the Turkish government. It was controlled by the Ottoman Empire. And so Turkey wants to dominate the Middle East. If it's going to dominate the Middle East, that would mean controlling the Arab Peninsula. To control the Arab Peninsula would mean also controlling Mecca and controlling the spiritual center of the entire Islamic world, which would mean having ultimate power in the Muslim world. So you can see how important this is, not just geopolitically, but religiously speaking. If Turkey takes control of Sudan, that would mean Turkey being right across Saudi Arabia in the Black Sea. In the Red Sea, not the Black Sea. I got the colors confused. And Turkey would be right next door to Saudi Arabia, right next door to the entire Arab Peninsula, and thereby right next door to the UAE as well. And Saudi Arabia would be in Turkey's crosshairs. Now, Turkey already has a strong presence in Somalia. The Arabs are terrified of this. And so they see Turkey working to be the dominating influence in Sudan, and this terrifies them. They don't like this. And they also see that the Iranians are backing the Sudanese government. They don't like this either, because that would mean Turkey and Iran being right next to the Arab Peninsula. So if the Turks can retake Sudan, that would mean Turkey being right across Saudi Arabia from Sudan. And that would mean Saudi Arabia being deeper and deeper in the shooting range of a revived Ottoman Empire or a neo-Ottoman Empire. So it's not looking very good for the Gulf Arabs, and it's not looking very good for the UAE. The problem is the UAE is backing a genocide, and the UAE is backing the greatest humanitarian disaster of our time right now. And so therefore, the United Arab Emirates is an evil country, which means that the United Arab Emirates is going to get its comeuppance. Israel has been doing a genocide for 2 years now. The UAE has been backing a genocide for 2 years in Sudan. And so both of these countries will be facing perdition. Also keep in mind the fact that the Arabs, the Gulf Arabs, and the Israelis are deepening their ties. They are truly proper bedfellows. And they are also sons of Eber. Sons of Eber. Eber being the patriarch of the Hebrews and the Arabs, and Eber is also one of the descendants of Shem in the Old Testament. And what does it say in the book of Numbers? It says, and Eber will be destroyed. That's what it says in the book of Numbers. So we can see what the fate of both the Arabs and the Israelis is going to be. Now, I want to show you guys some articles here about what's been happening in Sudan. I want to read to you guys some excerpts here, and let me know if the volume is good or bad. The House of Saud has Jewish root. That's what I've heard also. And another thing to keep in mind, the UAE and Israel are very close. And there is a video that you can see in the UAE of some Arab guy, some Emirati guy, singing the Israeli national anthem. That's how far they've gone in this. So they've gone way off. And they are spiraling down into their own demise. And they are in the crosshairs of the Iranians and the Turks. And the Turks and the Iranians, they're going to say, you know, you Gulf Arabs, for too damn long, you guys have been the friends of the Israelis, and you have done horrific things in Africa. You've backed this horror in Africa, so you guys deserve your comeuppance. And so we are going to be seeing the demise of the Arab Gulf countries and the Israelis. That's what we're going to be seeing in the future. I want to read to you guys some excerpts from this article that was published by The Atlantic recently. I like the title of this article. It's This is What the End of the Liberal World Order Looks Like. Well, but I also like the front page of this issue of The Atlantic. It says, "The War About Nothing." And when you read about the Sudanese civil war, it really does seem like the war is about nothing. It's just senseless butchery and senseless killing. I mean, killing people for the sake of killing. And if you see the video footage coming out of Sudan, you really do see a lot of senseless killing. Truly, it is the killing that is done for the sake of killing. It is murder that is done for the sheer pleasure of murder. It is murder for sport. That's what we're seeing in Sudan. But at the same time, as nihilistic as this war is, and as merciless and as principleless as this war is, there truly is a geopolitical struggle that's happening between the UAE and Iran and Turkey. So I'll read to you guys some excerpts here that I've highlighted. So it talks about the horrors that's been going on. I'll read to you guys some excerpts on the horrors that have been going on in the UAE, just to give you guys an idea as to just how bad it is. So it says here that another day we went to a crossing point where people escaping RSF-occupied areas were arriving in Sudanese army-controlled areas. So why are the people running to areas that are controlled by the Sudanese military? Because the Sudanese military is more civil and much more, I don't want to use the word kind, but it's much safer to be under the Sudanese armed forces than it is to be under the RSF. I'll just put it to you that way. And it says here, riding on donkey carts piled high with furniture, clothes, and kitchen pans, they describe a journey through a lawless inferno. Many had been deprived of food along the way, or robbed, or worse, in a house near the front line. One woman told me that she and her teenage daughter had both been stopped by an RSF convoy and raped. And it says here, farther out of town, at the Al-Jaili oil refinery. Now, this is very interesting. It talks about this oil refinery in Sudan, this giant oil refinery in Sudan that has been destroyed by the RSF. And it says here, farther out of town at the Al-Jaili oil refinery, formerly the largest and most modern in the country, the focus of major Chinese investment. Fires had burned so fiercely And for so long that giant pipelines and towering storage tanks, blackened by the inferno, lay mangled and twisted on the ground. So you have this giant oil refinery in Sudan getting destroyed. And it just turns out, it just so happens that this oil refinery was the major focus of Chinese investors. And it just so happens that the RSF, which is being backed by the UAE, which is a major ally of the United States, destroyed this oil refinery and is being... Sorry, not the UAE. It just so happens that the UAE is backing the RSF, which is doing much of the destruction in Sudan. And it just so happens that Israel and the UAE are allies in this conflict in Sudan. And it just so happens that Iran is backing the Sudanese government against the RSF. So you have the Iranians and the Israelis and the UAE in a proxy war. The Iranians are backing the Sudanese government. The Israelis and the UAE are backing the RSF. And then you hear about this major oil refinery in Sudan getting destroyed. And this oil refinery was the focus of Chinese investment. There is clearly a geopolitical war going on. And you can see quite clearly as to why the Americans are not stopping the UAE from further arming the RSF. Why? Because the Americans want the RSF to be armed. The Americans and the Israelis want the RSF to take over Sudan because they don't want the Iranians to have control in Sudan. They don't want the Chinese to have investment in infrastructure in Sudan. They want to dominate Sudan. And because they want to dominate Sudan, well, that means arming a bunch of rapists and murderers. And it doesn't matter how many people they rape and murder and rob. All that matters is America's industrial, economic, geopolitical interest. Well, we can't have the Iranians in that country? No. Well, we can't have the Russians in that country? No. We can't have the Chinese in that country? No. So we have to arm the lowest of the low, most evilest people in that country to take control. People are being murdered. People are being raped. Who cares? What matters is our power. And this is why it says in the Bible, the love of money is the root of all evil. There you go. That's it. That's it. And so I have more to read for you guys here. So it says here, half of the population, nearly 25 million people, is expected to go hungry this year. And it says here, but no statistics can express the sense of pointlessness, of meaninglessness, that the war has left behind alongside the physical destruction. And it quotes this guy by the name of Jamal Mahjoub. He's a Sudanese writer. And Mr. Mahjoub says, it becomes clear that the country is not really a country at all, but many, because there are so many different ethnic groups in Sudan. And it talks about how the Sudanese military overthrew Omar al-Bashir back in 2019. And it says here that the military removed Sudan's long-standing dictator Omar al-Bashir, who was a butcher, by the way. He butchered millions of people in southern Sudan. And it says here that along with his repressive Islamic regime in an attempt to appease this mass civic movement. So there was a mass student movement in Sudan. They wanted to see the end of Islamism in Sudan, or they wanted to see the end of Sharia law and Islamist oppression in Sudan. And so they were calling for the government to step down. And this movement was so popular that the military said, okay, in order to please these people, we're just going to remove Bashir. So they removed Bashir, they put him in prison, and then they took over. Well, they first allowed this new government to take over. And this new government was under a guy by the name of Hamdok. Prime Minister Hamdok. And Prime Minister Hamdok didn't really last very long because he was eventually overthrown by the military and by the RSF. So the RSF and the military took over, and then they began to kill each other in 2023, and we're seeing the results of this right now. And the RSF is recruiting Africans who are not even Sudanese, and they're telling these African people, hey, if you want to make $2,000, come join the RSF. And so it says here that it speaks here of a 17-year-old Chadian who said he had been duped into joining the RSF by a recruiter who came to his football club and offered everyone there the equivalent of $2,000 just to sign up. So you have these RSF recruiters, they're going to Chad, they're going to various African countries, and they're saying, who wants to get $2,000? Who want to make $2,000? $2,000 just to join, we give you $2,000. And of course, they don't pay these people anything, and these people get hoodwinked into joining the RSF. And to join the RSF, and then they're told, hey, you can kill whoever you want and pillage whoever you want, but we're not going to pay you. And this young Chadian man ended up going to prison. He ended up getting arrested by the official Sudanese military, and according to this article, he is in prison. And it says here that the intensity of this violence is partly explained by gold, mined in Sudan since antiquity. Any Sudan atlas should contain a cellophane layer showing the location of gold mines, as well as those of the many people inside and outside the country who want access to them. Tiny artisanal gold mines, a misleadingly charming term, can be found all around the country. We stopped at one on the road from Khartoum to Port Sudan that was no more than a deep hole in the ground and a shack made of plastic sheets, wooden sticks, and bits of straw, housing a single miner. But there are also much larger mines, some connected to the broad seam of gold deposits running under the Sahara, discovered in 2012, that has sparked violence in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, as well as in Chad and Sudan. These larger mines shape Sudanese politics in both open and covert ways. Hemeti is the leader of the RSF. Hemeti's control over a large gold deposit in Jebel Amr in North Darfur is part of what consolidated his command of the RSF. Burhan and Hemeti launched their coup in 2021, partly because they feared that civilian control of the military would restrict their access to gold and other resources. So, they allowed for a civilian government to take over Sudan in 2019, and they did this because Omar al-Bashir was so unpopular that they said, okay, we'll allow these civilians to take over the Sudanese government, and then we'll just get rid of them. And that's exactly what they did. They allowed for this supposedly secular civilian government to take over Sudan, and then the RSF and the military worked in conjunction to overthrow the civilian government. And the reason why they overthrew the civilian government was because they were afraid that if the civilian government got too powerful, that the military and the RSF would not be able to have full and unfettered access to Sudan's gold mines. So it was greed. Greed led to this. And you have hundreds of thousands of people dead. The UAE wants the gold, the Sudanese military wants the gold, the RSF wants the gold, the Arabs, everybody wants the gold. And because they want the gold, hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Millions of people facing starvation. Millions of people displaced from their homes. Why? Because a bunch of powerful people want gold. And there's an old African proverb, when two elephants fight, it is the grass that is crushed. And we see this clearly exemplified in this slaughterhouse in Sudan. The Israelis are involved. The UAE is backing the RSF. The Iranians are backing the Sudanese military. The Turks want to take control over Sudan. And it's just a giant proxy war. And who suffers? The average people. The average people suffer. People being starved to death. People being shot at. People being butchered like cats. Not like cats. Being butchered like cattle Why? Because a bunch of rich, evil, demonic people want some gold. And have you ever seen the gold of the UAE? Have you ever seen the gold of the United Arab Emirates? Go look it up. Go to Instagram and go look up the gold of the UAE. You'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It is horrific. Horrific. You see these Arab women covering their bodies with gold, covering their heads with gold, covering their faces with gold. Where does that gold come from? UAE is United Arab Emirates, and RSF is the Rapid Support Forces. That's what I'm talking about. So it says here, let's see here. Both the SAF and the RSF fund their soldiers by exporting gold, mostly illegally to get around sanctions, and often through the United Arab Emirates. It's the UAE. Last year, the New York Times published a description of a plane at the airport in Juba, South Sudan, being loaded with $25 million worth of Darfuri gold bound for the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. And it says here that the Russian Wagner groups now reorganized and renamed the Afrika Korps, a name accidentally or intentionally evoking Afrika Korps, the Nazi expeditionary force. And yes, the Wagner group is full of Russian skinheads. And I don't like Wagner. As much as I am critical of NATO, I'm not oblivious to the fact that they are some very evil people in Russia. But it says here that the Wagner group has gold interests too, as do Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. And it says here that the middle powers who are involved in this conflict include Turkey, which has historic links to Sudan. As I said, the Ottoman Empire once controlled Sudan, as well as an interest, as one Turkish diplomat told me, in making sure Sudan is governed by someone. Both the Saudis, who are just across the Red Sea. Jeddah is an hour's flight from Port Sudan, so really just to get from Sudan to Saudi Arabia is an hour flight. From Port Sudan to Jeddah is just an hour flight. And it says here, and the Egyptians share this sympathy for hierarchy and control. The Egyptians do not want the RSF to control Sudan because, well, that could mean RSF guys going into Egypt and causing problems. And Egypt, being a neighbor of Sudan, I don't think wants these types of people ruling the country that's right next door to Egypt, or one of the countries that's right next door to Egypt. And it says here, the Saudis have made major investments in Sudanese land and agriculture. All three countries either sell weapons to the SAF, which is the the Sudanese armed forces, or fund their purchase. On the other side of the conflict, the Emiratis not only back the RSF, they do so with enough money and commitment to spark conspiracy theories. And this author calls it a conspiracy theory. It's not really a conspiracy theory. But it says here, after an iftar meal in Port Sudan, a Sudanese military officer got out a map, swept his hand across the Sahel and the Horn of Africa, and told me that the Emiratis were transforming Arabic-speaking nomads into a force designed to dominate the whole region to create a new empire. So the UAE wants to control Sudan because they want the resources, obviously. So then the author goes on to say, I also heard more convoluted theories about alleged Israeli interest. These are not, see, here's the problem. These are not convoluted theories. Yes, Israel has an interest in Sudan. Yes, it has an interest in the RSF controlling Sudan. You guys want proof? Here's proof. First, I'm going to read to you something here from this article. Check this out. Look at this right here. The Iranians once enjoyed a close relationship with Omar al-Bashir. The SAF re-established direct relations with Iran in 2023. Hello. I'll read to you guys that again. I'll read that to you guys again. The Iranians once enjoyed a close relationship with Bashir. The SAF, the Sudanese Armed Forces, re-established direct relations with Iran in 2023. What else happened in 2023? The butchery of Gaza began in 2023. So the butchery of Gaza began in 2023, 2 years ago. And also in 2023, Iran re-established its relation with the Sudanese government. Iran, the country that Israel is currently at war with, re-established relations with the Sudanese government, which means that the Sudanese government is in the crosshairs of Israel. Who's going against the Sudanese government? The RSF, the Rapid Support Forces, a bunch of murderers, thieves, and rapists. Who is backing the RSF? The UAE. Who is an ally of the UAE? Israel. Who has an interest in dismantling Iran's power, wherever it may be? Israel. This is not a coincidence. I'll show you guys something else. You guys want some more evidence that Israel's involved in this massacre? That Israel's involved in this house of horror? Let me show you guys an article here that was published recently. Look at this here. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Hold on, this is way too big. Let me shorten this real quick. I thought Wagner fell apart after Prigozhin got whacked. There's no such thing as a massive, powerful mercenary organization ending. Blackwater supposedly ended. It never ended. Blackwater is still around. It just changed its name. So, yeah, you don't just start a very wealthy, very powerful mercenary organization and then just say, okay, guys, we had a good run, but it's over now. That doesn't happen. No, Wagner is definitely still around. 100% it is still around. All right, guys, hold on. So let's check this out. Israel and UAE influencers target Sudanese army online as RSF massacres Al-Fasher. So recently, the RSF took over the city of Al-Fasher, and they're butchering people in Al-Fasher. So the Sudanese military is trying to fight the RSF. But it's interesting that you have Israeli influencers online not bashing the RSF, the butchers and the rapists. No, the Israeli influencers are fighting the Sudanese government, which is currently fighting the murderers and the rapists. Do you see what's do you guys not see what's happening here? The Israelis are backing, the Israelis and the UAE Arabs are backing the worst of the worst, the evilest people of Sudan. And what's so funny is that the Israelis are constantly trying to deflect from any attention that is on the genocide that they're doing against the Palestinians by saying, why aren't you guys talking about Sudan? Right, every time you bring up Israel's atrocities, Israel's war crimes, genocide in Gaza, what do the Israelis always say? Why aren't you bringing up Nigeria? Why aren't you bringing up Sudan? Okay. I saw the article in the Atlantic. I saw videos of the horrors in Sudan. I said, I'm going to talk about Sudan for today's stream. Let's talk about Sudan. And as I'm researching this stuff about Sudan, I find this stuff about Israel and Sudan. So even in the genocide that's going on in Sudan, you find Israel having involvement. If not direct involvement, definitely involvement in regards to propaganda. The Israeli influencers who are telling you not to believe the statements that say that Israel is doing a genocide. The Israeli Hasbarists who tell you that there is no genocide, that there are no war crimes that have been done by the Israelis, that Israel is just perfect, are the very people who are telling you to not bash the RSF, but to instead go against the Sudanese government. Do you see how evil these people are? Do you see how evil these people are? So it says here that the Hasbarists are, they're attacking, okay, the Hasbarists and the UAE, they both have a presence online. The UAE has its own influencers like Israel does. And the UAE influencers and the Israeli influencers are attacking the Sudanese government. Why? Because they're with the RSF. Because they're against Iran. You see what's happening here? This is the geopolitical war that's being done over our souls, everyone. And it's amazing. So it says here, Emirati influencers and an official Israeli state X account have been targeting the Sudanese armed forces, the SAF, on social media, while its paramilitary rival, the Rapid Support Forces, has massacred hundreds of civilians in Sudan's Al-Fasher. On Sunday, the RSF seized control of Al-Fasher, the last city in Darfur to fall into the hands of the paramilitary group. The city and its 260,000 inhabitants have been under siege for more than 500 days. RSF carried out mass killings and abuses as it stormed the city, some of which were documented by its own fighters and have been corroborated by satellite imagery. As many came out on social media, As many came out on social media to criticize the United Arab Emirates, whose support for the RSF is well documented, influencers from the UAE have responded by going after the SAF. So the UAE has its own Hasbarist mission. Looks like they're paying people $7,000 a post or something like that. I don't know what they're paying these people, but the UAE has its own army of propagandists online, and these propagandists are trying to make it out that the Sudanese government is actually the bad guy, but the RSF, no, they're not that bad. And the Israelis are with the UAE. They're bedfellows in this conspiracy of murder. And it goes back to what I said. Go back to the book of Numbers. Eber will be destroyed. Who are the descendants of Eber? The Gulf and Zion. Those are the descendants of Eber. Notably, Israeli accounts, including the country's official Arab language account, have also joined in. So they're all in on it. So these oh my God. I swear the gaslighting, it never ends. The deflection, the bad faith arguments. So the Israelis say, why aren't you talking about Sudan? All right, homie. I'm talking about Sudan. Guess what I find out when I look into what's happening in Sudan? Oh, it looks like you Israeli Hasbarists are also involved in covering up for the crimes that's being done by the RSF in Sudan. So Israel isn't just involved in one genocide. They're involved with another genocide in Africa. They're involved in the genocide that they keep telling us to talk about in order to deflect from the genocide that they are directly doing in Gaza. Do you see how crazy this is? You can't make this stuff up. All right, I'll read some more. Ahmed Taha, an Emirati analyst who often appears on Western media, has led the charge to link the SAF, Sudanese armed forces, to the Muslim Brotherhood and to Hamas in Gaza. So the Israelis and the UAE are saying, Hamas, they're just like the Sudanese military. They're just like the Sudanese military. Really? Hold on. So if Hamas is like the Sudanese military, then does that mean that Israel is like the RSF? It seems like Israel and the RSF are bedfellows. You know how the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. I thought, I'm going to talk about Sudan. The Israelis keep telling me to talk about Sudan. All right, we'll talk about Sudan. Turns out the Israelis are involved in mass murder over there as well. It's like, where are you guys not doing evil? Seriously. All right, let's read some more of this. Under former President Omar Hassan al-Bashir, the Sudanese military was dominated by religious conservatives who retained some influence within the army. However, Sudanese of various affiliations and beliefs have backed the SAF, despite its history of coups and military rule against the RSF. Blah, blah, blah. Earlier this year, in a column for British publication Jewish News, Taha described the SAF as the Hamas of Africa. Wait, hold on. Wouldn't it have been better if they had said that the RSF is the Hamas of Africa, right? I mean, would not have that been better just from a PR standpoint, just from a propaganda standpoint? If they had just said, hey, RSF are rapists and murderers, Hamas are rapists and murderers. RSF is the Hamas of Sudan. I mean, it wouldn't have been better for Israel to say that PR-wise, correct? No, they're not saying that. They're saying the Sudanese army is the bad guy. This is like when they were saying the Syrian military is bad. The Syrian government under Bashar al-Assad is bad. They're the bad guys. We have to support the rebels. And so Israel and America and the British and the French and the Turks, they were all backing the Syrian rebels against the Syrian military. And then what happened? Eventually the Syrian rebels won late last year. And now what? Druze are being butchered. And the Turks are taking over Syria, and the Israelis are complaining. So be careful what you wish for, Israel. So the Israelis are playing the same damn game in Sudan that they were playing in Syria. They're saying, oh, the Sudanese military is the worst. They're the Hamas of Africa. What about the RSF? They're not talking about the RSF. Why? Because they back the RSF. The UAE and Israel are lovers. They're banging each other in the same bed. All right, let's read some more of this. One of the images was of the Bibas family, an Israeli mother and her 2 children who were taken captive by Hamas on October the 7th, 2023, and later killed in the Gaza Strip. Hamas says they were killed in an Israeli airstrike. I believe that. While the Israelis accuse the Palestinian movement of killing them, I think it was the Israelis who killed them. I think it's quite obvious that the Israeli government does not give a damn about the hostages. The other picture depicts a Sudanese family. Taha claims that the family were killed by the SAF after being asked if they belonged to the RSF. Middle East Eye found that the picture is taken from a video which dates back to at least September. In the video, gunshots are heard in the background while a woman is asked where she is from. The timing and location of the video are unclear. Middle East Eye could not find any news reports suggesting the family in question was killed by the SAF. Israel's official Arab account posted the same 2 pictures and made a very similar point to Taha. So the Israeli government is making propaganda for the RSF. Yeah. Hey, I didn't expect to find this stuff on Israel, but I did. The terrorism of those who call themselves the Muslim Brotherhood is the same savage terrorism everywhere else. But the RSF aren't killers. I'm not saying the Sudanese government is great. But you're telling me the RSF isn't a bunch of murderers and rapists? They're doing most of the atrocities. These 2 women were killed along with their children, etc. Both killers blame others for their crimes. This is what the Israeli government is saying. Give me something that I can sink my teeth in. Come on. Other Emirati accounts have made a similar connection between Hamas and the SAF. Mira Zayed posted on Thursday, the Muslim Brotherhood led army in Sudan are the Hamas of Africa. Again, not the RSF. The RSF is great. It's the Sudanese military that's bad. The RSF are the good guys. Why? Well, because they are fighting for justice and equality. Well, it's because we're getting gold from them. That's why. Hassan Sajwani, a popular right-wing Emirati social media figure, wrote, what's happening in Sudan for the last 2 years is the result of Muslim Brotherhood-backed Port Sudan authorities' insistence on continuing war and sacrificing innocent civilians for power. Again, no talk of the RSF. No one's talking about the RSF. On Thursday, 2 Emirati influencers posted extremely similar statements condemning Iran's reaction to the UAE's role in Sudan. Ooh, Iran, you say? Oh, how convenient. How convenient that the RSF is fighting the Sudanese government and Iran is backing the Sudanese government, and the UAE is backing the RSF against the Iran-backed Sudanese government, and it just so happens that Israel's government has a bunch of Hasbrists online who are telling people to go against the Sudanese military and not the RSF, which makes me wonder if the Israelis have a hand in backing the RSF. I wonder if the Israelis want a little bit of that Sudanese gold. So next time some Israeli propagandist tells me, why don't you talk about Sudan? I'm like, all right, gladly. Let's talk about Sudan. And let's talk about how your government has a hand in the butchery in Sudan. So let's take a look at this here. Hold on. A very similar post from Emirati account Reem Awad stated, after seeing some officials and media figures from the Islamic Republic blame the UAE and the Zionist regime Israel for the crisis in Sudan, it's totally clear that this is part of a planned campaign to damage the UAE's image because of its firm position against Hamas and Islamic extremism. So by regime, it means Iran. So the UAE is saying, oh, look, the Iranians are blaming Israel and the UAE on the butchery that's going on in Sudan. But the butchery is the fault of the Sudanese government. The UAE is actually backing Israel. The UAE is actually defending Israel. So the Iranian government says Israel and the UAE have a hand in the butchery in Sudan. And the UAE's propagandists online are saying, look at the evil Iranian regime, blaming Israel, blaming the Emiratis. The UAE and the Israelis are bedfellows. It's quite amazing how everything has turned. We are so used to hearing about how, the Arabs and the Israelis hate each other, but now we're seeing the Gulf Arabs and the Israelis love each other. It is quite something to behold, I will say. Now check this out. The UAE established open relations with Israel in September of 2020. Since then, the two countries have strengthened economic and political ties. Strengthened ties against who? Iran. So now they're going against Iran in Sudan by backing the worst of the worst in Sudan. And so it says here, earlier this week, it was announced that an Israeli state-owned defense company had set up a subsidiary to operate... Oh my God, dude. You see, this is what I hate about The Atlantic. I threw the magazine over there. The Atlantic says some people in Sudan are blaming the Israelis. It's just an unsubstantiated conspiracy theory. Bullshit. Now, The Atlantic is a reputable magazine. It's a reputable magazine, but let's be real here. The Atlantic is a propaganda arm of NATO. It's backed by Palantir. It's a part of the Peter Thiel circle. It's an evil publication. You can learn some stuff from The Atlantic, don't get me wrong, but they need to listen to the Sudanese. When the Sudanese are telling you, listen, asshole, Israel is backing the butchery of the Sudanese people. Don't just sit there and say, oh, these Sudanese are all wrong. We at The Atlantic, coming from fucking Silicon Valley, we're the correct ones. We're the ones who are right. We have the intellect and the knowledge above these Sudanese people. No, fuck you. Listen to the Sudanese. The Sudanese are right. They're right. Look at what it says here. Here's a fact that directly ties Israel with this butchery. It was announced that an Israeli state-owned defense company had set up a subsidiary to operate in the UAE in the first such move since relations were normalized. Middle East Eye, or MEE, reported earlier this month that the UAE, partly with the help of Israel, has built a network of military and intelligence bases across the Horn of Africa. Israel has a presence in Africa. They don't want Iran nor Turkey to be in Sudan. So they're backing the RSF. The worst of the worst. Butcherers. Go on Twitter and just type in Sudan. Go look up what Abu Lulu is up to. You know who Abu Lulu is? Go look up Abu Lulu. Go look up Abu Lulu. He is the biggest serial killer in the world. Abu Lulu has single-handedly butchered thousands of people. He has shot and murdered thousands of people. He has had many other people butchered and murdered under his command, under his orders. You can see videos of Abu Lulu, this Afro-Semite, laughing before pulling the trigger to slaughter people in firing squads. You want to talk about the Holocaust never happening again? Never again is happening again. It's happening in Africa. And the Israelis are backing it, and they're watching it all happening. Meanwhile, they're telling you, remember the Holocaust. They're telling you, remember the Holocaust, while we back another Holocaust in Africa, so that our Arab cousins can get their hands on some Sudanese gold, and we can make some freaking defense deals with the Gulf Arabs. It's all bullshit. You got that sycophant, that whore, Tommy Robinson in Israel with that Amir Ohana guy, that thug Ohana, talking to Tommy Robinson about the Holocaust. He says, "Oh, well, you know, we had the Holocaust, Tommy, and oh, Tommy, there's something I want to tell you," and then there's Tommy looking dumbfounded, saying, "Well, you know, mate, Mr. Ohana, there's a book here that you want to," and Ohana goes, "Bap, I did a video about this. You can see it. It's one of my more recent videos. You can look it up. You can see it on my channel." Ohana slaps Tommy Robinson in the wrist and says, "I'm talking." Now, he doesn't say that, but he definitely gave the body language that conveyed that expressed that. And so what happened? So you have Tommy Robinson backing Israel, and this Ohana guy saying, "Well, you know, there was a Holocaust and so many people died." Yes, the Holocaust was terrible, absolutely. But don't be telling us about a Holocaust. Don't be telling us about the Holocaust and the genocide of your people while doing another genocide. One genocide doesn't justify another genocide. And that's what they're doing. They're saying, well, we were genocided, so therefore we have the right to genocide Palestinians, Africans, and who are they killing in Sudan? They're killing other Muslims. They're killing Muslims. And maybe they're killing Christians over there. I don't know how many Christians live in Sudan. I don't know how many Christians live in Sudan. Sorry, I changed the window. But it's just horrific what's happening. It really is horrific. Tommy Robinstein, yeah. Let's read some more of this stuff. Hold on, guys. We're just getting started here, guys. It's going to be a long stream. We're just getting started here. So it says here, several posts from both Israeli and Emirati accounts made unverified claims about the SAF targeting Christian minorities in Sudan. Oh, they're trying to use the Christian thing again. I love how all of a sudden Israel cares about Christians. I love how they bring up Christians all the time. They're saying, oh, well, what about the Christians of Nigeria? What about the Christians of Sudan? Why don't you talk about the Christians of Africa as opposed to talking about the crimes of Israel? Don't talk about the genocide that Israel's doing. Just talk about Christians being killed. Because Israel cares so much about Christians. Israel cares so much about Christians. Yep, Israel cares so much about Christians. Really? Really? Let's talk about what happened in Easter. What happened during the Easter festival in Jerusalem? Normally, tens of thousands of Christians from the West Bank would go to Jerusalem to celebrate Easter. And then what happened this last Easter? What happened during this last Easter in Jerusalem? Only several thousand Christians from the West Bank were allowed to go into Jerusalem because the Israeli government blocked the rest of the Christians from entering Jerusalem to celebrate Easter. And the Israelis have made their anti-Christian spirit more and more obvious and more clear. It's only going to get more and more obvious. It's only going to become more and more clear. More conspicuous. That's the word I'm looking for, conspicuous. Every year it's going to get more and more conspicuous. And you have these fanatics in Israel who spit at Christians and they attack churches. And, oh, they attacked a Christian village in the West Bank. Yes, the village of Taibe. You can look it up. The village of Taibe. They attacked that village. Set a fire. They set a fire right next to the church there. Mr. Huckabee had to make a statement saying, hey, Israel, kind of put a leash on your fanatics, please. But all of a sudden, Israel cares so much about Christians in Africa. What a bunch of horse shit. And you have this guy, what's his name? Brandon Tatum? I can't say his name. His last name sounds fake. Tatum? What kind of last name is that? I used to like him because I think he did a good job defending the American police force. But Brandon Tatum joined the dark side. He claims Christianity. But sadly enough, the man has joined the dark side. I don't know if Brandon Tatum listens to this channel. Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. I don't care. I don't give a damn. But what I know is that Brandon Tatum, like so many other people, have joined the dark side. They have joined spiritual Egypt and spiritual Sodom, that is Jerusalem, when Jesus made an exodus at Jerusalem. An exodus from spiritual Egypt. But Mr. Tatum has returned to spiritual Egypt. He has returned to spiritual Sodom, Jerusalem. And you know what he said on the Piers Morgan show recently? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This man who claims Jesus, he claims to follow Christ. Do you know what this guy said on the Piers Morgan show? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He says that the Israelis have a right to starve the Palestinians to death. He said this. I kid you. Oh, Jesus, God. I'm so fucking mad. He actually said this. He said they have a right to starve the Palestinians to death. Really? You're going to tell me about Jesus and you're going to say that? You're going to tell me about Jesus, the man who rode a donkey and lived with his mother, the man who was never rich, the man who told everyone to love one another and love your neighbor as yourself. You're going to tell me that the Israelis can starve people to death. Really? Oh my God, man. You really joined the dark side. That's why I say anyone who goes to that cursed city called Jerusalem, anyone who goes there and bows down at the fucking Wailing Wall, which I don't give a shit about that Wailing Wall. Oh my God, if they told me, Ted, you should go pray at the Wailing Wall, I would take a piss on it. I would take a leak on the Wailing Wall. I don't give a shit. I would piss on it. I piss on this damn. I would take a leak on it. I would make a little tea with my leak. I put my initials on the Wailing Wall. Whoever bows down to that thing has joined the devil, as far as you have sold your soul. You have written your name with blood on a document with Bab Homet himself. It's demonic. The whole thing is satanic. And he says, oh, the Israeli government has a right to starve those people to death. It's like, what the fuck is this guy talking? Is this guy serious? He's dead. Yes. You think, maybe it's a slip of a tongue. Well, I don't know how the hell you could accidentally say that people should starve to death, but just to give you the benefit of the doubt, Brandon Tatum said it twice. Yeah, he said it twice on the Piers Morgan show. It's sickening. The whole thing is sickening. But that's what Zionism leads you to. It leads you to justifying murder. That's what it does. That's what it does. So, this is the whole thing. And so let's read some more of this article. So it says here, one viral post from an Israeli posted the same screen grab of the Sudanese family claiming that there were Christians in danger from Islamists. There is no clear evidence to suggest this is the case, etc. Meanwhile, Avi Yamini, this guy's a real psychopath. Avi Yamini, a far-right Israeli influencer, wrote on X, Christians, I gotta do his weird accent. Christians in Sudan and Nigeria are being slaughtered by jihadists, genuine genocide, but because it doesn't fit the narrative, almost nobody cares. Asshole, sycophant. There's a nastier word than sycophant, but I'm going to use the word sycophant because this is a family show. Why don't you talk about the RSF? If you want to talk about Sudan, why don't you talk about the RSF? Oh, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he does. I don't know. I don't want to make a mistake here. The vast majority of people in Sudan are Muslim, over 90%, and the war is not being fought along religious lines. It's not. Maybe it is, but the people who fight for the RSF claim Islam, and they scream Allahu Akbar when they murder other Muslims. Let's read some more of this nightmare. Hold up, I don't want to cover the text. So it says here, all right, the war erupted in 2023. Oh, how convenient. April of 2023. How convenient. After October the 7th. How convenient. Well, actually, no. This would be, no, before October the 7th. How convenient. The same year that the butchery in Gaza commenced. The violence was triggered by disagreement. We all know how it happened. RSF and the Sudanese government want to control, the RSF and the Sudanese military both want to control the Sudanese government. They're competing. They're vying over power, over who's going to control Sudan. So they're butchering each other, and the average person is the one suffering. MEE reported in January 2024 that the UAE was supplying the RSF with weapons through a complex network of supply lines and alliances stretching across Libya, Chad, Uganda, and breakaway regions of Somalia. U.S. intelligence agencies reported as recently as October that the UAE has increased its supply of Chinese drones and other weapon systems to the RSF. The Wall Street Journal reported on Tuesday, since Sudan's war began in April 2023, RSF fighters have been accused of widespread massacres and abuses, including genocide. Elsewhere in Darfur, the SAF have also been accused of war crimes. And I'm not denying that the SDF or the Sudanese armed forces is doing atrocities. I'm just saying the RSF is worse. And if you're going to talk about atrocities being done in Sudan, you best damn well be sure to talk about atrocities being done in or by the RSF. I mean, seriously. Let's see what else do we have here. So that's the whole thing about Sudan, guys. It's an absolute nightmare. And we can read more about the atrocities going on. Let's read some more if you want. Give me 1 second here. Let me read your guys' comments. Let's read your guys' comments. Hold on a second. One second, guys. Let me know if the audio has any issues, please. Hold on 1 second. I have to mentally translate. Yeah, it's a little bit much, I know. But RSF is Rapid Support Forces, and the UAE is the United Arab Emirates. Let's see here. The United States of America does not stop the UAE to keep the oil flowing. That's correct, yep. I read Sierra Leone is leaning hard into what they call critical minerals, whatever those are, probably needed for technology. Let's see here. I live next to an airport with a NTL, National Guard Air Force Base. There's a C-17 that flies over my house all the time, super low. I can recognize the sound, though. Interesting. The tentacles of Israel are everywhere. Yeah, it definitely seems that way. Maybe it went to Mexico. Okay, I don't know what you're referring to. Let's see here. One bloody hand washes the other. Absolutely. Blessings, Theodore, and everyone. Appreciate that. Never ending. Greater Israel does not end at Egypt. Yeah, Sudan. For your next stream with Sam Shamoon, could your dad and Sam both share their views on the 1,000-year raid? I'll be sure to forward this to him. Thank you. Is it Tatum? Yeah, I think it's Tatum. Here in Mississippi, I've known quite a few people with that surname, so it may be legit. All right. All right. I'm not saying the last name is not legit. I'm just saying it's just a weird last name. Tatum. It doesn't sound like a real last name. It is a real last name, but it just doesn't sound like one. Like, it sounds like a machine. Like, this is the Tatum 3000 or, Tatum 2.0 or something like that. Pax Christi Omnibus. Appreciate that. It is then pronounced Tatum. Oh, I see. Tatum. Tommy Robertson is going to learn the hard way. Yep. The Wailing Wall is a ruin of the gay bathhouse. Tatum is a living, breathing imbecile. True. No one has the right to starve anyone. Talk about a darkened mind. It's just demonic, man. It's totally sick. That guy went totally down the dark side. I remember listening to Tatum years ago when he would defend the American police force, and I totally appreciated his arguments for the American police force, because I think the American police force, it gets a bad rap, and I think a lot of the complaints against the American police force are a little bit overdone, and I think they're very much so inflated. I don't think the U.S. police force is as bad as, I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as the way some people portray it. I think the American police force is overall very good, and I think it does a really good job overall in American society. I think that there are areas of America where the police are not allowed to do more work that they need to do enough work. And so I think that, especially in major cities, I think the police need to be enabled to impose the law to the extent that they need to prevent crime and to stop crime. So I agree with Tatum on that, and I definitely appreciated his work in defense of the police. But once I saw him talking to Netanyahu, I said, okay, this isn't good. And then I saw the video of him talking with Netanyahu, and he's going off about how, I went to Israel. And he said, and I thought, okay, this guy made the trip. He made that AIPAC trip, or the Hosborough trip, whatever it's called. And then he said, we only got spat on one time. And it's like, and then you think to yourself, oh, joy, we only got spat on once. Amazing. See how great Israel is? And everybody was making fun of him for that. And then I saw him on the Piers Morgan show recently, and he was saying, yeah, Israel can starve people. It's like, this is the fruit, the rotten fruit of the tree of Christian Zionism. Christian Zionism will always lead you to cover up for murder. And genocide and mass murder. Let's see here. Let's see here. I keep seeing posts on X saying they're killing Christians in Sudan, but I haven't looked into it myself. Okay, nobody cares about Africans. That's true. Nobody does. That is, and I'm not saying that because I think it's right. I don't think that's right, but it's just a fact that people don't care about Africa. People care about Europe. People do not care about Africa. And there's a reason for that. And I'm afraid to say what that reason is because I don't want YouTube to cancel the stream. But the reason why people don't care about, I'm gonna try to be as careful as I can to explain this without getting the crosshairs of YouTube on me. I'm just gonna explain it as best as I can. Right? This is not YouTube. Listen to me. This is not a prescriptive statement. What I'm about to say is a descriptive statement. It's not prescriptive. I'm not advocating for anything here. I am just describing reality. Okay. So this is not racism. I'm not saying this is right. I'm not saying this is a good thing. I'm just saying this is how things are. When you look at these statistics, when you look at the numbers for which demographic people internationally see as the most attractive, white people are always on the top of the list. I don't care what country you go to. When you ask people, okay, look at all these models from different countries, which models are the most beautiful? If you look at the numbers, the models that are always at the top are ones of European origin. They will say, well, Brazilian models, but those Brazilian models are descendants of Europeans. Well, what about, we have some Mexican models. Those Mexican models are the descendants of Europeans. No matter how you look at it, the world, for the most part, sees Europeans as being the ones on the top of the list for the spectrum of attraction. So there's a spectrum of physical attraction. And when you talk to people all over the world and ask them, okay, which part of the spectrum do you see as the most beautiful? The ones at the top of the spectrum are going to be those of European descent. Even if you look at, let's say, the most beautiful women of the Middle East, the most beautiful women of the Middle East are the women of the Middle East who are deemed or who are esteemed as being the most beautiful of the Middle East are the ones who look the most European. I don't make the rules. It's just a fact. This is just a fact. You go to China, you go to Vietnam, you go to Africa, you go to Latin America, you go to the United States, you go anywhere in the world, India. Who are those who are looked at as the most attractive? It's always those who look European or who look the most European. If you go to India, who in India are considered to be the most attractive people of India? It's always the Bollywood actors and actresses. And if you look at all these Bollywood figureheads, what do they always look like 10 out of 10 times? 100% of the time. They always look like Iranians, or they have symmetrical features. They are the descendants of the Aryans and the Iranians who settled in India thousands of years ago. They're not picking, and I'm not saying this is right, but this is just how things are. They're not picking the people who look like Australian Aboriginals. I'm not saying this is good. I'm just telling you how it is. This is how things are. If you go to Australia and you say, okay, who are the most beautiful women of Australia? All of those women who will be chosen will look European. None of them are going to look like Austro-Aboriginals. Not saying this is right. I'm just saying this is how things are. Don't get mad at me, YouTube. This is just a fact. So then you go to geopolitics, right? Because the way that we see beauty, the way that the world sees beauty, automatically translates to which countries we care about the most when we're looking at the news. Are we going to care more about India, or are we going to care more about Ukraine? Or if India and Pakistan start killing each other, or let's say, forget India and Pakistan, because the only reason why people care about India and Pakistan going to war is because they have nuclear bombs. Let's talk about a war where nukes aren't necessarily involved. If you look at let's say a war between two African countries, right? Sudan versus North Sudan, or let's say Ethiopia versus Eritrea, something like that, right? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But let's say two European countries start killing each other. The whole world cares all of a sudden. If I talk about African refugees, man, you got they're coming in from Sudan, they're starving, they're running away from rapists and murderers, they're running away from a giant human blender that's just cutting people up. Do you know what people in America would say? We don't want them here. Get them out of here. But during the beginning portion of the war between Russia and Ukraine, Joe Biden said, if Ukrainians want to cross the border from Mexico into the United States, we will let them in. Do you know how many American nationalists and right-wingers objected to that? Not a single damn one of them. None of them cared. Because it's not about immigration. It's not about refugees. It's not about migrants. It's not about any of that stuff. It's about who they want to look at. Who they like to look at. Listen, you can see a video from Germany of a bus full of Africans. And they're not doing anything wrong. They're just in a bus. They're not fighting. They're not attacking anyone. They're just sitting there. And people will complain. Then you can see a bus full of Ukrainian refugees in Europe. How many people care? Not very many. Now, the Poles are complaining about the Ukrainians, but initially they embraced the Ukrainians. But now they're complaining about the Ukrainians because the Ukrainians don't want to work. So now they're saying get rid of the Ukrainians. So now you see Polish people hating on Ukrainian people, even though Ukrainian people look exactly alike as Polish people do. You cannot tell the difference between a Polish person and a Ukrainian. I mean, they're the same people. Their languages are very similar. They're the same people. But a lot of this has to do with who we want to look at, right? A lot of what we care about, geopolitically speaking, or current events wise, has a lot to do with who we like to do or who we like to look at. You see? So if I say, well, there's a war between Ireland and England. What? Well, no, everybody cares. Even though a war between Ireland and England has zero effect on us in the United States. It has absolutely fuck all nothing to do with us, right? But we care about that. But if I say, hey, Africans are killing each other, who cares, right? So this is how we operate. This is how we function. And a lot of this goes back to what or who we like to look at. That's it. It's the truth. I don't care what anyone tells me. It's the truth. That is the truth. Go to India and ask them, who do you find attractive? They're going to list some Bollywood actor or actress. And they're going to, who's the most beautiful women of India? They all look Indo-Iranian. Who are the most beautiful women of Mexico? They all look Spanish. Who are the most beautiful women of Brazil? They all look Portuguese. Who are the most beautiful women of Africa? They're from South Africa. And you can guess why that is. No one cared about Ireland during the Troubles. They did. I mean, you could find more Americans interested in the Irish situation than you would in the African situation. Now, you could say it's because a lot of Americans have Irish descent and all this stuff. That's true. And I will factor that in. Let's see here. Animal Farm, some people are more important than others. Yep. Invaded and conquered. It was never the way. Okay, we're talking about Native Americans now. It is what it is. Always like this. Yup. Tommy had the cheek to enter the States illegally. Well, to hell with Tommy Robinson. I don't like him. Let's see here. The Real Citizen with hat and feather. Oh, yes. Let's talk about the Comanches. Theo, at least some of the apathy is engendered by Africans not giving a damn about other Africans. It's like, why the hell should we care if they don't? That's partially true. But you could say the same thing about Europeans. If Europeans were killing each other, you could say, well, apparently Europeans don't give a damn. And they kind of don't. I mean, Polish people, like, they're done with sympathizing with the Ukrainians. But I do understand your point. I do. I don't want to disregard what you're saying. Believe it or not, Tommy 10 Names has a friggin' Irish passport. Yeah, I know. He's Irish. That's why I swear I do. I did this video on Tommy Robinson. I did this video on Tommy Robinson, and like half the comments are just British people telling me that he's not British, he's Irish. By the way, Belfast Memories, are you Irish? Are you Northern Irish? Where are you from, by the way? India is worse, 100%. It's the same in Latin America. Yes, I know. I know it's the same in Latin America. I lived in Mexico. I know how it is over there. I lived in Mexico. They'll sit there and give lip service to, you know, the indigenous and the Aztec and the Maya and all this bullshit. But, and I saw this myself. You got a bunch of Mexican dudes in a room, and some girls walk in. Let's say one girl is indigenous or one girl is mezcla, she's mixed, and another girl is purely of Spanish origin. Guess which girl they're eyeing? Yeah, I'm sure you can make that guess. Let's see here. Yeah, the light. Yeah, I grew up donating to the Marinolas, always those sad-eyed, pot-bellied little. Yeah, then I find out. Yeah, it's sad, man. Well, I am no freaking model, but proud. For some reason, I started reading your comment in my brain with an Irish accent. Well, I'm no freaking model, but proud Irish. Never disrespect others, especially the downtrodden. I agree, by the way. I agree. Africa is a hellhole. It is. Africa sucks. I did a whole video called Africa Sucks. You can look it up. It's international. Here in Honduras, many of the security companies get certificates in Israel for bodyguard. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Yeah, Israel's got a lot of private companies. There used to be so many fundraisers for Africa, events for Africa, aid for Africa, and then one day you just stopped hearing about it. Yeah, there was a lot of that. The liberals were pushing for that. Oh, yeah. Oh, not interested or whatever. Yeah, your username is not interested. I'm familiar with all this stuff. I'm not oblivious to this. If ye are white, no one cares. Cenk Uyghur versus Miller's. You're for not wife, yeah. Cenk Uyghur versus Miller's wife. Yeah, that was hilarious. I saw that. Some of the American police force were trained by Israel. Yeah, I heard about that. As kids in Belfast over 30 years ago, we were aware of the Palestinian struggle. Yeah, the Irish are very pro-Palestine. They're the most pro-Palestine people in the world. Hardcore, absolutely. Wasn't that lard-ass Randy Fine making comments like, let them starve? Oh, yeah, that sick bastard. Yeah, I wanted to talk more about that, to be honest, to be clear. And I will be talking more about Mr. Fine in a little bit here. Police in Ireland and the UK are shitebags. Greater Israel Project, thus the rise in anti-Semitic propaganda. Interesting. Yeah, I know what you mean there. That's a good point. So embarrassing when YouTubers read... yeah, okay. Let's see. Ha ha ha. That's rich about the Wailing Wall really being an old glory hole. How poetic for these prostitute politicians. Yup. Absolutely. Being that the election is coming up and being in NYC, what do you think of Mamdani? Listen, I don't like Mamdani. I think Mamdani is probably going to be very bad for New York City. I hope he does very well for New York City. I hope he succeeds and New York City becomes a better city. But my prediction is, based on what I've heard about him, he's probably not going to be good for New York City. With that said, there is something else about Mamdani that is politically significant in America. And that is that if Mamdani wins, it'll prove that you can be a critic of Israel and win a major election in the United States. So a victory for Mamdani would be yet another telltale indication of the demise of Israel in the American political landscape. Let's see here. Oh, so you are Irish. Is Scotland as paused as Ireland and England? Yeah, Gary here, Irish from the north of Ireland. Are you a Catholic? Are you an Orangeman or are you a Catholic? Oh, I'm familiar with this stuff. I used to play the Irish tin whistle. I used to be very good at the Irish tin whistle. I could play the Irish tin whistle very well. Maybe one day I'll play in front of the camera. But I'm very rusty. But I used to play the Irish tin whistle. I listen to a lot of Irish music, and I've I've been listening to Irish music since the 1990s. I've been listening to Irish music since I was a child. My dad was very much so into Irish music, and my dad got into Irish music because, well, my dad was told his whole life that he was part Scottish. So in the 90s, because my grandmother is Scottish, part Scottish, and then her grandfather, my great-great-grandfather, was an immigrant from Scotland. So my father, even though my father was born in the West Bank as a Palestinian, he was always told that he was half Scottish. And my grandmother always had a love for the bagpipes. So when my dad came to the U.S., not immediately, but years and years after my dad came to the U.S., he eventually started getting into Irish music. And so in the 90s, when I was growing up in California, I always heard Irish music, always heard tin whistle music, always heard Julian pipes and all that good stuff, bodrum drums and all that stuff. So I'm pretty familiar with Irish music, Julian pipes and the Highlander pipes and the tin whistle, and like I said, the bodhran or bodham or however you say it, that Irish drum. There's a lot of Irish music bands that I love. I'm trying to remember all of them. But yeah, I listen to a lot of Irish music. And I'm trying to remember the Irish bands that Lunasa, that's another one that I've listened to. Lunasa. Who else? Solos, that's another Irish band that I love. Who else? Just a lot of them. But yeah, I love Irish music. English people don't have music. I don't think there's any such thing as English music, and U2 doesn't count, or whatever British bands, the Beatles. That's not English music. I mean, like real folk English music. England doesn't really have so much of that. I think they took everything from the Irish. Let's see here. No one created a paradigm. Beauty is objective. The Brits were comparing Scots and Irish to Africans. They were. That's correct. Yep. Theo, remember when you wanted a trad wife? Yeah, for years, and then I sort of gave up on the whole thing. That's a whole other story. Is Scotland as paused as Ireland and England? We were the blacks of Europe. Yep, that's correct. What do you think of the Azov Battalion? It's a bunch of Nazis. At school in the 80s, we bought 10 pence to school for the African babies. We had similar things when I was growing up in the 90s and early 2000s. Theo, I know you're not oblivious. You say stuff and it makes me think of things. Usually I'm just agreeing with you. Oh, okay, no worries, man, no worries. The Irish immigrants poor in America were originally deemed to be of less value. That's correct, yep. That is correct. Let me see if I can read more of your comments here. Let's see here. The Brits were comparing Scotland, blah, blah, blah. Sorry about the shite bags comment. No need to be sorry. I'm not angry about it at all. I cuss myself. They use them to drain the malarial swampland. Ooh. That's horrific. The mind of the narcissist is very interesting. Let's see here. Enya is great. I'm genuinely asking. I've seen plenty of videos of people in Irish protesting against immigrants, same in England, but I never hear about Scotland. Yeah, because I don't think there's a whole lot of immigrants in Scotland, and from what I understand, yeah, that's what I've heard. But who knows what will happen. Oh, he said he wouldn't arrest Netanyahu? Oh, that's too bad. Maybe Mamdani is a Zionist plant. Maybe, if you think about it, it's actually quite possible that Mamdani is a Zionist plant, because if Mamdani wins and then he makes New York City to be an utter shithole, or to be an even bigger shithole than it already is, all the pro-Israel people in America are going to be saying, oh, look, Mamdani, do you really want a pro-Palestine guy running for office? Can't have that. Pro-Israel people are civilized. So I could totally see how Mamdani is a Zionist plant. Let's see, wearing a yarmulke? Oh, damn. You should see the St. Patrick's Day parade here in Jackson, Mississippi. It's full of black people, and recently they've had issues with crimes and bad fighting. Kids can't even go to parades. That sucks. Irish bands, the Dubliners. Oh yes, the Dubliners. I remember them. I don't like oppression anywhere. I appreciate that. We was leprechauns and shit. I went to a host family in Chicago in '85 and still regularly talk to them. Lovely people. I class as family. Very nice. Also in Ireland, in the United States, in the city of Boston, there's a very large very large Irish demographic there, and they're very, very pro, they're very pro Ireland. And believe it or not, we actually have, and I know some people might not believe this, but this is the truth. We actually have an Irish lobby here in the United States. It's mainly operational in Boston. And during the Troubles, when the United States was trying to broker a peace deal between the Catholics and the Protestants in Northern Ireland, a lot of the push for that came from the Irish lobby here in the United States. So yeah, there is a very strong Irish demographic, especially in Boston, and they do have a lobby. So it is very interesting how America works. Let's see, Emerald Society. Interesting. So there's some other stuff that I want to show you guys here. There's some stuff here that I find to be very, very interesting. Very interesting. Let's see here. Maybe, you know what? I have, speaking of Ireland. Oh, man. Speaking of Ireland, I have something here from Ireland. I ordered this, and I have not used this yet. I haven't. I actually wanted to use it for the first time in front of the camera for you guys. But I ordered this directly from Ireland. This is a Briarwood Peterson tobacco pipe straight from Ireland. Because I have a bunch of pipes. Most of them are cheap stuff. Some of them are good quality, but most of them are just cheap shit pipes. I'll be real with you guys. But I decided recently that I want to buy one really good quality pipe. Because I've heard that if you buy a really, really good quality pipe, it makes a huge difference in the smoking experience. So I said, you know what? I'm going to research good quality pipes. I'm going to find myself a good quality pipe. And I am going to smoke it. Not every day, but just occasionally I'm going to smoke out of this pipe. And I'm going to enjoy it. And it's going to be some money. This pipe is going to cost some money, maybe $100, maybe $80. But I'm going to buy a good quality pipe. This was my decision. I'm going to buy myself a good quality pipe. Hold up, guys. I'm going to change the music here. We went totally into the Middle East there. I'm going to buy myself a good quality pipe. It's going to cost some money, but this pipe is going to be a legacy pipe that will last with me forever. And sure, it's going to cost me $100, but it's going to last me forever. And it'll be something that I can truly enjoy as a good quality pipe. Okay, so this is a Briarwood Peterson pipe from Ireland. I'm going to smoke this for you guys. I have not smoked this before. This cost me, I'm going to say it's cost me $100. It did. All right, I'm not going to go out buying a whole bunch of pipes after this. Maybe I'll buy another pipe like 10 years from now. I don't know if I'm still alive, God willing. But I decided I'm going to buy myself an expensive, good quality, good pedigree pipe. And I'm going to smoke it. And once a week, once every couple of weeks, I'm going to smoke this damn thing. Sure. Oh, it's $100 for a pipe? Yes. But I want to experience a good pipe. Now, I'm going to show you my other cheap shit pipes. Not other, because this is not a cheap shit pipe. But I'm going to show you my cheap shit pipes in a moment here. You'll get a good laugh out of this one. But I'm going to smoke this thing. All right? Peterson pipe. All right? This is made for... And you can feel the wood. You're like, oh, man, that's real wood. Right, so I'm going to smoke this thing. No, it's not a harmonica. I do have an Irish tin whistle, though. I'm going to smoke this thing. I'm going to smoke some of Mr. Sweet's Byzantium tobacco that he gave, which is really good stuff, by the way. And we're going to break in this pipe for the first time. You're seeing history here. It's a nice pipe. Oh, yeah. Privyet, by the way. So... give me one moment. I'm gonna get a glass of water because I like to drink water when I'm smoking. I don't want to smoke with a dry mouth. And I'm gonna kind of also I'm gonna give this a quick wash, real quick, and then we'll talk some more. We'll continue the stream. Hold on one second. That's nice, like my church warden. Yeah, church warden pipes are awesome. I have a church warden pipe. It's pretty good. But I'm gonna turn off my mic here. I'm gonna turn the music up, and then you guys can enjoy the music while I go get myself some water, clean my pipe up. Just give me a minute, and I'll be back to resume the stream. All right, guys, hold on one second. All right, can you guys hear me? I got a quick snack real quick. Hold up. This stream is a little bit interesting. I will say this stream is a little bit different from a lot of the streams that I've been having within these last couple of months. Because ever since my channel kind of blew up, I got all these new people and stuff. But this is the first time in weeks where my stream feels like the types of streams that I would normally have before my channel blew up. Seems like this stream is more dominated by the OG audience, which is great. Because ever since my channel blew up, I've been used to my chats being flooded with new people, which is fine. All right, which is totally fine. And then, so I've been used to now my chats being flooded with new people and then my OG audience being in the midst of that. But this stream feels like we're back to before the time my channel blew up. So it is interesting. We're going to break into this pipe here. This is a Peterson pipe. All right, guys, this is a Peterson pipe. And now let me first read to you guys. He about to go Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings mode, yeah. So it says here, and now my little package of for my pipe came with a little note here. It says a chat with a smoker. All right, we're back. Listen, this stream tonight. All right, so last night we did a Thursday stream with Sam Shamoon. My chat was flooded with a bunch of newcomers. I had to shut the chat down because all these trolls were bombarding us. It was so strange. Maybe that did something. Maybe by shutting the chat off, I did a great reset for the channel, and now I'm seeing mainly my OG audience members, which is great. So we're going back. All right. So it says here, guarantee of excellence. All right? Guarantee of excellence. A chat. I have to read it with an Irish accent. A chat with a smoker. We back, boys. Yup. A chat with a smoker, lads. All right. So it gives you the whole spectrum, the whole list of Peterson pipes. We got a whole list of them here. And each one has a code. 30185. I don't even know which one is mine. They all look, a lot of them look the same. I deserve a good pipe. I appreciate that, sir. It says here, guarantee of excellence. Your pipe is I gotta read with an Irish accent. Hold on. Your pipe is guaranteed from any manufacturing or material defects for 1 full year. If you feel, I got a 1-year warranty on this thing. If you feel that your pipe is defective, please contact the seller to open an inquiry into a return. So if I have any issues with this pipe, I can report to the people back in Ireland, and they gonna do an inquisition on it. We're going to commence an inquiry to see if the pipe is actually as good as it should be. We're going to see an inquiry and an investigation, lads. An investigation to see if this pipe here actually is fit to our standards. So it says here, maintain your guarantee. Oh man, I got the English accent. I can't do this. Maintain your guarantee in good standing by caring for your pipe as any good pipe owner would. Use soft flame lighters. Oh shit, I forgot my lighter. I gotta get the lighter. I'll get that lighter in a second here. Treat your pipe with care. While not fragile, its weakest point is where the stern meets the shank. Build and maintain a carbon cake on the inside of the bowl, about the thickness of a coin. Sip your I like this one. This is my favorite one. Sip your tobacco smoke slowly to avoid excess heat that could promote possible bowel damage. That's bowl damage, not bowel damage. Okay. Expect your Peterson to acclimate well to appropriate reaming, normal wear, and enjoyable smoke. As the oldest continuously operating briar pipe factory in the world, man, it's hard to do this Irish accent. We at Peterson uphold a tradition and legacy of craftsmanship dating back over 150 years. By 1898, Charles Peterson had preferred the finest pipe in the world and transformed our small smoking parlor and pipe shop into an international export factory. Introducing our now iconic system pipe, as well as a host of other classic designs, to the hands and minds of enthusiasts worldwide. But Captain Peterson has remained for generations. From our patented system designs and range of classic shapes to special Sherlock Holmes models and limited edition seasonal release, a Peterson pipe isn't just a utilitarian tool. It's an emblem of history to carry in your travels. A faithful companion. Oh man, we're getting emotional here. A faithful companion to accompany you through all that life offers. Damn, that's fucking, oh my God, these Irish people, they know how to write. All right, so here is the Irish pipe, all right? We're gonna be using Byzantium tobacco, which is really good, by the way. Really good stuff, I must say. Where are you all at? I'm in Texas. That was a good Irish accent. Appreciate that. It's hard to do the Irish accent. But do you know what's harder? Do you know what's harder than the Irish accent? It's the Scottish accent. Oh my God, the Scottish accent. So we're gonna break in this pipe. We're gonna see. Oh, I forgot my lighter. Okay, hold on. Let me go get my lighter. Okay, hold up, guys. Damn it. Made a big mess there. You still wouldn't attempt it? For Ireland, mate. Hey, do a Brit accent. Brit accents are the English accents are easy. Irish accents are a little bit difficult. It's like an intermediate thing. Scottish accents, fucking impossible. It's so difficult to do a Scottish accent. Classic Southern American accent. So, classic. I'm not talking about some CMT country music stuff. I mean, a real classic American Southern accent is difficult to pat down. But to me, the greatest dialect In the American world, the greatest dialect in American English is a classic Southern accent. Classic. We're talking like down in the South in Georgia somewhere, like real, like I'm a Southern gentleman, sir. Like that real that Southern accent, that is the best dialect in all of America. And it's a damn shame that we did not adapt that, or we did not adopt that and establish that accent as the standard dialect of American English. That is a damn shame, because honestly, the standard American accent, which is what I'm speaking in, sucks. All right, it's okay. It's not bad. All right, it's better than that weird Canadian accent. The Canadian accent is the worst. I swear, I don't like Canadian accents. I do not like Canadian accents, especially if they're from like New Brunswick or something. Like they have the worst accents. Like, well, Canadian people. Well, who's the name of the guy that was running? Who's the leader of Canada? The guy's practically a dictator. That guy never leaves. Who's the leader of Canada? Leader of Canada. What's his name? Trudeau. That Trudeau guy. Trudeau is so terrible. Dude. Okay, he's no longer the leader, but that Trudeau guy was like for 10 freaking years ruling Canada. I'm like, is this guy a dictator or something? That guy, for 2013 to 2025, this guy was ruling Canada. This guy never left. How does it work like that? The South Philly Rocky Balboa accent is fine. The Boston accent is fine. I do not like that country western southern accent, but I also am not too crazy about the California stuff, but that classic southern accent, like that what's it called, like the Kentucky, Georgian, that accent, that's the best accent. Yeah, this Russian dude that's talking right now, T&D dude, he has pat down to a certain extent the classic southern accent. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get my lighter. 1 second, hold up. Let's do this. I laughed at the Family in Alaska program. Oh, dude, I hated all those shows. Trump is a New Yorker. Yeah, he is. Your vocal impression never failed to kill it. Appreciate that, sir. See here. I'll never forget when I was with my ex in Minnesota, moved there with him for a year. I heard this woman on the bus say, Orthon, oh, we forgot the melt. Yeah, dude, they speak like Canadians. If you go to like Minnesota, Michigan, it's basically Canada. Trump has a New York accent. He has a New York, it's not super heavy, but it's definitely there. It's a New York accent. Justin Castro, most Canadians sound like Americans. That's true to some extent, especially when you go to like Alberta, Calgary. But if you go to far up there in the Canadian tundra, man, it's like, I don't like Canadian accents either, or Australian ones. Australian ones are okay. I think my favorite accents when it comes to the English language is the Irish. I like the Irish. I like some English accents, but not all. I do like the London English accent. I do like that sort of country English accent. The one English accent that I do not like is that I guess you could call it like football hooligan accents, like, mate, you know, like, oh, blimey hell, what the fuck you doing? Like, I don't like that accent. It doesn't sound good. I do love the Irish accent, and I do love the Southern American classic accent. I could find a video. There was I can show you some videos of what I'm talking about. I work for Starbucks customer service, and we will receive calls from people with thick Southern accent asking for Charlie Kirk drink. Really? Wow. Yeah, there's a few different Southern accents, but people always do Georgia, like Blanche from Golden Girls. Yeehaw, Texan. Yeah. Brit-bomb accents sound very gay. Scottish suck, dude. What the... I cannot type. I can do British and Welsh accents, not trying Irish or Scottish. Scottish is very difficult. I think you have to be around Scottish people long enough to be able to pick it up. It's hard for me to do it. I actually have difficulty understanding Scottish people. The Irish dialect is closer to the American dialect of English. Scottish is just, to a certain extent, there are regions of Scotland, I think, where it's almost like a different language. Let's see here. Say here that my dad was in a Yehol do a Brit accent. Let's see. My dad was in a movie extra in like 3 movies in the 80s. He overheard an accent coach telling some actor that Southern accents are closer to British and Irish accents. That's correct. Yep. That is correct. I'm going to get myself a Peterson for Christmas. A Chinese man with a Dublin accent is brilliant. Boondock Saints Boston accent was good. Yeah, that's the classic Boston. Scottish Scouser's accent is the best. Listen to the Gallaghers from Oasis from Manchester talk. Only word you can understand is fuck. Dude, when I saw the film Hooligans with the dude from The Lord of the Rings, I couldn't understand half the shit they were saying. They needed subtitles for that movie. I'm getting really sick and tired of your yammer. All right, let's give this thing a smoke. Let's try to... You know what? I'm going to play some Irish music as we... Dude, the views for this stream are pretty much right back to pre-explosion of this channel days. Like, honestly, I don't know what happened. Maybe a lot of people got mad at me for shutting down the chat last night, or maybe because I was talking about Africa that no one gave a shit. I don't know, and they just left. But dude, the views of this channel are close to what my views were before my channel blew up. So we're going back to the OG days, which is totally fine. It's totally cool. I don't mind. It's totally cool, guys. Let's see if I can find me some good Irish music. Man, I have Irish... I got some... I like to play the Irish music. Dude, I love to play the Irish music of my childhood. I get a little emotional, though, sometimes when I listen to it. But I'm going to play for you a song called The Bushes and the Briars. I used to listen to this song when I was growing up in the 90s. But there's different versions of it. I need to find the exact version that I grew up with. So let me see if I can... I know I can find it here. So this is the version that was sung. Let me see if this is the version. Hold up. Yep. So this is the version. It's sung by Susan McCohen, and I swear, dude, this song is so good. And we're gonna listen to The Bushes and the Briars as I break this pipe in, this Peterson pipe in for the first time. So let's give this let's give this a good smoke, guys. Here we go. All right.
Through bushes and through briars, I lately took my way, all for to hear the small birds sing, and the lambs to sport and play. Oh, for to hear the small birds sing, and the lambs to sport and play.
That is good.
I overheard my own true love. His voice, it was so clear. Long time
is so good. Man, this song is so fucking good. Dude, for some reason, I have difficulty sleeping after doing these streams. Maybe it's because I get really amped up when I do these streams. I gotta break this pipe in. I get really amped up when I do these streams. And my heart rate goes up. And I just get amped up. And I have difficulty sleeping after these streams. And so last week, this happened to me. This actually happened to me. Last week after my Friday stream with you guys, and it was a good stream, by the way. I couldn't sleep. And so I couldn't sleep. So I started reading about the life of Hilaire Belloc. And Hilaire Belloc is, I think Hilaire Belloc is one of the most brilliant writers to ever lived. And I think he was the most brilliant writer of the 20th century. No, I have not read every single writer of the 20th century, but Hilaire Belloc is pretty damn good at what he did. He was very good at what he did. And as I was reading about Hilaire Belloc and his life, and he lived a very depressing life. I mean, but he was an avid smoker. He loved smoking a pipe. He grew up in Sussex. I think he was born in France. His father was French, and I think his mother was English. I don't want to lose the smoke on this thing, but his mother was English, and his father died when he was very young, so he never really lived too long with his father. And his mother moved to Sussex, and so he lived in Sussex, and he died in Sussex. He never left the area. I mean, he would travel around, but he never really moved out of Sussex. But I read about Hilaire Belloc, and I read a number of Hilaire Belloc's books. I read his book on the Crusades. I read his book on the history of the Protestant Reformation. I read his book on heresies, which was very good. And I read his book on the Jews. And there's a book that he wrote called The Jews. And that is, out of all the books that I've read by Hilaire Belloc, I would say that's my favorite one, because the book was written in 1922, and Hilaire Belloc is telling people. Now, the book has been accused of being anti-Semitic. The book is not anti-Semitic, and I can assure you, anyone who makes that sort of accusation is either lying or they have never read the book. I'm losing the smoke on this one. So the book is not anti-Semitic. The book is a warning about what was coming in Europe. So remember, he wrote this in 1922. Hitler took power in 1933. So in 1922, the decade before Hitler takes power, before Nazism took over Germany and Austria, and would eventually take over much of Europe, Hilaire Belloc was warning people about the rise of Nazism. Now, he didn't mention Nazism in 1922 in his book, but he did mention the rise of far-right nationalism. Now, Hilaire Belloc was not a liberal. He was a conservative Catholic who hated liberalism, and he hated progressivism, and he hated eugenics. He hated all those things. But see, here's one thing that people don't understand about liberalism and progressivism at that time. You see, liberalism and progressivism at that time in the 20th century was racist. See, today we think liberal, we think anti-racist, right? We think anti-racist, anti-nationalism. This was not entirely the case in the 20th century. If you want to read a really good book on this topic, there's a book that you can read. It's called Liberal Fascism. And it was written by Jonah Goldberg, and he gives you the history of liberalism. It's a really informative read, very easy to read and very informative. And he gives you like basically how liberalism and progressivism was very racist. And Hilaire Belloc, being a Christian, being a Catholic, was against liberalism, which meant that he was also against the racism and the eugenics and the social Darwinism of the liberals. And he was against the far right. He was against far right nationalism. Because the far right were really against Catholic principles. Because the far right wanted to impose eugenics. The far right wanted to have a social Darwinian society. And so Hilaire Belloc was against this. And Hilaire Belloc saw in the early 1920s the rise of right-wing nationalism. He did. And let me just play some music here for the stream. We'll go back to the Irish music in a little bit. But Hilaire Belloc, he was against this far-right nationalist surge that was going on in Europe. And Hilaire Belloc warned people. He said that this right-wing nationalism that is rising in Europe is evil. And he said, because you see, Hilaire Belloc was warning people. He was describing what was happening in Europe. And he was saying, okay, there are people who are Jewish who are pushing for degeneracy and Bolshevism, and they're pushing for all sorts of evil things. He says this is true, and he affirms this 100%. He does not deny it at all. But Hilaire Belloc said in his book that if these problems are not ameliorated, then the far right will rise. And when the far right rises, they will butcher the Jews. This is what he said. Almost like a prophet. He said they will butcher the Jews. And he said, especially the Germans. Especially, he says, the Germans. The Germans will rise up. The far right in Germany will rise up and they will butcher the Jews. This is what he said. It was a warning. The book was a warning. So Hilaire Belloc was a brilliant man. He was a very brilliant person. Very educated. And he was a pipe smoker. He was a pipe smoker. And you see what's happening now, with the rise of the far right and the rise of nationalism. And you see very similar patterns. You see this in the Netherlands. You see this in Sweden. You see this in Germany, Austria. You see this all over Ireland. You see this rise in nationalism just surging in Europe. And what's happening is sort of like what happened before the Nazis took over. So I think right now, and I've said this many times, but right now we are in the transitional stage, and we are in a transition towards a return to history. We are returning to history. And so just as Hilaire Belloc warned people about the coming of far-right brutality, I am warning people about this very rise. And I've been warning people about this since 2016, so I can definitely see it. And I'm glad that other people are seeing it now. But when I first started warning people about this stuff, people just did not give a damn. They just didn't. But now more and more people are seeing it, which is good. Which is very good. Hold on a second, guys. I'm going to fill myself another bowl. But I was reading about Hilaire Belloc last Friday. I couldn't sleep for the life of me. I tried to, I just couldn't sleep. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to smoke. And I took out my Meerschaum pipe, which is very nice, by the way, my Meerschaum. And I smoked a few bowls, and I read about Hilaire Belloc, and I watched the sun rise. And it was kind of depressing because I knew that in a matter of hours, my body was going to absolutely hate me. And it eventually did hate me. But before then, I was smoking a pipe, watching the sun rise. And I enjoyed that moment, actually. It was a very nice moment. And then about 2 or 3 hours later, my entire body literally collapsed in exhaustion. It was pretty horrendous. I really hate that feeling. So I told myself, Ted, you really can't do this. You really can't do this anymore. You mean when Ted debated the Israeli guy, I woke up right on time for that one today. However, I missed the first 3 hours of stream due to my sleep schedule changes. Well, you're here, and we're happy to have you. Wonder how he would have taken modern Catholicism. Well, I think he would have hated it. Are we about to repeat history? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. We are going to repeat history. Intellect with Ted now on YouTube. Appreciate that. I read that book, Liberal Fascism. Yeah, it's a really good book. The feel when ran out of vape and now have to smoke yellow candles. Get yourself a pipe. When that happened, I remembered how you missed out at the last trouncing. Ted came to someone and was like, "Oh man, I hope that he's here." Smoking and drinking indoors is a great privilege these days because of the smoking. Let's see here. Intellect with Ted. I appreciate that, Mr. Master Driver. Smoking indoors is a luxury. Not really. I mean, I'm just smoking indoors. Let's see here. Did you see the last Waleed stream where someone said they wanted to debate Waleed and Waleed called them? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that guy never showed up. I was so hoping it was going to happen. It's truly... Yeah, it would have been very fun. Most of Vikings' music is pagan, but I still like it. Just any kind of community or group. I don't know, people argue about it a lot. It's the against. Neo-pagans are so dumb, but I feel bad because they know modernity sucks. Yeah, the pagan movement is a response to the depressing reality of the modern world, and people are looking for, spirituality. But the problem with the neo-pagan movement is that it seeks to return to a past that is not very well documented. I mean, we really don't know much about European paganism. We know some fragments. We have some fragments here and there of history, but the rest of it is a bunch of gaps, and people are trying to fill those gaps up with interpretations. But it's at the end of the day, it's a deception, and it's an evil movement, and a lot of people get into European paganism because they have this idea that they are European, so therefore they have to only subscribe to ideas that are European or to religions that are purely European, so they go back to paganism. But I'm pretty certain if you were to look into the origins of much of European paganism, you would find foreign influences as well. Yeah, there's a lot of neo-pagans in the Celtic movement scene, absolutely. Theo's confidence is admirable. I could never put myself on a screen or listen to emotional childhood music. I mean, I don't know. It's just enjoyable for me. I remember when we used to say, let the Knesset vote on the songs back in the day. Oh, yeah, that was fun. Smoke the tea? I've never heard of someone doing that. LOL. Yeah, I had it since 23, a fun, provocative username. I ran out of fuel for the butane. I gotta get myself some more fuel. But yeah, I still have your lighter. Don't worry. Let me go back to the bushes and the briars. I'm gonna listen to this, man, as I smoke this. And I'll give you guys my review for this pipe. I'm gonna go back to the bushes and the briars.
To my love, he may say nay, and if I show to him my boldness, he'll never love me again.
This song is 10 out of 10. This is S tier music. It's so fucking good. You know what's so crazy is this song has been on YouTube for 9 years and it has 9.2 thousand views. Like, oh my god, it's horrible. I mean, why does the thing keep going out? I never learned to play an instrument, but I penned a few songs and forgive me, I AI edited them. That's fine. I don't know it exists because my great-great-grandfather's sister married a son. I was doing research. There's a book called Urim and Thummim and extracts from the Talmud. Isn't that like... Isn't that like some Mormon thing? Urim and whatever? Can't see AP agreeing to it. Let's see here. Sacrificial ritual by publicly eliminating Palestinians. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I want to play some more Irish music. Hold up. I'm playing some more Irish music. We're playing some more Irish stuff. Hold up, guys. Dude, there's a song. This is another song I grew up listening to. It's called Sunday's Fantasy. Man, this music is good. This is perfect smoking music. Just listen to this. From the beginning, This is not Caladri, I know. This is a song that was made in the 90s, or not really. It's 1997. It's called Sunday's Fantasy. Here, I'll put the link in the chat. straight up, this is real Irish music. This ain't bullshit. This is straight Irish. Let's listen to this. Hold on, I gotta listen to Dude, the next time I debate someone, I'm gonna play this. If they start bullshitting and like changing the subject, I'm gonna play this one. God, that's fire. Damn, that music is good. Oh my god, that music is so good. So good, that music. Damn, I need to learn. I need to reteach.
So I'm at
myself
Didi's in LA, sitting next to a guy
Irish, so
who got his.
Shut up, asshole. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta do this. I gotta play this. There's this one Irish song that I love to listen to. I gotta play this. This Irish song is so good. Hold up, guys. Irish. I'm so proud of myself. Dude, we are now going down to official pre-blow-up numbers for this channel. I'm so proud of myself. So happy just to be with the OG audience members and with some good newcomers as well. It's totally fine. Let's see here. Irish music. I gotta play you guys. Hold up. We playing the originals. We playing the original Irish music. Hold up. Oh my god. Have you guys ever heard of Dougie MacLean? He's a really good Scottish singer that I enjoyed listening to. I think you guys would like this one. This is a Scottish song that I've heard many times. I think you guys would like this. Let me see if I'll play it here. Hold up. You know what? We'll play some Scottish stuff. We'll play a little Scottish stuff. Okay, hold up. We'll play some. This is a classic. This is a classic. This is a classic. This is a classic one. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this one. That's the real deal. That's not bullshit. You listen to this, you're about to go into battle. This ain't bullshit. can't beat that, right? That's S tier music. That is S tier music. You picked a great time to join. That's correct. You did. He'll be in Ireland next summer. I would love to visit, but they may not like me very much over there. Dude, I got some more. I got a whole collection of them. I've been collecting Irish music for a very long time, going all the way back to when I was in high school, when I started to play the Irish tin whistle, and then, I mean, I have Irish music in my house that I've had since, or that my family has had since the 1990s, and this is one of them. This is a classic. Man, I'm gonna play Sleepy Maggie. Oh my gosh, dude, I cannot get enough of this music. Sleepy Maggie. You gotta listen to this. This one comes from Scotland. I think Scotland. Listen to this one. This is so damn good. Shut up. These freaking YouTube commercials. Go away. All right, hold up. Let's listen to this one. Dude, I love this song. Listen to this. Listen to this masterpiece. Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this right here. I gotta play it again. Hold up. Hold up. a masterpiece. All right. I'm tempted to play one more Irish song, but there's actually something that I wanted to share with you guys about Turkey and Israel, and I really wanted to share this with you guys. This is very interesting, and I saw this article today. I had to share it with you guys. Of course they would. We're totally vibing today. Yep. Found my calling. Yeah, Ireland would be a beautiful country to visit. It is a beautiful country, but it seems like there's a lot of political instability over there. Love to see Theo happy. Appreciate that. Colleen Renee. American bar culture sucks. It does, dude, and it's dangerous. Opened up a can of hard honey that was produced by wild forest beams. Damn, it's so good. Look up the film Michael Collins. I saw Michael Collins. I saw that movie with Liam Neeson. Power to Scotland and Ireland, absolutely. Ugh. This damn pipe keeps going off. I will say, this pipe is very nice. I'm glad I got it. It's a very good pipe. My debate with the guy, yeah, that was hilarious. The name of the song is called Sleepy Maggie. Your Heart of Hearing. The audio is totally fine. The chorus, Toss the Feathers. Yep, I know the chorus. Keep your tongue over the opening. I want to show you guys this thing. To really show you. To really, I want to really demonstrate to you guys that Israel is on its way out. Takes a little bit of time, all right. So I want to demonstrate to you guys just how Israel is really on its way out. Check this one out, guys. Look at this article that was published by the JNS, which is a Jewish newspaper. Look at this. Check this out. U.S. pushes Turkish role in Gaza despite Israeli Gulf resistance. So for days now, the Israelis have been saying, hey, we're not going to allow Turkey to have a presence in Gaza. Well, according to this article, the Americans don't care. They don't give a damn. They don't give a damn. The Americans still want Turkey to have a presence in Gaza, regardless of Israel's objections. So let's get on to reading this. So it says here, Ankara is trying to acquire a diplomatic status that will allow it to intervene in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict more directly in favor of the Palestinians. So it says here, make sure you guys can see this. I'll make it a little bit larger for you guys. There we go, much better. Washington has signaled in multiple briefings and diplomatic statements that it intends to allow Turkey and Qatar to play prominent roles in Gaza's post-war stabilization. So get this, Qatar and Israel are enemies, but America and Qatar are allies. Israel bombed Qatar just to show how much it hates Qatar. It didn't give a damn about the fact that Qatar was requested by the United States to be a place of refuge for the negotiators from Hamas in order to help facilitate a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. It didn't matter. Israel bombs Qatar basically to show that it doesn't give a shit about negotiating for a ceasefire. It doesn't give a damn. It doesn't. Israel never wanted the war to end. Israel wanted to keep fighting. In fact, even the spokesperson for the State Department under Biden said himself that when Biden was president, Netanyahu said privately that he wanted the war to continue on for decades. Not for years. Decades. Decades, guys. Netanyahu wanted the war to be a forever war, like the 100 Years' War between the French and the English. So here you have these negotiations facilitated by the United States and which were taking place in Qatar. And what does Israel do? Israel bombs Qatar, does a Pearl Harbor attack on Qatar, bombs it. That was the red line. Netanyahu crossed the red line. So Donald Trump said, okay, we got to get control of these people. We got to take control of these people because they're completely out of hand. They're completely out of control. We got to put the leash back on them. So America had to put something of a leash on Israel. Now, is there total control? No, because Israel's still bombing people. Israel's still killing people. They recently killed over 100 people. 46 of those people were children, by the way. 46 children in one day, murdered, kaput, childhood destroyed, no future, completely prevented from having a future, completely cut off from having any sort of existence in this world. 46 kids dead. But, according to Mark Discroll and John Hagee and Ted Cruz and Jack Hibbs and the rest of these scoundrels, okay, and Jonathan Kahn, John the Kahn, as I like to call him, we all have to embrace Israel. Okay, screw that. Anyway. So the United States is saying, we want Qatar to be in Gaza. The country that you bombed, Israel, we want Qatar to be in Gaza. We want Turkey, the country that you know is your biggest existential threat. We want Turkey in Gaza. Israel says, no, no. America says, yes, yes. Now look at this. Look at this. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently noted very positive meetings with Turkey, Qatar, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates on potential contributions to the emerging International Stabilization Force, ISF, and related reconstruction mechanisms. So they want, even Marco Rubio saying, yeah, Turkey could have a good presence in Gaza. Now, I talked about this in my last stream, on my last Friday stream. Israel is already surrounded by Turkey to a certain extent from the east in Syria, from the west in Cyprus, from the north in Lebanon, because there's already Turkish troops in Lebanon. So now, if Turkey is allowed to have troops or to have any sort of presence, it already has a presence, not militarily, but if the United States allows and enables Turkey to have a military presence in Gaza, that would mean Israel will be surrounded on all sides, from the north, the east, the west, and the south. And it would further spell, I should say, the end of Israel. So it says here that both U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance and State Department officials have described Muslim-majority participation as a central design feature of the plan, specifically citing Turkey and Qatar as regional partners under active discussion. Okay, hold on a second. I'm trying to get this thing down. Doha is the capital of Qatar. Doha's role has been emphasized repeatedly by U.S. officials as essential to the diplomatic track. Now remember, Qatar and Turkey are allies. They're allies. And Israel bombed Qatar. Israel bombed Turkey's biggest ally in the Middle East. And if Turkey is going to be taken seriously, it can't just stand around and do nothing as Israel bombs its ally. Turkey is eventually going to clash with Israel. And I've said this a billion times, Turkey wants to control Syria. Israel doesn't want to allow that. Israel's trying to prevent Turkey from doing this. So Turkey is eventually going to have a clash with Israel to establish its power and to establish its respect in the Middle East. So it says here that Doha's role has been emphasized repeatedly by U.S. officials as essential to the diplomatic track. Rubio called Qatar, quote, the one country in the world that can help mediate the conflict, and confirmed that Washington has asked it to continue to play a constructive role in trying to bring the conflict to an end. That means Qatar being in Gaza. Washington has pursued consultations with Ankara, that's the capital of Turkey, regarding possible Turkish contribution to monitoring and security operations under an eventual multinational framework. You can go back to 2021 and you can see Erdogan saying we need to have a multinational military force to protect the Palestinians. And America is saying we want Turkey's dream of a multinational international military force to come to fruition. It's almost like America is going to throw Israel under the bus. In a very nice way, of course. In a very polite way, of course. But it looks like America is going to throw Israel under the bus. And Netanyahu came out and said, no, we're not going to allow Turkish troops to have a presence in Gaza. Guess what, Israel? Turkey already has a presence in Gaza. Turkey already has a presence in Gaza. It's not military. It's not a military presence, but they already have trucks in Gaza. They already have, I think, engineers in Gaza. They already have their Turkish flags hoisted up in Gaza. They're already in Gaza. Once Turkish troops enter Gaza, if they enter, it's going to be very bad for Israel. I'm telling you, it's going to look very bad for Israel. It's going to basically show the Israelis that they are not in control, because Israelis want to maintain this image that they are the ones who are in control, that America does not control Israel, but that America allies with Israel and needs Israel and loves Israel, and the West loves Israel, not like those barbarian Arabs in the desert or those barbarian Turks in Anatolia. No. We are the civilized ones, and America's on our side. And now you have what? You have an American military department in southern Israel in Kiryat Gat, and they are French military personnel now in Israel. Hello? And now you have Turkish personnel in Gaza under America's blessing. Hello? What's going on? Turkey is Israel's greatest existential threat. It's not Iran. It's not Hezbollah. It's not the Houthis. It's Turkey. And America is saying, no, we want Turkey to be there on Israel's southern border. Netanyahu can bitch all he wants, but the bottom line is Israel is not in control. And America needs to show that America is in control. And that's why America is doing what it's doing. Because the whole world was seeing what was happening. Israel's just killing people, butchering people, bombing Qatar. And the world was saying, America, are you in control? Or is Israel in control? Who really controls this whole situation? And so America needed to say, no, we're going to put our balls on the table. We're in control, Israel. You're not. And so that's what this is about. Israel continues to bomb Palestinians, and Israel wants to show, no, we're the ones in control. We're in control, not America. You see, we're bombing Palestinians. Doesn't matter what America says. But guess what? The world continues to hate America and grows in its hatred against America because of America's support for Israel. So Trump told Netanyahu, Natan, we're not going to lose the world for you. We're just not going to do that because America is an empire. And an empire, a global empire, needs to have a good global opinion about it. So it says here, Washington has openly signaled its intention to embed Turkish and Qatari defense liaisons in early coordination structures. I hate this vocabulary. Coordination structures. Just say we're going to put soldiers there. Early coordination structures surrounding the newly established Civil Military Coordination Center located in Kiryat Gat. Hello? Let's read that one again. I'm going to try to translate the verbal masturbation in this article here. Washington has openly signaled its intention to embed Turkish and Qatari defense liaisons, embed Turkish and Qatari troops In early coordination structures, okay, they're going to put troops somewhere. Where are they going to put them? Surrounding the newly established Civilian Military Coordination Center located where? Where? In Kiryat Gat, Israel. That's southern Israel. They're talking about putting Turkish troops not in Gaza, in fucking Israel. I gotta laugh at this one. Why are you laughing? You know why I'm laughing? Because for years the Israelis have laughed at people suffering. Now I'm laughing. Because the Israelis love this image of control. We're so in control. We're powerful. We're going to prevail. We're growing. Israel will always prevail. That's not what the Bible says. Go read the book of Numbers. What does Balaam the prophet say? Eber will be gone. Who's Eber? Look it up. Eber, the patriarch of Israel and the Arabs. And now they're talking about putting Turkish military personnel in fucking southern Israel. I'm telling you, this is an amazing time to be alive. Truly, this is how people who lived in the 1920s must have felt. This is how Hilaire Belloc must have felt in 1922 when he said, guys, Europe is going to rise. Right-wing nationalism is going to rise. It's going to be very, very ugly. This is how that must have felt. Now, if you were living in the 80s and the 70s and 60s, nothing really was happening. This is the most insane time to be alive since the 1920s and 30s. It's crazy what's happening. Okay, let's read some more of this. Embedded in CENTCOM's team of 200 people will be probably a bunch of people from the Egyptian armed forces, Egyptian troops in Israel. Why do they want to put Egyptian troops in Israel? Let's read on. Egyptian armed forces who will help the Qatari armed forces. So Egyptian soldiers and Qatari soldiers who will help, as well as the fucking Turks. Hello? Turkish troops are going to be deployed, not in Libya, not in what else is it called? Not in Lebanon. They're already in Lebanon. What happened to my music? Music's gone. Is my connection good? Hold on. Is my connection good, guys? Man, I was on a roll there. My connection. Not in Lebanon. They're already in Lebanon. Okay. What happened to my music? Okay, my music was kind of shut off there. Sorry about that, guys. Let's go back to the article here. So they're gonna have Turkish troops not in Libya, not in Lebanon, not in Sudan. No. They want to deploy Turkish troops in Israel. Why do they want to deploy Turkish troops in Israel? It's to keep the Israelis under control. They have CENTCOM there with American military personnel to keep Israel in control, to make sure Israel doesn't get out of hand. Now they want to put Turkish troops in Israel. So what are the Israelis going to do? Could you imagine like an Israeli soldier shooting at a Turkish soldier or something like that? And so it's almost like the Americans are telling the Israelis, okay, go ahead, make our day. Go make your move. You want to attack a Turkish soldier? You want to attack an Egyptian soldier? You want to really do that? You want to really risk a conflict within Israel? You want to risk a gun battle in Israel with NATO troops? Egyptian troops aren't NATO troops, but Turkish troops certainly are NATO troops. It's just insane what's happening. It's just so insane, guys. And Israel continues to do what it wants, right? It killed 46 children just very recently. And so Israel's going to continue to do what it wants. It continues to make settlements. It continues to push the Palestinians out of their villages. It continues to murder Palestinians in the West Bank. It has driven tens of thousands of people in the West Bank from their homes. And the Muslim world is calling for a hero. And if you have Turkish troops in Israel and the Muslim world starts saying, Turkey, what are you doing? Iran, what are you doing? Turkey's going to be like, well, we already have Turkish troops in Israel. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the time. And eventually, there's going to be a clash. If you have, oh my God. If you have Turkish soldiers in Israel, that would mean Israel being fully surrounded. Fully is surrounded, not only surrounded, but dealing with a Turkish military presence within its own borders. Because you would have Turkish soldiers in Cyprus in the west, Syria in the east, they're already there. Turkish soldiers in the north and Lebanon. And then, at this point, if this happens, Turkish soldiers in southern Israel. I keep telling people we are witnessing the end of the whole Zionist project. People don't believe me. You have these morons who are like, it's never going to go down. The Zionists are too powerful. Guys, it's coming down. I am documenting history as it's happening. I am a modern day hereditist. Or I know that sounds a little bit narcissistic. All right, fine. I should be a little bit more humble. But I am documenting history here. We are documenting history in real time. We are documenting history in real time here. Let's read some more of this. This is so crazy. Robert Silverman, an expert on U.S. Middle East policy at the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security and a former senior U.S. diplomat, explained that for Washington, engaging Turkey and Qatar serves a clear strategic interest. Ooh, I wonder what that interest is. Perhaps it's Turkey's control over the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. Perhaps it's Turkey's control over the Dardanelles and access into the Sea of Marmara. America needs that if it wants to use Turkey as a chess piece against Russia. America needs Turkey if it wants to use Turkey as a chess piece to restrict Russia's access into the Mediterranean. Russia wants to bring Turkey into its sphere of influence to have unfettered access into the Sea of Marmara and into the Mediterranean Sea. Hello, America does not want to lose Turkey. America doesn't want to lose the UAE. Why? Because the UAE is right across Iran on the Strait of Hormuz. Doesn't want to lose the UAE to Iran because that would mean America losing its presence on one of the most, if not the most important transit point for the exportation of oil. America doesn't want to lose that. Hello. Israel needs to understand its place. And geopolitically, it is not in the highest position in the geopolitical hierarchy. Here we go. Let's read some more of this. Both governments hold unique leverage over Hamas, Qatar through its financial networks and mediation channels, and Turkey through political access and historical support. Unlike previous U.S. peace initiatives, this plan is organized to also have the support of countries that have generally backed the Palestinians, like Qatar and Turkey, Anatolia. Turkey and Qatar taking part in the operation is a critical part of the plan, and something that the U.S. hopes to use to isolate Hamas. Despite U.S. aspirations, Israeli officials have set some boundaries surrounding Turkish and Qatari involvement and have stated unequivocally that Turkey... See, they're not bitching about the Qataris. The Israelis are terrified the most of the Turks. Okay, you want to bring in some Egyptian, maybe some Emirati, maybe some Saudi troops, maybe some Egyptian... Okay, we can deal with that. But once you start talking about Turkish troops in Israel, Turkey is closer to Iran. I know they're somewhat rivals, but they also have ties with the Iranians, the country that bombed Israel recently. Remember the 12-day war when Israel got bombed and kind of got a sample of what it was inflicting upon Gaza? That's what they're terrified of, because Turkey is a country that can crush Israel in war. That Turkey will not be permitted to participate militarily in any Gaza stabilization mission. A recent statement from the Israeli Prime Minister's office said there will be no Turkish involvement, describing such action as a red line. Well, sorry, Israel, but you already crossed the red line when you bombed Qatar. The issue of Turkish troops in Gaza was further raised by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a recent meeting with Egyptian intelligence chief Hassan Rashad. Netanyahu later told the press that Jerusalem and Cairo were aligned on this issue, saying there is no disagreement. So Egypt does not want Turkish troops in Israel. Egypt doesn't want Turkish troops in Gaza. You know why? Because Egypt borders with Gaza. And if you have Turkish troops in Gaza, that's not good for Egypt. Egypt was under the control of the Ottoman Empire. That means Turkey wants to control Egypt. So if you have Turkish troops in Gaza, that would mean Turkish troops right on Egypt's border, and it would mean Turkish troops right on Israel's border. So the Egyptians and the Israelis are going to have to join forces against the Turks. And when the Egyptians do that, and they already are doing that to a certain extent, if you look at what the Egyptians and the Israelis have been doing in the Mediterranean, trying to hinder Turkey from encroaching upon certain parts of the Eastern Mediterranean because they're vying over natural gas in that maritime region, Turkey is going to look at the Egyptians and say, you guys are traitors. You guys have betrayed the Muslim world for the Zionists, and we're going to punish you. So this is not going to look good. This is not going to be good for the Egyptians. It's not going to be good for the Israelis, and it's not going to be good for the Gulf Arabs. But remember what the book of Numbers says: Eber will be destroyed. Who are the descendants of Eber? Gulf Arabs. Israel. I'm not saying I'm cheerleading this. YouTube, don't strike me. I'm just giving you what the Bible says. However, Silverman observed that Israel can't expect to be fully content with the final implementation of the Trump plan. It has to be understood that this is a U.S. plan, not an Israeli plan. In other words, Israel, you are not in control. And because of that, the plan is going to have some things that Israel may not like or will not be 100% aligned with Israel's interests. In other words, Israel is going to have to accept this. According to the Israeli I-24 news outlet, Gulf sources have indicated that Riyadh and Abu Dhabi are warning the Americans to take a much tougher line with Hamas, as well as with mediators, Qatar and Turkey. So the Saudis are worried. Why are the Saudis worried? Why are the Emiratis worried? Because they know their history. What happened during the First World War? What happened during the Great War? The Arabs allied with the British to throw the Ottomans out of the Arab Peninsula. The Ottomans, the Turks have never forgotten this. They want to bring back their empire. That includes Saudi Arabia. That includes Qatar. That includes the UAE. And that also would include Egypt and Sudan, which is why the Turks are arming, or they're backing, the Sudanese government against the RSF forces, and it's why Israel and the UAE are backing the RSF against the Sudanese government. There is a proxy war going on in Sudan as we speak, and the Turks are vying to control Sudan. And this is what terrifies the Saudis, because they don't want the Turks to be right across from them in the Red Sea, because Sudan is right on the Red Sea, and it's right across from Saudi Arabia, literally an hour flight away from Sudan to Saudi Arabia. That's if you fly from Sudan City, or the port of Sudan, or whatever it's called. So it says here that the report further says that the moderate Gulf states have warned that unless Hamas is fully disarmed as per the Trump plan, the Saudis and Emiratis will walk away and will not contribute to a single dirham to reconstruction. So the Saudis and the UAE are very serious about this. They're like, we are not going to participate in the reconstruction of Gaza if you're not going to fully disarm Hamas. Why do they want to see the full disarmament of Hamas? It's because Hamas is a proxy of the Turks and the Iranians. They don't want that. They do not want a Iranian/Turkish proxy to be armed in Gaza while they have troops in Gaza. That would be a threat to the UAE and to Saudi. So if the UAE and the Saudis remain obstinate about this, and they remain stubborn about this issue, perhaps the Turks will have more and more leverage in this whole deal. We'll see. We'll have to see and wait what happens. Furthermore, Turkey has already established an operational presence in Gaza through state-backed and affiliated organizations. Now check this out. Humanitarian convoys, medical teams, and heavy equipment bearing Turkish markings, that is flags, have entered the enclave through Egyptian crossings. Turkey already has a presence in Gaza. Not militarily, but they have a presence nonetheless. Infrastructure-wise, medical-wise, governmentally, they already have a presence in Gaza. So all that's left to do is to have Turkish troops there. That's all that's left. This is not looking good. Turkey wishes to position itself as a superpower, backing the Palestinians in a mirror image of the U.S.'s backing of Israel. By doing this, they are elevating themselves to the level of the United States and degrading Israel to the level of Hamas. In other words, Turkey sees Israel as a terrorist state, which it is, and Turkey is saying, we want to guard Gaza just like America guards Israel. And we want to be a superpower over Gaza, just as America is the superpower over Israel. They want to be like the United States. They want to establish empire in the Middle East. The Turks were likely to perceive a foothold in Gaza as a forward operating base against Israel rather than as a peacekeeping operation. So this is accurate. They want to have a foothold in Gaza to be a threat to Israel, because Israel is Turkey's biggest threat in the Middle East. So this analyst by the name of Yana Rokak, he's an Israeli analyst, brought the example of Turkey's occupation of northern Cyprus as a precedent for how Turkey was likely to view Gaza. Turkey's role as a guarantor in Cyprus later led to its military intervention in the north of the island. Yanarokak said, Turkey is definitely looking at Gaza similarly. So this is accurate. Yes, this is a totally fair assessment. Turkey controls a chunk of Cyprus, and it had a war with the Greeks over Cyprus. So when Turkey establishes itself in the name of, protecting a population, that is just a pretext for military advancement. They want to militarily advance over Israel. They want to dominate Israel. That's what this is about. I'm telling you guys, we are getting closer and closer to a clash. And when the clash happens, and I'm still alive, God willing, I will be here talking to you guys about it. Just like now this is what Erdogan said. These are his words. Just like we entered Karabakh, which is historically Armenia, but now is officially Azerbaijan. Just like we entered Libya, we might do something similar into Israel. So Erdogan is literally implying we could invade Israel. We want to invade Israel. Yanorokak pointed out that Turkish forces in Gaza would put Israel on a fast track to military conflict with Turkey. Quote, Turkey is trying to acquire a diplomatic status that will allow it to intervene in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict more directly in favor of the Palestinians. And in some extreme cases, this can definitely escalate to military conflict. So in other words, they want to use the suffering of the Palestinians as a pretext to go to war with Israel and to reestablish their empire in the Middle East. It's like when Hitler was saying the Polish people the German people, the ethnic Germans are being persecuted by the Poles. We have to invade Poland. It's like that. That's what we're dealing with here. That's the end of the article. But that's what we're dealing with here, everyone. We are seeing literally the beginning of the end. This is the beginning of the end of the Zionist project. The Zionist project has been a failure. It's been a complete failure. We see so much polarization in Israel between the secularists and the ultra-religious, between the Orthodox and the Reform, between religious Zionists and everyone else or whatever. Like, there's just so much division in that country, and there's so much hatred between the Jews, between the various Jewish religious and political factions, between the right and the left, etc. And then you have all the countries around Israel that hate Israel, and then you have this thing called Turkey, really before Iran, Turkey is one of the few countries that can really destroy Israel in the Middle East and defeat Israel in a war. And America just so happens to be saying, we want Turkey to be in Israel. We want Turkey to be in Gaza. It's almost like they're setting Israel up for destruction. It's almost like the Pentagon is sick and tired of Israel. Because, I don't know, if you're a global empire like the United States, and the whole world is hating you, and populations in countries that are your allies are really hating America because of Israel, do you really want that? Do you really want your allied populations to be hating you over some country? Do you really want that? I don't think you would want that. I think you would want to cut ties with Israel eventually. That's what I suspect. And look at this here. Here is from the Middle East Monitor. They came out with this article recently. Look what it says here. Israel's Channel 12 reported, citing U.S. officials, so their sources are American government officials, citing U.S. officials that the United States wants Turkey to take part in an international force in the Gaza Strip, despite Israel's opposition. Now, did not America facilitate the overthrowing of Bashar al-Assad? Sure as hell did. Did that not enable the rise of Turkey in Syria? Sure as hell did. Did not Donald Trump celebrate and applaud the Turkish takeover of Syria? He sure as hell did. He congratulated Erdogan. Does the United States not know that Turkey is a massive existential threat to Israel? It sure as hell does know that. Then why the hell is America so pro-Turkey? It's almost like America is setting Israel up for its end. So it says here that according to the officials, there are concerns and doubts in Tel Aviv about the plan, as Israel would have no control over the international force operating in Gaza. Did not the United States overthrow Saddam Hussein or kill Saddam Hussein, and that enabled Iran to rise, further endangering Israel? Did not the United States remove Gaddafi, enabling Turkey to enter Libya, further empowering Turkey? So it's almost like, yeah, America supports Israel, but America also supports Israel's biggest enemy. So what are we really setting up here for the future? Now, I do know that the Zionists in the United States government were also pushing for those wars. And for that, I will say that the Zionist lobby has totally screwed over Israel. Just as Judas hung himself, the Zionists are destroying themselves. They have paved their own path to destruction. That is what I will say about that. Cheers, Theo. Appreciate that. Belfast Memories. Glad to have you on. We had a lot of fun. So, and here's the thing. I'm going to show you guys something. I found this to be hilarious. Look at this. Take care, brother, and Lord willing, see you next Friday. Appreciate that. Fuck Israel. Yeah. All praise and glory be God. I appreciate that. Amen. Your father has prostate cancer. I'm really sorry to hear about that, Master Driver. I will pray for him. I'm really sorry to hear about that. That's really tough. That's very tough. Do you like listening to church hymns played on a pipe? It's okay, but not particularly. I almost forgot. Does anyone have any prayer requests? Appreciate that. You should name the streams, call it Antiquity in Today. That sounds good. Rings a bell. I declare all the OGs are honorary Gen X heroes. Yup. Palestine was Ottoman territory. Yes, it was. Israel sells the NATO countries arms. Yes, it does. Now check this out. I want to show you guys something. I really wanted to talk about this today on the stream. I saw this yesterday, I saw this recently on Piers Morgan's show. I thought this was hilarious, but also I saw this as a good opportunity to bring up America's hypocrisy.
In which
I want to show you guys this. Hold on. So this guy, this evil goblin, what's his name? Fine or whatever. This guy says he wants to nuke all of Gaza. Let's give this a listen. I want to show you guys this. Hold on. Look at this. Check this out. This guy is a scoundrel. I'm gonna lower my music down. Hold on. Let me know if you guys have any issues with the audio. But I'm gonna play this. I'm going to give you guys some commentary on this one.
Uncensored. But what is your view of Mamdani? I think you want him deported, is that right?
I do. Look, I think Mamdani lied in his naturalization application. He did not share he was a member of DSA. He did not share his affiliation and his love for the five Muslim terrorists. And I think that was dishonest. And I don't think he should be a citizen. I think that needs to be investigated, as we need to do for many people who've come in over the last 30 years.
So,
One of the most.
So Mamdani is not American because maybe he supported terrorism. Okay, so this is what this guy's saying. Let's move on. Let's keep playing because I want to get to this here. Check this out.
Fascinating things about this election in New York is Mamdani is losing overwhelmingly among those who were born in the United States. His only chance of becoming mayor is because of those who grew up with values other than being American. And I think that's something that should alarm everyone.
Those who grew up with values other than being American. I am the most American man. I am a true patriot. The patriot of patriots, damn it. Look how American I am. I'm American. American, but I'll also fly the Israeli flag. All right, let's keep watching.
But the way you phrase that, if I can pick you up on that, what do you mean? I mean, you have to be born in America to be an American. Is that your position?
No, but by the way, there's a reason the framers of our Constitution said that to be president of the United States, you had to be born here. There is something about growing up here, going through your childhood, being inculcated with American.
Less volume from where? From the video? Is it what do you mean?
Values, becoming part of that melting pot that made America great. When my family came here over 100 years ago, they came here because they loved America, not because they wanted to.
Loved America, so he's the great patriot. Okay, let's keep watching.
Change it. They wanted to become part of the American social fabric. But what you see in New York is people who have come here not to become part of America, but to change America. And that is, there's nothing wrong with America, and there's nothing that fundamentally needs to be changed. This is the greatest country in the history of the world, and we have too many people coming here who do not believe that, starting with Mamdani himself.
You said yesterday that Cenk Uygur, one of our panelists today, is an invader.
Freaking Pierce Morgan. This dude is the master at bringing guests over. He ambushes this guy. What's this dude's name? Fine or something? Hold on, let me try to find it. What's his name? Fine? Randy Fine. All right, that's this guy's name. So he's going to now ambush Randy Fine with Cenk Uygur.
What did you mean by that?
I think it's a great example.
So he's setting him up. So he's like, what do you think about Cenk Uygur? What do you think about him? Classic British provocation. What do you think about Cenk Uygur? So the Turks were defeated by the British, and Palestine was once under the control of the British. The Jews in Palestine were once under the control of the British. So here's the colonizer doing the whole what do colonizers do best? They divide and conquer. That's what he's doing here.
Talked in that post about Mamdani. I talked about Ilhan Omar. I talked about the gentleman you recognize. These are all wealthy foreigners who moved to the United States and then constantly talk about how bad it is. He made a post saying I should be deported to Israel, that I have dual loyalty. My family's from America. I was born here.
As American as apple pie, sir. Absolutely. And yet, this is the guy that wants America to constantly just do the interest of Israel. He has said, screw those starving Gazan kids. I don't care. He said, nuke Gaza, butcher millions of people. Yes, great American values. Butcher millions of people for Israel. Absolutely pure American values right here, guys.
My parents were born here. Most of my grandparents were born here. My relatives that came here over 100 years ago came because they were desperate to be part of the greatest country in the history of the world. They did not come and then go on constantly about how bad it is and about how terrible it is and about how things need to change. If folks want to come to America, they should love it, they should share its values, and they should want to add value immediately. And far too many people who are coming do not share those values, and I believe it is a threat. The barbarians are no longer at the gate. They are now inside.
The real barbarians. That's right. No. Yes, I only believe that America or that Israel should kill millions of people. But the real barbarians, they're in the country. Yeah, you know what? I'm looking at one right here.
Wow.
Not Pierce, but Mr. Fine is the barbarian.
Cenk Uygur a barbarian. Well, given he's here, let me bring him in.
Well, you've called Mr. Uygur a barbarian. Well, considering that he's here, I mean, he might as well just defend himself. Mr. Uygur, please defend yourself.
Into this. Cenk, what is your response to that?
Yeah, no, I don't mind because I agree that there are barbarians inside the gate, and that's Randy Fine. Randy Fine is a sick terrorist sympathizer. In fact, if he wants America to do terrorism on Israel's behalf, he has said we should nuke Gaza. That's killing millions of innocent children.
He wants to kill millions of people, yet he wants to tell us about the Holocaust, and yet he wants to do another Holocaust.
Children and human beings and civilians, but he doesn't care. He only cares about Israeli lives. By the way, the Israelis have murdered now nearly a dozen Americans in the West Bank. No accountability from our government.
By the way, Mr. Fine here will not address any of these points that Mr. Uygur has pointed out to.
People like Randy Fine say we owe Israel. We owe Israel a genocide. We owe Israel $300 billion.
Yep, everything,
we owe
everything. And you know what? Even if we gave Israel everything it wanted and we killed all the Palestinians and we gave Israel trillions of dollars, Israel would still not be happy.
them no accountability at all when they kill American citizens. They had a pervert Israeli government official that came here in Vegas and tried to rape.
Yes, absolutely. Mr. What was his name? Abrahamovich. What was his first name? Vladimir Abrahamovich or something like that. Yeah, this guy was he was trying to get and I hate to say it, but he wanted to prey on little girls here in the United States, and he gets away scot-free. Now, if a Pakistani guy had tried doing that, or if a Muslim guy had tried doing that, it would be, oh my God, Muslims invaders, look at what's going on. But some Israeli guy can do that, and he can escape scot-free, and according to Mr. Fine, well, let's not talk about that.
Rape our children, and we let him go? That's insane. Randy Fine,
I
are
got
you...
the first name wrong. Artyom, yes, sorry about that. Thanks for the correction. Artyom Alexandrovich, I think, right? Alexandrovich or Abrahamovich. Could be Alexandrovich. I don't remember, but he was an Israeli guy.
asking for the sick Israeli government to return the pedophile so he could face justice here? No, Randy Fine represents Israel, not America. Everybody knows that. He also said we should starve all the Gazans.
Yeah.
So he's right. There's a
He wants to starve people to death. He wants to murder millions of people. But yet, those who disagree with him are the barbarians. You see the hypocrisy?
sickness inside our government. AIPAC and the Israeli lobby have given to 90% of Congress. They've given him $500,000, and that was a giant waste because he works for Israel already. So, Randy, we're all sick of your terrorist sympathies towards Israel. They have committed 75 October 7th. Their civilian kill ratio is 83%, worse than Hamas, worse than any terrorist organization. They have murdered 256 journalists, more than all other conflicts combined. They murdered 104 people today, including 46 children. They burned them alive. And we're sick of Israeli terrorism, and we're sick of people like you forcing good Americans. I love this country. I didn't come here to be a occupied territory of Israel. I came here because I love America and the freedom and the equality and the justice that comes with it. If you think your grandparents who came here were not loyal to America, that's your business. But no, most of the people that come here come because we absolutely love this country and not Israel. Why don't you go to the Knesset, brother? Everybody knows you love Israel and you despise
He's saying what we're all thinking, by the way.
Palestinians and you love Israeli terrorism. Why don't you move to Tel Aviv already?
Okay. All right, Cenk. Let Randy Fine respond. Randy.
That's pretty funny.
Well, thank you, Piers, and thank you for the surprise debate. I actually enjoy that. Look, there's a concept
No, he doesn't.
in Islam called taqiyya where you're allowed to...
So he's not going to address any of the serious points that Cenk brought, like the fact that Fine wants to kill millions of people, the fact that he wants to starve people to death. He's not going to address any of that stuff. He's just going to say Cenk's a liar. Okay, now watch this.
lie in advance of your political views. And you just got a great crash course. All of those things were nonsense. But the notion that I am more loyal to Israel than I am the United States is part of it. Israel is fighting a war of civilization on our
civilizational war. Being a civilized country means sniping 4-year-olds in the head. It means shooting kids in the testicles. It means using civilians as human shields, literal human bomb detectors. What else? Oh, yes, sodomizing Palestinian prisoners. That's another one. Very civilized. According to Douglas Murray, it's a civilizational war. This is a civilizational war.
Our behalf. The reason we need a Jewish state of Israel is because of the Muslims that surround it. And so I stand with Israel because I believe Israel is fighting the same fight that we have here in the United States, the same fight that people like Mandami and Cenk, wealthy Muslims who move here in order to change the complex and the nature of our country, are going to do it. And I won't apologize for that. I am very proud of my views. I'm very proud of my faith. I'm proud to be the first member of Congress in the history of the United States to wear a yarmulke, which you may be able to see on my head. And I know that drives them crazy because we're not supposed to do that. But they gave me the nickname the Hebrew Hammer for a reason.
Now, there's a reason why I brought this video up. It wasn't just to play it for you guys and laugh at it. I want to show you guys something because I watched this interview. And after I was done watching it, I started reading a little bit of Scott Horton's book, Provoked. And he talks about all the people in the U.S. government. You got to hear about this one. So this guy wants to talk about barbarians and how people who criticize Israel, well, they're not as American as I am. I am so American. I'm American of American. I'm more American than you, Cenk. I'm more American. I support Israel. That's the American thing to do, unlike these barbarians who support terrorism. This guy wants to talk about supporting terrorism and being more American or deeming certain people as less American than he is. Let's talk about supporting terrorism. If supporting Israel is a part of the American tradition, as these people like to say, well, do you know what else is part of American custom? Supporting terrorists. Because I was reading Scott Horton's book here, Provoked, and he talks about all these Americans, good, patriotic Americans, Richard Pearl, Madeleine Albright, James Woolsey, who was the head of the CIA at one point in time, all these good patriots who supported the Chechen jihad against the Russians. Yeah. And the Russians were telling the Americans, hey, could you guys stop supporting Chechen jihadists who want to behead us? And the Americans said, nope, because we want them to behead you. That's the whole point, Putin. Don't you understand that? And when George W. Bush was president, we're talking 2000s, 2005, somewhere around there, supposedly George W. Bush and Putin had some sort of a friendship. They had some sort of an amicable political relation that was going okay for a certain time period. And Bush really pissed off Putin. And they say that what happened was George Bush began to talk very nicely about Chechen jihadis and how they were actually good people, they weren't really that bad, and the State Department and and people in the US government continued to back the Chechen jihadis who were killing Russians. And they say that when America showed its persistence, its clear persistence, that it was going to continue to support Chechen jihadis, that was the beginning of the end of whatever relation there was between Putin and Bush. And it really marked the full severing of any possible ties, or any ties that were there for that matter, between the United States and Russia. It really spelled the end of any sort of amicability, any sort of cordialness between the Americans and the Russians. Because the Chechens were killing Russians and the Americans were backing the Chechens. And the Americans made it very clear, we're not going to stop. Putin begged the Americans to stop. The Americans said, we're not going to stop. So let me give you guys a list here of good Americans who supported the Chechen jihadists to kill Russians. And I want to see, does Mr. Fine or anyone like him, does Mr. Fine and his ilk think that these good Americans are less American? Let's give this a read, shall we? Hold on. Let's look at this. Let's take a look at this, guys. This is the book, Provoked. Let me get my music back up here. Hold on. All right. Here is, let me know if the music is too loud. Here is the book, Provoked by Scott Horton. I have been reading this book and enjoying it. Very informative read on the history of the Russian-Ukraine war that is currently taking place. Now check this out. Look at what it says here. So I want to read to you guys some excerpts here from the book. So it says here, President Bush, who had declared war against Islamist terrorists from Somalia to the Philippines, found deep nuance when it came to the Bin Ladenites, the jihadists, among the Chechens. The Russian president was furious. Now, this is what Ambassador Burns wrote, Mr. Burns. He said, Putin saw Bush's response, which included warnings against overreaction. So Bush was telling the Russians, don't overreact against the Chechens, blah, blah, blah. And that really pissed off the Russians. By the way, yeah, the Russians can't overreact, but the Israelis can. Putin saw Bush's response, which included warnings against overreaction and a dalliance with moderate Chechen elements to try to diffuse tensions, as nothing short of a betrayal. So this really pissed off Putin when Bush came out and said he supports the Chechen cause. And so it says here that the Americans refused to believe Arabs were involved or to seriously entertain deporting wanted Chechen exiles like Ahmed Zakayev or Ilyas Akhmedov, who were given asylum and overtly supported by the NED. Madeleine Albright, so Madeleine Albright supported the Chechen jihad. Zbigniew Brzezinski supported the Chechen jihad. And John McCain supported the Chechen jihad. So, Mr. Fine, you want to pick on Mamdani, you want to pick on Cenk Uyghur, are you going to tell me that McCain is less American? Or that McCain is a barbarian who is within the borders of America? Because John McCain supported giving asylum to Ahmed Zakayev and Ilyas Akhmedov, who the Russians considered to be terrorists. Well, those are our terrorists, so they're fine. Are all these counter-jihadist Zionists going to say that McCain was an enemy within? This was the same government that falsely claimed secular Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist Iraq was joined at the hip to Al-Qaeda when they had no working relationship whatsoever, therefore supposedly justifying the outright invasion of that country, etc., etc. So it says here that Stratfor, which is amazing, which is a major think tank, Stratfor wrote in their client newsletter, visibly angered, Putin told his compatriots that Moscow knew major foreign powers wanting Russia to collapse were backing the terrorists. They continued, quote, though he did not name any countries, nobody in Russia except a few pro-U.S. liberals doubted that Putin meant Washington and its allies. Their sources confirmed he certainly meant the United States and the United Kingdom. So the United States and the British were backing Al-Qaeda against the Russians. Now, it really makes you wonder what 9/11 was about, because this was in 2005. Russia was complaining about British and American support of Al-Qaeda in 2005. Seymour Hersh wrote that the United States government was backing Al-Qaeda and flooding Syria with Al-Qaeda fighters to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. We were still working with Al-Qaeda even after 9/11. Before 9/11, we were working with Al-Qaeda. So it makes you wonder, was 9/11 really an ambush of America, or was it really a part of policy? That's the question that I have. I think 9/11 was a part of policy, because the ties between the United States and Al-Qaeda were so damn deep. I just find it difficult that all of a sudden America was surprised that 9/11 happened. I don't think so. I think that 9/11 was part of policy, and the United States allowed it to happen to justify the war in Iraq and to justify other things. So it says here, the next day he challenged Washington's hypocrisy. So this is what Putin said. Why don't you meet with Osama bin Laden, invite him to Brussels or to the White House, and engage in talks? Ask him what he wants and give it to him so he'll leave you in peace. In other words, Putin is saying, why don't you just work with Osama bin Laden directly at this point? Did you watch Tucker's 9/11 series? I have not yet, but I have looked at a little bit of an interview with Tucker Carlson in which he talked about 9/11 a little bit. So it says here that U.S. support. Okay, sorry. So it says here, the Washington Post David Ignatius wrote that it was this moment that permanently destroyed Bush and Putin's personal relationship and trust. So Bush and Putin had something of a friendship. That was ruined. That was destroyed. Whatever was left of it, that was destroyed because of America's support for the Chechens. And this solidified Russia's break with the West. So it says here that U.S. support for Chechen separatists, noting the asylum and financial backing granted to Foreign Minister in exile Ilyas Akhmedov, whom Russia accused of planning the 1999 Chechen terrorist invasion of Dagestan. So the Americans were supporting the very jihadis who invaded Dagestan, who murdered Russian civilians, beheaded people. Now check this out. In 2015, Putin claimed that just after September of the 11th, Bush had promised to end America's double game in Chechnya. After the Russians had intercepted American spies in Azerbaijan in contact with Chechen fighters, he brought it up with President Bush. He said Bush told him, "I'll kick them in the backside." So Putin said, after 9/11, Putin went over to Bush and said, "Hey, stop supporting terrorists. We know that you have sent spies to Azerbaijan to work with the Bin Ladenites. Stop doing that." And Bush said, "Okay, well, we'll give those Bin Ladenites a spanking." Putin said 10 days later, the senior staff in the FSB got a letter from their colleagues in Washington saying, "We've maintained relations with all of the Russian opposition in the past and will continue to do so." They were actually helping them, even with transportation. So Putin says that the FSB told me that the Americans told them, "We're working with your opposition, Putin. We are working with all your enemies, Putin." In other words, we're not going to stop. You're not going to stop us. See, now you know why Putin is so stubborn about Ukraine. America is saying, "Putin, stop doing what you're doing in Ukraine." Putin says, "No. Because we tried playing the nice game with you guys years and years ago, 10 years ago, decades ago. You guys never were reasonable with us, ever. We begged you to stop with the Chechen stuff." And Putin has a sense of humor. On the night that he invaded Ukraine, he said, "We will never forget what the Americans did to us when they used Chechen terrorists against us. And now we're going to invade Ukraine with which demographic? Chechen soldiers." It was Russia saying, "Remember how you guys used the Chechens against us? Remember how you guys used the Chechens to kill us? We begged you to stop and you refused to do so? Well, now payback's a bitch. We're invading Ukraine with Chechens. We don't give a damn." So it says here, spouting American non-interventionist talking points, the Russian leader warned, quote, "One should never use terrorists to solve short-term political or even geopolitical objectives. If they're helped in one place, they raise their heads elsewhere and attack the people who supported them the day before." Now check this out. He gives you a whole list of names of senior officials who were supporting the Chechen jihad. In reaction to the Beslan massacre, in which children were murdered in North Ossetia or South Ossetia, a large group of Democratic and Republican foreign policy hawks issued a joint letter demanding that President Bush cease embracing Putin, confronting him and side unambiguously with opposition forces in Russia. Back the Chechens. It was signed by neoconservatives like PNAC Robert Kagan, Zionist, Bill Kristol, Zionist, Randy Schuneman, Zionist, along with the American Enterprise Institute's John Moravchik, Zionist. Former CIA director and Iraq al-Qaeda conspiracy kook James Woolsey, who I once saw in person speaking at John Hagee's church, by the way, also a Zionist, hardcore Zionist. And the CER's Max Boot, Stanford's neocon Francis Fukuyama, and liberal interventionist Michael McFaul, Senator Joe Biden, Zionist, Carnegie's Anders Aslund, Brookings' Ivo Daalder, NED's Carl Gershman, Zionist, Lockheed Martin's Bruce Jackson, who I wonder why Lockheed Martin would be interested in helping the Chechens. You know, the guy was running Lockheed Martin, something about arms deals, perhaps. It says here, yeah, we can go on and on with this. Now look at this. Neoconservatives, Pearl, Zionist, Crystal, Zionist, Kagan, Zionist, Moravchik, Zionist, Woolsey, Zionist, Norman Podhoretz, Zionist, Gary Schmidt, Elliot Abrams, Zionist, Kenneth Adelman, Zionist, Midge Decter, Elliot Cohen, Zionist, Stephen J. Solars, Frank Gaffney, Zionist. Let me tell you guys something about Frank Gaffney. My father knew him. Just to show you how deep my father was in the Zionist movement. My father knew Frank Gaffney. He had his cell number. Frank Gaffney, let me tell you something about Frank Gaffney. Frank Gaffney was a supporter of the Chechen Jihad. Frank Gaffney would later go on to found the counter-jihad movement against the Muslims. So they use the Muslims against the Russians. Then when the Muslims get too much, when they become too dangerous, guess what happens? People like Frank Gaffney says, well, we have to fight the Muslims now. Let's now use the Muslims to spark nationalism in the United States. And Frank Gaffney helped to found the counter-jihad movement in the United States. Go look it up, Frank Gaffney and the counter-jihad movement. So he was supporting the jihad, and then years later, all of a sudden, he's against the jihad. We have to fight the jihad. Well, didn't you use the Muslims at one point, Mr. Gaffney? Mr. Zionist, didn't you use the Muslims? Now you want to go against the Muslims? And you want to spark nationalism? I'm telling you, that's why I keep trying to tell people, don't fall for this nationalist bullshit. It's all backed by powers that are in the upper echelons of politics. They use the Muslims for their ends. Then they use the Muslims by getting people to hate Muslims to get you to become nationalistic so that we can talk about waving the American flag and the Israeli flag so that we can encourage people to go to war against Iran. Do you see how evil these people are? They're demonic. Look at this. Look at this. Frank Gaffney, Michael Ledeen, and their benefactor, Lockheed Jackson, in alliance with older, more supposedly realist hawks like Brzezinski, former Reagan-era Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, Secretary of State Alexander Haig, joined forces to create a pressure group called American Committee for Peace in Chechnya, later renamed the American Committee for Peace in the Caucasus. What was this about? Backing the jihad. As John Laughlin wrote in The Guardian, unlike anti-American terrorism, which must always be seen as motivated by the hatred of radical Islam toward all good and decent things, when Chechen terrorists attacked Russian civilians, Westerners were broadly encouraged by the ACPC, the American Committee for Peace in Chechnya, and the major media to focus on the underlying causes of Chechen violence as a response to Russian oppression. In other words, we love the Muslims when they kill Russians. But when we want to spark nationalism, we'll tell people about how bad the Muslims are. Do you see how they're playing us? You see how they've been playing us for decades? They've been using the Muslims get powerful, or they become, the Muslim terrorists become more of a threat. Okay, now let's use the Muslims as chess pieces and get people to hate Muslims so that we can now spark nationalism and get people to wave the American flag and support militarism and support war. And we'll get country music stars to support the red, white, and blue and all this horseshit. Do you see what's happening? Do you see what's happening here? Frank Gaffney, yeah. The neocons are Satanists. They're demonic. They're demonic. Look at the roots of neoconservatism. It goes back to who was the ideological father of neoconservatism. I forgot his name, but the guy was a fascist who loved fascism. What's his name? It wasn't Ervil Christing. Who influenced Ervil Christing? Elliot, no. Who? I forgot his name. I wrote an article about him. But a lot of those neocons were basically Trotskyites at one point in time. Then they became neoconservatives. Anyway. Ben Gavir, what about it? The guy's a sick bastard. The neocons are some devious sick They are. They're sickos. Somebody has a Greek flag. Hello, hello. I remember Frank Gaffney. Yep. Worth noting, it was 18 years after Pearl Harbor that Hawaii officially became the 50th U.S. state. Interesting. Laura Loomer constantly threatening another 9/11 on Twitter. I'm just wondering what the F it is going to be, because everyone will know. Yeah. Yeah, and they want a giant false flag to happen. I want to show you guys my my pipe collection. Hold on a second. I want to show you guys my pipe collection. Look at this. So I want to show you guys my pipe collection. So this is the first pipe that I ever got. I need to find a new mouthpiece for it. I think I need to like drill this hole to make it wider so that it can receive the mouthpiece that I have for it. But for some reason, a standard 9mm mouthpiece does not fit into this. Maybe I should get a 6mm. I'm not sure, but the mouthpiece for this snapped. I don't know how it did. I remember finding it in my drawer, and the thing was cracked. But this is a really good pipe that my dad got as a gift while he was in the UK many years ago. He got this. It's a very good quality pipe. This is a really good pipe. It still smells amazing. You can smell the wood on this thing, and you can smell the cake. Really good stuff. And this is from England, and it's a very, very good pipe. Very good pipe. This is the second best. After that, well, not the second best, but this is, I would say, the third best pipe that I have. This is a Dr. What's it called? Dr. Grado pipe. I still use this pipe. It's a really good pipe. Smells very good. I think this is made from briarwood, and this pipe I purchased at a tobacco store when I was in Colorado back in 2011. So I've had this pipe for over a decade. Really, really good pipe. Really good pipe. And it's small. It has a small ball, but it does the trick, and it has a beautiful feeling when you feel it. Has a really nice finish. Really good smell. I've smoked this on the streams before. This is really good. Wonderful pipe. Really good pipe. Now, this is a pipe that I recently got. This is my Meerschaum pipe. I've looked into Meerschaums. I've watched a bunch of videos on them, and I've heard they're really good. Meerschaums tend to be very affordable. So I bought this one for $17 on Amazon. And it's not made from wood. This is made from Meerschaum, which is a type of mineral material that they find in the earth. I'm not sure how, but Meerschaum is a mineral. And they take this mineral called Meerschaum and they shape it into pipe bowls. And they make all sorts of little sculptures out of Meerschaum. So I've seen a Meerschaum pipe with a Viking's head as a bowl attached to it. I've seen all sorts of Meerschaums, but this is the one that I really like. This is a Meerschaum pipe called Southern Gentleman is the name of the design. You can get this on Amazon for about $17. It has a really good feel to it. It feels nice and heavy. It doesn't feel flimsy, and it smokes really good. I mean, it's affordable, and it's just a good pipe. I've heard Meerschaums last a really long time. And it's just a great pipe, great smoke. I'll smoke it on the stream one day for you guys. Really good pipe. So if you want to get a pipe that's not super expensive, that's affordable, I would recommend getting a Meerschaum. You could also get a Dr. Grabo pipe. There's many different types of Dr. Grabo pipes. You can find them on Amazon. I bought this at a tobacco store in Colorado. Dr. Grabos are great. They're affordable. I'm trying to remember. There are some other brands. There is some Danish pipes that you can get. I think they call them Viking pipes. Those tend to be affordable. Let me just look them up real quick. Hold on. Just to give you guys the name. of the pipe. Let me just show you here. Pipes. So there's some Dutch pipes. Let me show you some affordable pipes that are really good. Let's see here. Let's see, Danish pipes. Yep, I think these are it right here. So there's a type of pipe called Nording, and it comes from Denmark. I'll show you guys the designs here. And if you want to get a pipe that's just good quality and not too expensive, Nording, I did not get one of these, but maybe one day I will. But Nording pipes are I heard they're really good. I haven't tried them, but you can see here they're pretty affordable, $40, $50 for a good quality pipe. A lot of people like them. I've heard nothing but good things about them. And I'll show you some other pipes here. So there's some really good briar pipes. So there's a type of pipe, there is a type of pipe called a Viking pipe. And these pipes are also pretty affordable. Viking pipes. And then there is, man, there's one pipe that I really want to get and I have not gotten a chance to because they were out of stock. But there's one pipe. Let me see if I can find it. I think they're called Dublin. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. Let me look it up real quick. I really want to do this design on this pipe is so awesome. I gotta find it. And I wanted to buy it so bad, but they were all out of stock. I couldn't find it anywhere. I gotta show you guys this design here. There's Meerschaums. Why can't I find this damn pipe? Man, I gotta show you guys this design. Hold up. And I started smoking cigarettes regularly in college. Damn. Started with corn pipes. I actually had a corn pipe years ago. I don't know what happened to it. I think it broke. I'm not entirely certain. What happened to the internet? The internet, did it go out? Dude, we have... Okay, never mind. 64 people, so we're not back in original views. OG views. Let's see here. It's not, it's Peterson, it's not Dr. Grabo, it's, oh man, I don't know. I'm wasting too much time looking for this design. It drives me crazy. Pipes, smooth bowls, rustic bowls. I think it's Crown Prince. No, it's not Crown Prince. I think it's, let's see, Brigham. It's amazing. It was so easy for me to find before. Now I can't find it. But anyway, it has just the best design on a pipe I have ever seen. It looks so good. I think it's called the Dublin. The Dublin pipe. Is this it? 4 options? Nope. Nope. Yeah, I can't find it. Drives me insane that I can't find it. Is it Crown Royale? No, it's not. All right, I'll forget it. I'm just gonna forget it. I'll if I find it again, I'll show it to you guys. But it's a beautiful rustic design on a pipe. Now I want to show you guys. This is also a really good pipe that I like. This is a Churchwarden, better known as the Lord of the Rings pipe. I bought this on Amazon for like 20 something. It's actually a really good pipe. It's made, I mean, it feels great. Has a good smell, somewhat of a good smell, kind of, I don't know, it smells a little bit off, but it's not a bad pipe. You can find a lot of these on Amazon. You can also find them on, you know, like really good pipe stores online, but it has a nice little design on it, like a European looking design. But this is a good pipe. I smoke this for fun. Now, I want to show you, this is the best pipe that I have. This is the pipe that I smoked with you guys. This is a Peterson pipe. It's known as it's called the Rustic or a Rustica Aran is the name of the model. But this is a, you know, it has the Sherlock Holmes mouthpiece or stem. And this is the best pipe I have. This is the most expensive pipe. I smoked it for the first time on this stream. It's a really good pipe. Smells good. It smokes good. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke this from time to time just to enjoy it. Now I want to show you guys the worst pipe that I own. This is the worst pipe that I own. I was thinking about smoking this on the stream just to show it to you guys. Just to demonstrate it to you guys. But this is the worst pipe that I own. I bought this for $5 online on Amazon. I bought it for $5. Now, it smokes. You can smoke with it. But it is made from purely wood, so it doesn't have a plastic piece like a classic pipe does. It's made purely from wood, which is great. You know, you don't have to worry about plastics and all that. But this pipe, it just feels, I don't know, it feels flimsy. But it smokes. I mean, literally, like, you can buy one of these for $5. In fact, there's a deal that you can get on Amazon, $15. Now, I don't want to shit on this pipe. I don't. It's the cheapest pipe that I own. It's not a bad pipe. Like, I've smoked with it. You can smoke this, but it just doesn't. You're not going to get the best experience with it. Now, these pipes are made in Ukraine. I did not know they were made in Ukraine until I got the package. But when I got the package, I read the address for the company, and it said, made in Ukraine. And it even gave the address for where this thing was created. And this is, you know, it's not, you can smoke it. I don't want to shit on the manufacturer. But the problem with this is my biggest problem with these pipes, is when you buy them, when you get them in the mail, they have a little bit of a tin plate on the bowl. You can't see it because I pulled it out. But they come with a little tin plate on the bottom of the bowl. So you're kind of smoking metal. And it's a little weird. I'm not going to lie. I don't like the idea of smoking metal or smoking out of metal. And so I pulled it out, and it smells like wood. And I think you just have to break it in. I think I just got to use it more to break it in and burn out that fresh wood smell. But when you smoke this for the first few times, you are going to get a woody taste. You're going to get the taste of wood, fresh retail wood in your mouth. And that doesn't feel good. I read in the Amazon reviews that if you smoke this thing long enough, it eventually goes away. So you can burn it out. which is fine. But this smokes. I mean, you can get one of these and smoke it and have a good time with it. It's not like the worst thing in the world. I've seen much worse of this, but it's not bad. You can smoke with this, but it's the worst pipe that I have. The Peterson pipe is the best. And then I have this English pipe, which is the second best. I just got to find a mouthpiece for it. Third best is my Dr. Grabo. Fourth is the Meerschaum, but the Meerschaum is great. It is. If you want to get yourself a cheap pipe that's good quality, find yourself a Meerschaum or get yourself a Danish pipe. You know, there's a website you can go to. It's called Pipes and Cigars, pipesandcigars.com, and they give you some really good deals on tobacco and pipes over there. Or you can go on Amazon and go look for a Meerschaum. Or, you know, but on Pipes and Cigars, they have a lot of Danish pipes. This is a Peterson. I've heard a lot of good things about Petersons. There's a whole debate on which is superior. Is it the Peterson or is it the Roselli or whatever? It's basically there's a whole competition between the Irish and the Italians. You know, is the Italian Roselli pipe or whatever it's called the best? Or is it the Peterson? A lot of people say it's the Italian pipe that's the best, or the Italian Rossetti or Roselli pipe that's the best. But the thing about the Peterson pipe is, like, I don't know, it just looks better than the Italian. That's just my opinion. It just looks cool. The Italians, I noticed, they got some weird, they'll put like weird bright colors on their stems. I don't like that. I just like a classic rustic looking pipe. And I think this one is beautiful. I love the design on it. I love the rustic ridges on it, and the rustic design on it is really good. It's just a great pipe. I smoked it for the first time. I didn't get any weird off flavors. A lot of times when you smoke a cheap pipe, especially with this one, I also had a similar experience, although not as bad, with the Meerschaum. The problem with a lot of these cheap pipes is that when you first break it in, you get a weird taste. And it's kind of like paint finisher, and it's just not good. I don't like that. I heard with Meerschaums, it's like a 50-50. You can get some really good experiences smoking a Meerschaum for the first time, or you can get some off flavors for the first time with a Meerschaum. I ended up having bad luck and getting a little bit of off flavor with this Meerschaum. But I heard that after you smoke it for a while, it goes away. So there was that. But, you know, I like all these pipes in their own way. Again, this is the Ukrainian all wooden pipe for $5. And if you want to get yourself a cheap pipe, you know, you can try this one out. But if you don't like the aftertaste of fresh lumber in your mouth, don't get this one. Don't get this one. But again, you can just keep smoking it. Eventually it goes away, I think. At least that's what I've heard. But this is beautiful. I have to keep this one in its box. I'm not gonna allow this one to be just thrown willy-nilly in any position. I have to put it in its individual box to keep it safe. And I don't want to smoke every day, because smoking every day sort of messes with your cardio, and I don't like that. But when I do smoke, I want to smoke the Peterson, you know, and I just want to have a good pipe that I can have for the rest of my life and enjoy it. And that's it. So kind of a legacy pipe that's wonderful. But I do like my Shire Lord of the Rings pipe. Have you tried corncob? Yes, I have, actually. I had a corncob pipe many years ago. I don't know what happened to it. I think it broke, but it was a cheap corncob pipe. But this is a good one. I like this one. I'm not too crazy about the weird like 1990s carpet design on the stem, but I do like the bowl. And it is a long pipe. And the reason why they call them church wardens is because the pastor or the minister would be preparing for his sermon. And as he was preparing, he would be smoking. And he didn't want to have to lift the pipe all the time as he was studying. So he would, he could write and read and take notes as he was smoking. It was very convenient. It was like that, church warden. But they ended up making this a pipe for the Lord of the Rings. And the Lord of the Rings really did popularize this design. And I know that all the great writers of the 20th century were all pipe smokers. So, there is something to be said about the psychological effects of tobacco. Tobacco has nicotine, and nicotine has been proven to, believe it or not, maintain and preserve the integrity of your cognitive function. So a lot of times when people reach a certain age, they lose their memory. And it's very sad. I'm not going to sit there and make fun of these people like some people do. It's very depressing to see that sort of thing. And they say that nicotine, you could look into this, but they say that nicotine does wonders for your brain. And it actually helps to preserve your ability to have a memory. I don't know how it works, but that's what the studies have shown. That's what the science says. And so there is something to be said about nicotine and the mind. And I will say, I used to smoke pipes a lot more than I do now. I used to smoke a lot of pipes in 2011, 2012. And I'll be real with you guys. I did a lot of writing under the influence of nicotine. I did a lot of reading under the influence of nicotine. And I will say that there is something to be said about it. When you are smoking a pipe and when you are writing, magic happens. You just start writing better. And that's why I think a lot of these writers back in the day, they all smoked. You know, Chesterton, Belloc, all these guys smoked. Because when you're sitting there at that desk and you're wondering, okay, what am I going to articulate through the typewriter? It's kind of hard when you're not doing anything, except for trying to focus on writing. So when you smoke, it sort of it does something to your brain. I don't know how to explain it, but like the nicotine does something to your brain. But not just the nicotine, but just the ritual of it, right? Just the action of smoking and putting the tobacco in the bowl, lighting it, smoking it, picking it up with your hand. It does something to your brain, and the nicotine helps to inspire you, and it just makes writing a lot easier. So I don't know. There is something to be said about it. Savinelli, that's what it's. So there's a whole debate between Savinelli pipes and Peterson pipes. I don't know. Is there much of a difference? Probably not. People say Savinellis are better. Who knows? They have better designs. But I went with the Peterson because, you know, I got a love for Ireland. I really do. So I thought I'll get myself an Irish one. Went to get some ramen. No, you didn't miss too much. We just talked about Chechens and stuff. We talked about pipes. I think you were here for the Chechen stuff. Let me see here. I used to be so creative. I would paint and draw so enthusiastically. Vaping doesn't help. I think my pineal gland or whatever. Well, I'm not too crazy about vaping. Any update in the last 25 hours of the 3v3 slaughter festival? I haven't heard anything, no. I'm rolling a joint right now. Oh, boy. Let's see here. Hello, Carol. Yeah, South Carolina is like Jersey prices are insane. That's it, but longer. Let's see here, $2.50 to $3 for a pack of Max. My pipe looks like the one Gandalf the Grey has in the Lord of the Rings. Oh, it's awesome. $11 for a pack. Yeah, some countries' cigarettes are very expensive. If I ever get myself into pipe smoking, I'm getting the same corncob pipe MacArthur smoked. Yeah, those are cool. You can get the corncob. You can get a Meerschaum, and you can get basically this the same kind of sort of MacArthur design. The tin whistle, I have to go find it. It's not here with me, but I'll have to find it. Educating us on pipes, yeah. I've recently, I'll be honest, I'll tell you guys something. Last week when I couldn't sleep, I was doing my all-nighter. I was reading about Hilaire Belloc, and then I started listening to Irish music, and then I decided to smoke this. So I was smoking my Meerschaum, and it was a little bit depressing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, what am I doing with my life? No sleep, smoking tobacco. By 11 a.m., I could not keep myself up. It was impossible. I dropped on my bed. Well, I dropped on a couch first, and then I got up and went to my bed, and I went whoop, and fell right asleep. And it was just a weird experience, I will say. Neocons originate from Jewish Trotskyite who turned on Soviet Union after Stalin. Oh, I see. Yeah. Leo Bronstein. How many people are listening to this? 67 people. Not bad. Not bad at all. But I've been talking for 6 hours. I think I've streamed long enough. But this was a fun stream. We had a lot of fun with pipes. A lot of fun with tobacco. And the Irish music was awesome. Truly amazing experience with the nicotine and Irish music. They just go so perfectly well. And it was a lot of fun. So I'll say goodbye to everyone. Let's see here. Goodbye, Mr. Privet. Cruel caption. Jacob Glowsticks. How's your gout? Gout's no issues. I have not consumed any alcohol for weeks, so no issues at all. And my bunion pain has subsided amazingly. Yesterday I just sat down. Not yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I just sat down. No, was it yesterday? No, the day before yesterday, I just sat on my desk reading for like 5 hours, and I had, well, not reading and then editing, mix of both. And I just sat for like 5 hours with my toe separators and took them off and put my shoes on and started walking around. I was like, oh, no more pain. Pain's gone. The George Lincoln Rockwell pipe. I've got nerve issues. Nicotine helps stimulate my nerves better. What kind of issues with your nerves do you have? Do you get like specific? Can you be specific with the pain? Because I've been kind of wondering if I have nerve issues. Maybe I'm just paranoid. But could you tell me what type of symptoms you experience with that? God bless Mr. Son of the Trinity. Good night. Not interested. Good night, AB1 Kenobi. See you later, Scoop. Hope you enjoyed your pizza. Good night, Master Driver. Mr. Privet, absolutely. Those same good Americans you mentioned, Thea, also supported the KLA and the Serbian province. That's correct. Yep, they did, absolutely. Always wanted a Gandalf pipe. They're pretty cheap on Amazon. JLR's pipe is also cool. Who's JLR? Oh, was it Rockwell? In Australia, a pack. Yep, a lot of very expensive pipes. But if Pal C are still on, could you describe to me the nerve issues, if you don't mind? I just want to know so I can keep an eye out, or I can be able to feel it if I do have it. Peace out. All right. See if you can get any gabapentin. If it makes your pain go away, then your pain is nerve related. I'll try that out. Gabapentin. See you later, Scoop. I already... See you later, 406 Crusader, Freedom Fighter, 7608, Pal Seer, user PY whatever, PY6, People Unite. Let's see here. Dirty, rotten, stinking, filthy, rich. Goose Hunter, it's always good to have you on. Tease Maji. Nahum. Happy Halloween, Carol. Let's see here. Minute behind. I got CMT charcoal mirror tooth, more like nerve deficiency than pain. Charcot. How you going? I'm doing good. I want to see what Pal Seer has to say. Charcot Marie Tooth. I'll look that up. Hold on. Nerve damage. What does it feel like, though? Oh, it's in the foot. Oh, I don't have that. I kind of got like a slight. Put some weed. I kind of have like a slight burning sensation up here. I'm wondering what it is. I heard it could be like nerve issues, or it could just be stress, or it could just be a sunburn, or it could be a rash from a t-shirt. I don't know. It's not painful, but it's just sort of there. Let's see here. Watching you all the way from Morocco. Love your content. Appreciate that, Yasmin. Really appreciate that. That means a lot. Hope it gets better. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I think I'm good. I think we're good, guys. And it's been a lot of fun. It's been sort of a bittersweet stream because I don't know. It kind of feels like an older stream. I remember before the channel blew up, these streams were very... The streams were small as far as viewership went, and so it felt more like a hangout than an actual live stream. And it felt more like a hangout than it did a lecture hall. And tonight, for the first time in weeks, I have experienced a stream that feels like how streams used to feel like before the channel blew up. I don't know, it's weird. A lot of the chat didn't have such a huge presence this time, which is fine, totally fine. Later, Master Driver. Grant Moore, appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Ted gained like 200 subs. Yeah, the whole channel has increased. I think right when I started talking about Sudan, that's when I noticed the drop in views for the stream, which is fine. People don't care about Africa. It's sad, but that's just the way it is. You know, that's just the way it is. Anyway, guys, it's been a lot of fun. God bless you guys. Be well. Have a good weekend. I'll see you guys soon. I'll be coming out with a video tomorrow. Maybe one today. I want to see if my Halloween video got uploaded at all. I cannot believe my Halloween video is not even done uploading. Like 21% of my video has been uploaded. How in the hell is it taking this long? Like, how is this possible? I don't get it. I've never seen a video. Dude, it's a freaking MP4 file from my phone. Like, how could it be taking this long? Is something wrong with my internet? What is going on? Is there a way to get the YouTube thing to upload videos faster? Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Be well. Encoded error, perhaps. Maybe I gotta restart it. I don't know. I'll try it out. I'll see what I can do. Anyway, guys, be well. God bless you guys. Have fun. Have a good weekend. It was a lot of fun. Great stream. And yeah, you guys just heard some Theo Alonchi. God bless. Trump is standing on your internet cord. Yeah. Be well, guys. God bless you guys. Be well. And yeah, I'll see you guys soon. See ya.